On March 8, 1964, in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, 9-year-old Maurice and Schiaparella left her home for school a bit earlier than usual. She was carrying a collection of canned goods to give to her teacher. Normally, her siblings accompanied her, but this time she chose to go alone. The school was under a mile away, and being part of a close-knit community, there were no worries about her safety. Marie was seen by her neighbor around 8 a.m., having made it nearly halfway to school, but she never reached her destination. Typically, she returned home for lunch, so her mother grew concerned when she didn't that day. After calling the school, she learned that Maurice had been marked absent that morning. The police were alerted, and a search commenced shortly thereafter. By 1 p.m., a report came in that the body of a little girl had been found in a nearby waste coal pit, 2 miles from where Maurice was last seen, and it was quickly determined to be the missing girl. Her clothing, belongings, and the bag of canned goods were all found in the same area, but investigators had little evidence to work with. Her cause of death had been strangulation. No one could fathom that someone within the community had committed this heinous murder. Unfortunately, there hadn't been any witnesses to the abduction or when the body had been dumped, and despite best efforts, the case went cold. Over the years, the Pennsylvania State Police would reopen and reinvestigate the case. A DNA profile was developed in 2007 from a sample of fluid discovered on Marissa's jacket. The profile was uploaded to Cody's, but nothing came up. Since 2007, the DNA had been checked monthly against all new entries in both state and federal databases, but it never yielded any results. In 2019, Parabon Nanolabs constructed a composite image of what the suspect might have looked like based on his DNA. They concluded that the suspect was fair-skinned male with green or hazel eyes and brown hair. In 2020, 18-year-old Eric Schubert, a history major at Elizabethtown College in Pennsylvania, heard about the case and reached out to the Penn State Police and volunteered his genealogy expertise to help identify a suspect. Much to Schubert's surprise, they accepted his offer, and he started a 2-year process of reverse engineering a family tree of the unknown suspect. On January 6, 2022, after 58 years, there was finally a solid lead and the deceased suspect was being exhumed. And on February 3rd, they received the test results that confirmed the match. James Paul Forte had died in 1980 at 38, and he had never married nor had children, which was why the exhumation for comparison was necessary. When Maurice had been murdered in 1964, Forte had been 22 years old. He had been a long-time Hazleton resident, living only 6 blocks from the Schiaparella family, but hadn't been known to them. Forte had a history of violence. He'd been charged with aggravated assault and sexual assault. The victim that had survived the attack in 1974 said that she knew that he was going to kill her, but a passerby saved her life. He didn't go to prison for that attack, but was instead released on probation. Forte had never been a suspect prior to his identification. Unfortunately, Mr. Forte is not alive for us to prosecute. However, he is the person that committed this crime, Mark Barron, the lead investigator, said in a statement. Marissa's 4 siblings stood together at the press conference announcing the closure of the case. They made this statement for their sister. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. It was on July 17, 1982, when a horrific discovery was made in a meadow near Lake Tahoe. A woman had been found shot to death near a popular hiking trail. The woman dressed in shorts and t-shirt and was wearing a bathing suit underneath for what was likely supposed to be a day at the beach. She had no identification on her, and officers published multiple notices in local papers hoping to identify her. They estimated her age to be somewhere between 25 and 35. She was 5'5", petite frame, brown or hazel eyes, with brown hair worn in a bun. They also noted that she had given birth and had a vaccination scar on her left arm. There were no missing person reports that matched her description, and she was given the name sheet flat Jane Doe for the location she was found in. There wasn't a lot of evidence for investigators to go on. They had what they believed was a set of footprints from the killer, as well as DNA left at the crime scene. Doubly challenged with the task of finding not only the killer, but also identifying the victim, the case went cold. The case was reopened and re-examined for new leads by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office every few years, doing several different variations of facial reconstructions and publishing it to try and find someone who knew a woman that had gone missing in the summer of '82. In 2018, investigators reached out to Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, co-founder of the DNA Doe Project and founder of Identifiers International, to help in the case. They took on the case and for the first time used genetic genealogy to identify the victim and the perpetrator in a cold case. More than a dozen volunteers first worked to identify the victim. The volunteers ranged from students to grandmothers, some with former experience in law enforcement, but most just had a passion for genealogy. They first uploaded the victim's DNA to GeneMatch and broke up into small groups. Each group would tackle distant relatives and piece together family trees until they found relatives that shared more DNA, indicating that they were closer relatives. Eventually, they identified a distant cousin, and after 36 years, they were finally able to identify Jane Doe. Her name was Mary Ann Silvani. She had been born in Pontiac, Michigan in 1948. Her father had died while she was in high school, and her mother had left the family years before that. She had 2 brothers, and when she finished high school, all 3 siblings moved to California. Mary had never been reported missing, and she was 33 at the time of her death. Investigators also determined that she didn't have any children connected to her, records-wise, leaving them to believe that she may have given up a child for adoption at some point during her life. Once Mary was identified, Dr. Fitzpatrick's team turned their attention to her killer. Using the same process and 2,000 hours of work led to another potential match, James Richard Curry. They learned that Curry had killed himself in 1987 while in police custody for murdering 3 people in San Jose, California. 5 months after Mary had been murdered, Curry had been arrested for the murder of 2 people he knew, a husband and wife that were neighbors. He confessed to officers and directed them to a storage unit he rented. They went there and discovered the body of a 3rd victim that had been a missing person for a year, and further evidence in the storage unit indicated he was connected to a co-worker that had gone missing from Joaquin, California. Her remains were never found. Curry died days after his arrest. He committed suicide while awaiting a sentencing hearing. He was 37 years old. All of Curry's previous victims that are known were people he knew. His family stated that Curry was familiar with Lake Tahoe and went there often, but they weren't sure if his paths had ever crossed with Mary. Investigators do believe that more cases may be connected to Curry in the future. On January 16, 1980, Helene Persinski, a 21-year-old student at Wheaton College, got off the bus at her Inglewood stop. Just 2 weeks into a new internship at the KHOW radio station's news department, she was eager to pursue her dream of becoming a journalist. A dedicated student, Helene was among the first accepted into this internship opportunity. Having recently moved to Denver, Colorado, she was living with family. The walk from her bus stop to her aunt and uncle's house was just 6 blocks, but Helene never arrived. She typically left the radio station around 6 p.m. and had maintained the same routine daily since starting her internship. When she didn't return home at her usual time, her aunt and uncle contacted the police, only to be informed that a young woman missing dinner was considered a low priority for the Denver Police Department. They did provide a photograph of Helene. On the back, they wrote a brief description of the young woman and what she'd been wearing that day before sending them on their way. They instructed them to call back later, assuring them that she would turn up that evening. Her aunt and uncle worried all night. They had gone out several times, driving around and walking the nearby neighborhoods. The following morning at 9 a.m., a body was discovered by a woman taking her son to school. The woman pulled over and got a closer look, confirming her suspicions. Officers were called and had been able to identify the young woman quickly. It was Helene. She had been dumped in a field and was naked from the waist down. Her hands were bound behind her back and she'd been stabbed 9 times. They canvassed the area and found a woman who claimed to have witnessed a man near the field. Though it had been dark, she said that she'd been able to get a good look at his face. She agreed to go under hypnosis, and she gave the police sketch artist enough details to recreate a composite image. Investigators have been confident they would be able to find Helene's killer quickly. At the crime scene, they discovered a fresh footprint near Helene's body. Its distinct shape led investigators to believe their suspect was wearing cowboy boots. They also took measurements and had their suspect's shoe size. Investigators had a sketch, a witness, and they were sure that someone had seen the abduction at the bus stop. With a vehicle make and model, surely they would have enough to find a suspect. But despite a significant amount of evidence, there were no arrests made. After a year without any progress, the case was officially cold. In the spring of 2019, Paul Holes and Billy Jensen started a podcast called The Murder Squad. They used their collective fame to shine a light on old cold cases in hopes of gaining new leads. In their podcast, they encourage listeners to take DNA tests and upload the DNA into GED match databases. One woman did just that. She just thought it would be an easy way to potentially help solve cold cases. She got a kit from 23andMe and submitted her results into GED match. She didn't think anything would come of it, but only a few weeks later, she received a call from law enforcement. Her DNA linked a relative to a crime in 1980, a third cousin. Law enforcement worked with genealogists to help piece her extended family tree together. It was a slow process made more difficult by a complicated family tree. 2 years later, they found a strong maternal match. The woman had used 6 last names in her life, had 5 children with 2 different men, and most of her children were in the care of others. There was one son who most closely matched their suspect in age and lived in the area at the time. Curtis Allen White was in the care of his father as an infant, but was raised by an aunt and uncle until he was a teenager. He was a frequent runaway and was in and out of foster care. He also had a brother with a lengthy criminal history, and detectives worked to obtain genetic material from both men. His brother was cleared as a suspect. This left only Curtis Allen White, who would change his name to James Curtis Clanton in 1982, 2 years after Helene's murder. James Curtis Clanton lived in Denver in 1980, where he was on parole for a violent assault in Arkansas. In 1975, he had pleaded guilty to entering a woman's home and assaulting her. He had been sentenced to 30 years in prison but had only served 4 before making parole. He was released in 1979 before CODIs, before sex offender registrations, and he'd never been a suspect in Clayton's murder case. He married for the first time in 1980, and his first wife left him in 30 days. In 1982, he changed his name, moved to Florida, and had another short marriage. He was arrested on domestic violence charges in 1998 and then again in 2001. Clanton had never been a suspect until his genetic profile came under the purview of detectives decades later. He went on to live a normal life. He was still living in Florida at the time of his arrest. He was a trucker and had children. After his arrest in 2001, he didn't seem to have any more issues with law enforcement. Detectives located him in the Lake Butler area, where they spent a week following him, waiting for him to leave an object behind containing his DNA. Finally, on November 30th, Clanton left a beer mug behind in the bar and police were able to take it and get a DNA sample. They tested the beer mug DNA to the sample from the unknown suspect, and they were able to match the 2 samples. Clanton was arrested while exiting his truck and charged with first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping. He was extradited from Florida to Colorado. Nearly 40 years after Helene was murdered, her murderer would face justice. He would not be charged with a rape due to statute of limitations being expired, and police also said they wouldn't pursue an investigation to determine if Clanton was also connected to other assaults in the area, since the statutes of limitations had run out on those cases as well. Clanton pleaded guilty, and he was sentenced in July 2020 to a life sentence. He can apply for parole in 2040, and he will be 82 by then. Blaine's older sister, Janet Johnson, thanked detectives saying, "The detectives and everyone else who helped make this day happen are my heroes." And also said after Clanton's sentencing hearing, "It gives me some peace knowing that this beast is in jail, but I don't think we will ever have closure because Helene is not here, and that void will remain with us forever. She was just a special woman whose life was taken way too soon." All 3 of these cases would not have been solved without the help of people donating thousands of hours of time to do this type of work. Many law enforcement agencies don't have the budget to invest in the man-hours needed to identify unknown persons with genetic genealogy. It is incredible work that has truly changed how cold cases are solved. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In 2015, 18-year-old Kyle Farisian was living in Punta Gorda, Charlotte County, Florida. He was a high school student who had just begun his first job. Known for his friendly demeanor, Kyle often greeted everyone with a cheeky grin. He loved the outdoors and enjoyed long bike rides with his sister, Keston. Additionally, he was an avid gamer, often staying up late into the night to compete with others online. Keston described their close bond, noting that Kyle always looked out for her and was very protective. "He was always in charge, and he never let me forget it," she recalled. His stepfather, JJ, characterized him as mild-mannered, enjoying laughter, play, and just having fun. Kyle stayed with his mother and stepfather on the weekends and his father 50 miles away in Punta Gorda for the rest of the week. He had just got his first job at a local 7-Eleven store, and he was excited to be earning his own money and experiencing something new. Although he was outgoing with his family, he was quite shy around other people. He told his mother that he was happy his job was working the night shift so he could build up his confidence more without being overwhelmed by serving so many people. On October 31st, 2015, Kyle got ready for his night shift. Another employee was scheduled to start at about 3:30 a.m., but until then, he was working in the store, alone. Several hours later, 3:17 a.m., a panicked 911 call came in from a Punta Gorda resident. The 7-Eleven store was filled with smoke and a fire was spreading inside. After a closer look, the woman making the call said that she could make out a body on the floor, and it appeared that this was where the fire had been started. Police did wonder if it was possibly a Halloween prank of some sort, but just 3 minutes later when they arrived on scene, they realized it most definitely wasn't. After the fire had been extinguished, they found a charred body by the counter and blood covering the floor. The employee that was due to start her shift hurried over to the shop and met police. She had been outside ready to start, but after seeing the fire spreading inside, she had frantically started ringing Kyle to find out where he was. She knew he had been working alone that night and was praying that maybe he didn't make it in or was outside somewhere. Just as she was about to call the police, she heard the sirens. She then spotted a woman driving a dark-colored SUV out of the parking lot, and she was on her phone at the time. The employee tearfully told the police that she could tell it was the body of her coworker, Kyle. It was later determined that this was no accidental fire. Kyle had been shot to death before being set alight. As well as the community, even the police were in shock. Crimes like this were so rare and nobody could believe that something like this would happen. As cliché as it sounds, Kyle didn't have any enemies or even any issues with anyone. He was just going about his day, working his usual shift and living his life the way he normally would. Nothing appeared to have been stolen, so robbery was ruled out. And what had happened made absolutely no sense to anyone. Although the store did have CCTV, the police were worried that the fire could have damaged the cameras, but set about trying to retrieve the data anyway. An $11,000 reward was offered and police were begging anyone that might have seen or heard something, no matter how small they thought it might be, to come forward. Officers managed to track down the woman who had made the 911 call. Her name was Chelsea, and she was asked to come in and answer some questions. They wanted to know why she had left the scene rather than wait for the responders to show up. She said that she and her boyfriend had pulled in to get some cigarettes, but after seeing a body on fire and blood everywhere, they panicked. They didn't want to hang about, thinking the fire might start to spread, or whoever had done this was still around and might come for them too. Investigators weren't initially convinced, thinking it was just too coincidental to have just pulled up at the same time that all of this had happened. But after talking to her boyfriend, Alex, they felt confident that the couple was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. And it was clear the whole scene was just as traumatizing to the couple as it had been to everyone else. To the authorities' relief, some of the cameras inside were still working. And although the quality wasn't great, this was at least a starting point. On the first camera they checked, the footage was very blurry, but it showed Kyle looking down the aisles of the store, seemingly at someone following them aisle to aisle. Without warning, at 3:12 a.m., A man who was covering his face was then seen walking out of the third aisle holding a gasoline can. He then pulled out a gun and shot Kyle in the head at point-blank range. Kyle dropped to the floor as another shot was fired at his head. The man then walked over and poured gasoline onto his body before grabbing a lighter from one of the displays and setting Kyle and the counter on fire. He then ran out of the store. It was so brutal, so brazen, and so callous that officers were horrified and sat in stunned silence for a moment. They said it was disturbing to watch someone do something like that with seemingly no motive as to why. This was not an accidental death. This was a planned-out execution, said Detective DeVault. The second camera showed a much clearer picture, and it picked up the audio. It showed that 11 minutes past 3 was the time the man had entered the store, and the door chimed as he walked in. There was no more sound for the next 78 seconds. Whoever the shooter was, he didn't say a word to Kyle as he was walking around inside. The next sound that can be heard is the 2 gunshots. The angle of this camera gave them a clearer picture of what the man was wearing and his size and build. He had camo trousers on as well as latex gloves, which at one point he started to take off. He also placed the gun on the floor, giving detectives a fairly clear image of that too. It was a long-barreled revolver. The suspect then fled the shop at 3:13. The cameras concluded that he was in there for less than 3 minutes, and it was unfathomable that this had all happened in such a short time frame. The shooter didn't go behind the counter and try and get to the money. He didn't steal anything from the shelves either. It seemed whoever had done this had come in with the intention of killing and nothing else. Kyle's family had now all traveled into Punta Gorda and spent most days just waiting in the station for any news. Kyle's stepfather said, "Even though he was my stepson, he was my kid. Not knowing who did this to him, that's where the dad side of me was being eaten alive, because I felt as a dad, I needed to know who did this to one of my children." But the police really were stumped and simply couldn't tell them anything. With no more CCTV outside the building and no witnesses, 48 hours with no answers felt like a lifetime for both the family and the investigating team. The search for evidence was widening, dive teams came in, and detectives were asking for support from neighboring police teams. But when the manager of the 711 store asked to talk to the officers, their look would suddenly change. She said one thing in particular had been playing on her mind. Several weeks before anything happened, a man had come into the store looking to buy alcohol. She and Kyle were both at the counter when the man brought the beer over. The manager asked him to remove his ID from his wallet so she could take a look at it closely. But for some reason, he refused, so she refused to serve him. That specific camera was the one that picked up the audio, and as the police watched it back, they could hear the man telling the manager he was going to get her fired. He demanded to know everyone's names before storming out. The manager, Lori, followed him outside to try and lock his license plate, but the man followed her back inside, shouting and being aggressive and threatening. As the situation started to escalate, Kyle picked up the phone to call 911. Before police arrived, the man had stormed out again, but fortunately, Lori had been able to get his number plate, and she handed it to police that same day. A couple of weeks later, on September 15th, despite now being banned from the store, the man came back in. Again, they refused to serve him, and Lori phoned the police for a second time. The man then got into his car and drove right at Lori outside before speeding off. The vehicle was registered to a 28-year-old named Michael Russo, and he lived just around the corner from the 7-Eleven. Police issued him with a trespass warning, and he was told that if he returned to the store within 1 year, he would be arrested. Officers played the CCTV side by side, looking at the mannerisms and the size and build of Kyle's killer, alongside Michael Russo. From what they could tell, everything, right down to the way he walked, was the same. This was the strongest lead so far, and a warrant was obtained so that police could search Michael's home. His house was full of various guns and ammunition. A white box of latex gloves was also found, and numerous red gasoline canisters were located outside. Detectives also found a partially melted single latex glove in a bin. The specific gun they were looking for, however, was missing, and after forensically searching his house and car, top to bottom, there was no physical evidence linking him to the store. Although they felt fairly confident that Michael Russo was a suspect, they just didn't have enough to obtain an arrest warrant. 6 weeks would soon pass and the grief-stricken community were banding together in a big way, and the reward for information was now sat at $20,000. As well as this, police were now seeking the help of the FBI and enlisting new technology they believed might help them more when it came to the cameras inside. Detectives also spent the following months speaking with many people about Michael Russo, trying to build up a picture of who exactly he was. A lot of people came forward and said that they had previously accused him of threatening them for completely ridiculous and meaningless things. He seemed to be aggressive in his nature, completely flying off the handle for minor incidents. His neighbors also said that Michael was very open and proud of his extensive gun collection, often showing it off and telling everyone about each individual gun and where it came from. They said that one of his favorites was actually a long-barreled revolver, the exact same type that was used to kill Kyle. And what was even more interesting was that the neighbors said that since that fateful day back in November, they hadn't seen the gun again. At this point, the case was really as strong as it was going to get. And with this, 5 months after Kyle had been killed, Circuit Judge George Richards signed the warrant the police had been after for almost half a year. Michael Russo was finally arrested on charges of homicide and arson. The only thing officers really couldn't wrap their heads around was why. Apart from getting revenge for the fact that the past 2 times he went in, they had refused to serve him, there was absolutely no other motive for Michael doing what he did. Police believed that he went in with the intent to kill whoever was working, and he didn't care who it was or how many people were there. Detective DeVault said that what happened that morning was nothing short of barbaric. He said, "This is not an ordinary person. This is a monster." Michael Russo pleaded not guilty, and in May 2017, his trial began. The team felt that the circumstantial evidence was really strong when it was all added up. And even though there was no physical evidence, both they and the prosecution knew it was a solid case. To everybody's relief, Michael Russo was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison for second-degree murder, with an additional 30 years for first-degree arson. His attorneys filed a motion for a new trial, but there is currently no update on the outcome of this. After the trial was over, it was announced that the now infamous 711 store would be closed down permanently. Kyle had a bright future ahead of him and was just enjoying the simple things in life that many 18-year-olds do. Going to school in his college dreams, working for the first time, and hanging out with his friends and family. His life was cut so tragically short in a brutal and terrifying way that no one could ever have imagined, and for reasons that are nothing short of totally senseless. His mother, Bobby Jo, said that she misses how much he comforted her whenever things were tough, and he always assured her that everything would be okay. She said that she still expects to hear from him every day, a phone call or a text, but it feels like a punch in the gut every time she realizes this won't happen. His stepfather, JJ, said every morning they wake up, they have to put a plan together for how they're going to approach the day and get through it. Every day brings new challenges and learning curves, sometimes expected, sometimes not. It really is a never-ending process for everyone that knew and loved Kyle. And JJ said they just do their best one day at a time. Robin Moore was originally from Syracuse, New York, where her father, Robert, made history as the city's first black city council member in the late 1960s and early 1970s. She grew into a strikingly tall and beautiful woman, athletic and fond of activities like tennis and biking. After marrying for the first time, she lived in Connecticut but later divorced and relocated to Washington, D.C. in the mid-1980s. 5 days after Christmas in 1989, Robin married Ollie Lawrence Jr. in an intimate ceremony at their home on a quiet cul-de-sac in Springfield, Virginia, surrounded by poinsettias. 3 years later, Robin welcomed their daughter, Nicole. Passionate about the arts, she was also a talented artist and graduated from the Carnegie Mellon College of Fine Arts, allowing her to blend art into her successful career. By 1994, she served as the Director of Promotion and Merchandising at Merchants Tire and Auto Center in Manassas, Virginia. Meanwhile, Ollie was the Vice President of Human Resources for U.S. Air and had to travel to the Bahamas for work on the Friday before Thanksgiving in 1994. That day, Robin went to work as usual. Upon returning home, she did some shopping with her 2-year-old daughter and then dropped her nanny off at a nearby metro station. Ollie attempted to call Robin late that night after arriving in the Bahamas, but but she did not answer. He tried to reach her throughout Saturday, growing increasingly anxious, and kept in touch with Robin's friend Linda due to his concern. By Sunday morning, November 20th, 1994, he was panicking, unable to contact Robin. He asked Linda to check on her. Around 11 a.m., Linda called the police and drove to Robin and Ollie's home with another friend. Upon arrival, they noticed the weekend's newspapers were still outside. When no one answered the front door, the two women walked around to the back deck, where they found an open window. They called out to Robin, but only 2-year-old Nicole came to the window. She was dressed in a sleeper, sucking on a pacifier, and exuding a smell that indicated that her diaper had not been changed in some time. Alarmed, Linda and her friend pulled themselves into the house through the window. Linda picked up Nicole and began walking throughout the house looking for Robin. Nothing looked out of place until she turned into the hallway leading to the master bedroom when she saw blood spattered on the wall and pooling on the floor. Linda and her friend fled the house with Nicole and ran to a neighbor's house to notify police about what they had found. Robin had been stabbed and slashed repeatedly. Robin's autopsy found that she had been killed on Friday night, just 5 days before her 37th birthday. Her daughter Nicole was unharmed but had been left alone with her mother's body all weekend. Robin's brutal murder was a shock to everyone who knew her, and they all struggled to imagine anyone wanting to hurt her. She would be the last person I would have imagined this happening to. She was too nice for someone to hurt, Chris Wilson, one of her co-workers, said. Despite the fact that Robin's husband, Ollie, had been in the Bahamas at the time of the murder, he was still publicly identified by police as a potential suspect in the case. Police believed that Robin must have been killed by someone she knew in a targeted attack. There were no signs of forced entry into the house indicating that Robin may have let her killer inside. Furthermore, nothing had been stolen and Robin had not been sexually assaulted, eliminating common motives for murder. Police, therefore, believed that whatever the motive for killing Robin was, it must have been personal. Ollie was more disappointed than offended by police focusing in on him because he knew he was innocent. He was upset that so much time was being wasted on investigating him when time continued to drag on with no actual movement in the case. Investigators were eventually able to extract unknown DNA from a piece of evidence found at the crime scene. The exact nature of this evidence has not been detailed to the public, presumably because of ongoing legal actions. No matches were found to the DNA in criminal databases, but in 2019, the Fairfax County Police Department began working with Parabon Nanolabs to use alternative methods to utilize the DNA evidence to track down the killer. Parabon was able to generate an image of what they believed the killer may have looked like based on his DNA. They also began using genetic genealogy in the case, but it took 3 years of work for them to finally identify a potential suspect. Looking at this person's high school yearbook photo and a DMV photo taken 2 years after Robin's murder, investigators believed that there was a strong resemblance to the image generated by Parabon. They then traveled out of state to collect a sample of his DNA so that they could compare it to the DNA from the crime scene. The potential suspect was a man named Stephen Smirk. He was a 51-year-old married father of 2 living in Niskayuna, New York. 2 detectives traveled there to speak with him, and he happened to be taking out his trash cans when they arrived at his home. He consented to have a conversation with them and voluntarily allowed them to swab his mouth to take a DNA sample. When they left, detectives left Smirk with their business card. A short time later, before they could leave to return to Virginia, they got a call from Smirk saying that he had to speak to them right away. They told him to turn himself in at his local police station, which he did. There, he gave the detectives a full detailed confession to Robin Lawrence's murder and was arrested. Smirk had been an active duty member of the Army stationed at Fort Myer, next to Arlington National Cemetery, at the time of Robin's murder. He had no connection to her, and the crime appears to have been random. The details he provided about the crime had not been made available to the public. Prior to his arrest for Robin's murder, Smirk had absolutely no criminal record. Smirk was extradited to Virginia and is being charged with second-degree murder. He is being held at the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center with no bond. Members of Robin's family, including her now adult daughter Nicole, were present at the press conference announcing Smirk's arrest. Robin's husband, Ali, has since remarried and retired to the south of France. Smirk's arrest resurrected feelings of grief for him, and he was shocked that he finally had answers after so many years. He told the Washington Post by phone, "I was flabbergasted. You could have probably knocked me over with a feather. After all this time, you have hope, but you also wonder, will they really find someone after 29 years?" Yvonne LaRue was the second of 4 children and lived with her family in Toronto. The family had moved there from Windsor when she was 3 years old. From a young age, Yvonne was industrious, brave, and very independent. She was always willing to stick up for what she believed was right. At the age of 15, her life took a bad turn. On July 1, 1971, she took her younger brother to a fireworks show where she ran into a male acquaintance. He offered to give her a ride home after he picked up 3 of his friends. Yvonne arrived home 2 hours after her brother at 11 p.m. that night in tears. She told her mother that she had been raped by the 4 boys. She made a report to the police and charges were filed, but they were later withdrawn that December. According to Yvonne's mother, Diana, the ordeal destroyed Yvonne's self-confidence and made her feel worthless. As a result, she began making choices that further tore her life apart. She began hanging out with a rough crowd and was introduced to the local drug scene. She ran away from home and was gone for months. However, by late 1972, Yvonne had returned and was getting her life back together. She began going to school again and found a part-time job. She also began going to counseling sessions. Yvonne was last seen after one of these sessions on November 29, 1972 at approximately 10 p.m. Her mother came to pick her up from the session at the now-closed York Finch Hospital and was told that Yvonne had already left. Later investigation would show that Yvonne was going to get a ride from a male friend who also attended the session but decided at the last second not to accept it. Yvonne's body was discovered by a passerby the following morning on 16th Side Road between Jane and Keele Streets in King Township, approximately 15 miles north of where she had last been seen the night before. She had been murdered. Her autopsy found that she had died as a result of blunt force trauma to her head and that she had died only about 15 minutes before she was found. Viewers quickly sprang up concerning the motive for the murder. Yvonne hitchhiked regularly, so it was conceivable that she had simply accepted a ride from the wrong person. However, Yvonne had also been fearing for her life for several months prior to her death. During the time when she was caught up in drugs, she had gotten mixed up with a motorcycle gang. She told her family that the gang had threatened her because she refused to run drugs for them. Yvonne had gone to police to report the threats. The drug squad took the information she provided seriously, and her home was being watched by police for her safety at the time of her murder. Foot and tire prints were also found at the scene. Despite these clues and possible motives for the murder, the case went cold. On March 27, 2014, the Regional Municipality of York Police Services Board announced a $50,000 reward in the case, but it would be almost another decade before Yvonne's murder was closed. On November 15, 2023, 51 years after Yvonne was murdered, the York Regional Police Cold Case Unit announced that her case had been solved. They had used genetic genealogy to trace DNA from the crime scene to a man they identified as her killer, Bruce Charles Cantillon. Cantillon could not be tried for the murder as he had taken his own life just 19 months after Yvonne was killed. Cantillon was 26 years old at the time of the murder and living in Toronto. He was very well known to police, and his extensive criminal career had begun when he was just 18 years old. He had been incarcerated for both mental health reasons and for multiple violent sexual offenses against women. Yvonne's family released a statement following Cantillon's identification saying that Yvonne had never been forgotten and detailing how her murder had affected multiple generations of their family. They also stated that they hoped more funding would be provided for investigative genetic genealogy in law enforcement so that more grieving families can have some sort of clarity. 23-year-old Laura Kempton had a vibrant and outgoing personality. She was a free spirit who loved socializing. She was also very hardworking. She worked 2 jobs, one at the Marco Polo gift store and the other at Karen's ice cream parlor, while she was enrolled as a student at the Portsmouth Beauty School. At 9:30 a.m. on September 28, 1981, a police officer arrived at Laura's apartment at 20 Chapel Street in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, tasked with serving her a court summons related to parking tickets she had failed to pay. When he arrived at her door, one of the door panels near the doorknob was missing. When he looked through the opening, he saw a pair of legs sticking out from a pile of bedding and called for backup. Laura had been killed as the result of massive blunt force trauma to the left side of her head. It would later be believed that she had been struck with a wine bottle. Laura had gone out with a female friend for dinner and dancing on the night of September 27th. The friend last saw Laura when they parted ways outside of Laura's apartment building shortly after 1 a.m. on 28. Laura's autopsy would indicate that she had been killed a short time later, most likely between 1:30 and 3:30 a.m. The autopsy also found indications that Laura had been sexually assaulted. Hundreds of leads were investigated in the following decades, but no arrests were made. Then in 2022, the Portsmouth Police Department began working in conjunction with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Maine State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Attorney General's Cold Case Unit, and Identifiers International to see if genetic genealogy could be used to solve Laura's murder. Because of how well the evidence from the scene had been preserved at the time of the crime, DNA had been identified on Laura's body, on a cigarette butt, and on a pillow. By running this DNA through a commercial DNA site, they were able to identify a relative and then later the parents of the man to whom the DNA belonged. Unfortunately, this individual was deceased. Authorities still conducted further testing in 2023. A blood sample was taken at this man's autopsy, and testing of it revealed that his DNA was a match to that found on the evidence in Laura's case. On July 20, 2023, New Hampshire Attorney General John M. Formella and Chief Mark Newport of the Portsmouth Police Department released a statement to the media identifying Laura's killer as Ronnie James Lee, who had been 21 years old at the time of the crime. Lee had no known connection to Laura, but he did have an extensive criminal record and was known to be in Portsmouth at the time of her murder. Lee had served in the U.S. Army until May of 1981 and then went to work for MBI Security at Liberty Mutual in Portsmouth from July 1981 until August of 1982. When he was arrested by Portsmouth police on November 8, 1982 on an attempted theft charge, he provided them with his mother's address on Rock Hill Avenue in Portsmouth. He was linked to 4 residential and 1 commercial burglary in 1983 alone, and he pleaded guilty to 2 of them. In 1987, he was convicted of sexually assaulting a woman while burglarizing her home. He was incarcerated from December of 1987 until July of 1990 as a result. He died at the age of 45 on February 9, 2005 as the result of acute cocaine intoxication. While Lee cannot be prosecuted for Laura's murder, the Attorney General believes that the available evidence would have been sufficient to successfully obtain a conviction. Susan Kyraskowicz, fondly referred to as Sue, was born on February 13, 1965, to her parents, Ron and Marlene Kyraskowicz. She spent her childhood in Saugus, Massachusetts, alongside her brother, Ronald, and her sister, Deborah. During her high school years, Sue showcased her creativity and authenticity, enjoying roller skating, running track, and creating art. Her remarkable talents and intelligence led her teachers to describe her as exceptionally gifted. With a kind and generous spirit, Sue was always eager to help others and was known for her warm smile. Friends and family characterized her as feisty yet compassionate. As a quiet and kind student, she had a particular fondness for Snoopy, the beloved character from Charles Schulz's iconic comic strip, Peanuts. At one point, Sue even pursued her passion for cartooning, traveling to San Francisco to meet Charles Schulz in person. After graduating from Saugus High School in 1983, she continued her education at Salem State College, North Shore Community College, and later the Massachusetts College of Art and Design. Sue's life was marked by her creativity, kindness, and a determination to follow her dreams. Sue ultimately landed a job with an airlines company in 1989. Sue made history by becoming the second woman to join Northwest Airlines as a ground services employee on the ramp at Logan Airport in Boston. Working in a male-dominated airline industry, Sue faced numerous challenges as she was often subjected to harsh treatment by her coworkers. But she was fearless when it came to displaying her capabilities and standing her ground. Her responsibilities included loading and unloading baggage and de-icing planes. Despite the occasional hectic nature of her job, Susan rarely had any complaints. During Sue's time at Northwest Airlines, she went from cleaning jet interiors to achieving yet another milestone in her career in 1992. Sue's determination and loyalty towards her work didn't go unnoticed, and she was handed the role of baggage supervisor, which made her the first woman ever to hold the position for Northwest Airlines at Logan Airport. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. With the barrier she broke within the airline industry, Sue's professional journey paved the way for many young women to follow their dreams. Although Sue liked working at the airport, she often found herself dreaming about becoming a firefighter someday. And soon Sue's career path took an unexpected turn when she took the firefighter placement exam and excelled at it. She secured the 8th position on the reserve list for the Swampscott Fire Department and was hoping to join the force soon. Sue was clearly not afraid by the idea of entering other male-dominated industries. She was a career-driven woman, and she was not going to let anything stop her. Sadly, before Sue could hear back from the Swampscott Fire Department, something awful happened. Although Sue lived with her parents, her hectic work schedule often kept her busy at the airport. A lot of times Sue would work overnight and weekend shifts, which frequently took her away from her home, making her miss out on the time she would get to spend with her family. Marlene, Sue's mother, recalled that there were days when she and Sue would hardly get to see each other. Their interactions had been limited to brief passing moments. Marlene would only know that Sue was home when she noticed her work uniform left in a heap of laundry just outside her bedroom door. It was Saturday on September 12, 1992, and Sue had been scheduled to work another night shift which began at 11 p.m. and would end by 7 a.m. the next day. It was one of the busiest shifts, and Sue knew that it was going to be a long night. Although having worked for Northwest Airlines for more than 3 years, Sue had learned her way around these kind of shifts. She knew which hours would be less packed and which ones would not even let her breathe. While working her shift around 1 a.m. on September 13, 1992, Sue offered to fetch some sandwiches for her crew members. She drove her sky blue Toyota Tercel off the airport grounds and headed towards her go-to restaurant in Revere. Hours went by, but Sue never returned. Back at home that same morning, when Marlene didn't see Sue's uniform in the laundry heap, she didn't pay much attention to it. Since Sue worked overtime in the past, Marlene thought that Sue probably got caught up with and would return later. The next day, on Monday, September 14, 1992, Marlene noticed that Sue still wasn't home and the laundry pile was empty. It was unlike Sue to not come home for 2 days in a row without informing her family. That was when Marlene grew concerned and called the airport to check if Sue was okay. To her surprise, Marlene found out that Sue had never shown up for work on Monday, September 14, 1992. As fear crept in, Marlene reached out to the authorities and reported Sue missing. That same morning, on Monday, September 14, 1992, a manager for Bravo Auto and Tire Service Company, which was located almost 4 miles from Logan Airport in the town of Revere, was heading to work around 7:30 a.m. Driving through Lee Burbank Highway, commonly known as Route 1A. He noticed a car parked in the service's center parking lot. He couldn't recall anyone from his workplace having that car. When he walked up to the vehicle to have a closer look, he found blood dripping from the trunk of the car. He rang up the authorities to look into the matter, and shortly after, officers from Massachusetts Police Department arrived at the scene. The detectives instantly recognized the car. It was the same sky blue Toyota Tercel Marlene had described to them when she reported Sue missing. Slightly aware of what was coming next, the detectives opened the trunk and their eyes were met with a gruesome sight. 27-year-old Susan Cheraskiewicz's blood-covered body had been crumpled up and stuffed inside to fit into the small area. Sue had bruises and stab wounds on her body, which implied that she had been beaten up before being stabbed to death. The detectives broke the tragic news to Sue's family. Ron, Sue's father, pulled himself together and held Marlene in his arms as she burst out crying. When the detectives searched the car, they found that the money Sue was going to use to buy the sandwiches was still with her. This implied that she never made it to the restaurant that night. Even though Sue had neither been robbed or assaulted, her family initially assumed that the attack on Sue was not planned. The detectives too at first thought that Sue's murder was a random act of violence and believed that she was killed somewhere else before being driven to the auto shop. But as the investigation progressed further, detectives found themselves uncovering a much deeper conspiracy, which led them back to Logan Airport, Sue's workplace. When questioning Sue's co-workers, detectives found out that Sue had received a phone call from someone right before she left to pick up sandwiches for her co-workers on the night before her disappearance. Finding out who this caller was became the utmost priority for the detectives. Even after spending hours conducting interviews with Sue's crewmates at Logan Airport, detectives couldn't identify who this person was. Nobody at Sue's workplace seemed to have a clue or cared enough to even ask Sue about this mysterious caller. Questioning Sue's family, neighbors, and friends wasn't of much help either. Marlene, Sue's mother, believed that Sue might have gone to meet the person who was on the other end of the phone that night, but she would never have gone alone. According to Marlene, Sue was a careful woman who was aware of the dangers that lurked in Saugus. She would never go out alone during those hours of the night. Furthermore, Sue's co-workers told the detectives that when Sue didn't come back to the airport, the thought that something bad had happened to her never struck their minds. And instead of reporting Sue missing, they marked her time card till the day her body was found. According to Sue's attendance log, she had returned from the sandwich run, left for home at the end of her shift, and returned to work the next day. When the police asked the reason behind this, they said that they were covering for her. However, Marlene was very suspicious about this. The very first question she asked Sue's co-workers was if Sue had ever done this before, if Sue ever left work and did not come back. There was a sense of regret on the faces of Sue's co-workers as they replied with a no. Marlene still couldn't understand why no one at work reported Sue missing. Extreme thoughts were taking over her mind as she sensed some sort of foul play from the co-workers. She wondered if there was a cover-up of some sort involved and asked the detectives to look closely into it. On Saturday, September 19, 1992, a funeral service for Sue was held at the Bisbee Purcell Funeral Home, 549 Lincoln Avenue in Saugus. Dozens of her loved ones gathered and mourned the loss as Sue was laid to rest. The investigation surrounding Sue's case took a serious twist when two of her co-workers, Joseph Nuzzo and Robert Bobby Brooks, were identified as potential suspects in Sue's murder. Amidst a complex web of relationships between the three of them, it was revealed that Sue and Brooks briefly shared a romantic relationship that didn't end well. Since then, Sue tried to avoid any contact with Nuzzo and Brooks because she would almost always end up getting in trouble. One time Brooks even broke Sue's radio for no reason at all. When Sue's then boyfriend confronted Brooks about the same, he verbally threatened him and Sue. In another incident which took place sometime in April 1989, Sue attempted to intervene in a physical altercation involving Nuzzo and two other colleagues. Nuzzo's response to this was far from appropriate. He resorted to throwing derogatory slurs aimed at Sue. The severity of his behavior led Northwest Airlines to temporarily terminate his employment, which was a much-needed action. Even during his time off, Nuzzo didn't let go of the strong grudges he held against Sue. In roughly 6 months, Brooks made an unsettling return to Northwest Airlines, gaining his employment back, all while nursing hate towards Sue for his prior dismissal. All the hatred and resentment Nuzzo harbored was unleashed as a wave of harassment directed at Sue. He vandalized her car, punctured her tires, stalked her residence, made anonymous threatening phone calls, and confided in others, including Brooks, about his desire to take revenge on Sue. The brewing tensions and ominous events painted a picture of a sinister and unsettling chapter in Sue's life. Now that the detectives had figured out what went down between Sue, Brooks, and Nuzzo, they were determined to find out more about the two men. And in no time, the detectives made yet another scandalous discovery. In the summer of 1992, Northwest Airlines had been connected to a federal investigation. As a group of cunning baggage handlers ran a stolen credit card ring, an intriguing and illicit operation came to light, which had been going on right under the nose of their unsuspecting employer at Northwest Airlines. Their scheme revolved around intercepting shipments of fresh credit cards being transported on Northwest jets. These employees weren't just handling baggage, they were running a multimillion-dollar scam. Their operation was both bold and effective. They stole the credit cards, utilized them for their own gain, going on shopping sprees, until finally peddling them to eager buyers. The final tally of their gains from this fraud was staggering, reaching a jaw-dropping total of over $7 million, and not so surprisingly, the scandal was led by Joseph Nuzzo himself. As soon as Nuzzo joined the airlines again, he began stealing credit cards from mailbags. He was very careful though, making sure that nobody was watching when he did the awful deed. However, Nuzzo knew he couldn't go on forever without his employees finding out about his secret. And so he started to loop in his other crewmates along with him. Brooks became a part of it as well. By August 1992, credit card companies started asking questions, and Nuzzo and his gang could build a noose of suspicion tightening around their necks. Later that same month, Nuzzo was fired. Along with a few other baggage handlers, Nuzzo was subpoenaed by a grand jury, and the case was still being looked into. Detectives investigating Sue's murder were able to link her case to this scam, led by Nuzzo, because of two major reasons. The first being that Nuzzo believed Sue had ratted him out to the authorities. Nuzzo didn't shy away from expressing his anger towards Sue, even though she claimed that she didn't have a clue about the fraud that had been going on. Nuzzo harassed her and warned her that if she testified against him in court, she would face severe consequences. However, the detectives' suspicions grew stronger when they learned that just 1 week after Nuzzo was fired because of the whole incident, Sue was found murdered. Even though Nuzzo denied having anything to do with Sue's murder, he was now a potential suspect in the case. But the detectives were unable to uncover any evidence that could strongly link Nuzzo to Sue's murder. With no new evidence or any potential leads, the investigation into Sue's homicide lost pace, and the case eventually went cold. A year passed, and there was still no signs of Sue's murderer being found. All her family had was many unanswered questions. There wasn't a day that went by when Marlene didn't think about the question, who could have wanted Sue dead? Marlene left Sue's room untouched just as she had left it. Marlene couldn't gather the strength to walk in as it would bring back a whirlwind of Sue's memories, eventually making her realize that there weren't going to be any more of those. She tried to do so before, but the pain was too much to bear. But later in 1993, when Christmas was just around the corner, Marlene finally walked into Sue's room for the first time since her murder. She wanted to get something that belonged to Sue and reminded everyone of her so she could put it by the Christmas tree for the holidays. Upon entering Sue's closet, Marlene's eyes fell upon her daughter's briefcase lying on the floor. She opened it, and amongst the many other things that were inside, she picked out Sue's diary. Unaware of the pain coming her way, she flipped through the diary. Her heart ached as she read the disturbing revelations Sue had penned across pages. In gut-wrenching detail, Sue had described the torture and harassment she had silently endured during her time at Northwest Airlines. These were painful incidents that Sue had never shared with her family. And as the diary bore witness to Sue's suffering, she continued to speak from beyond the grave. Within those pages, Sue had talked about the disturbing graffiti and quotes that her male coworkers had etched in the airport's men's rooms, and even the cargo holds of jets. All of those were directed at Sue, and were insulting, demeaning, and extremely malicious in nature. The extent of the cruelty and harassment detailed in Sue's diary left Marlene in complete shock. She was aware of Sue's struggles with her male colleagues who were resistant to the idea of having a female boss. But the diary entries revealed a much graver situation than she had ever imagined. The situation grew even more distressing when Sue discovered a disturbing illustration on her own locker. The sketch showed a coffin adorned with Sue's name on it. Sue had finally had enough. She refused to suffer in silence anymore and took a stance by filing numerous formal complaints with both Northwest Airlines management and her union, hoping that there would be a better work environment for herself and the other female employees. However, the response from management proved to be deeply disheartening. Instead of addressing the issue, they offered Sue some cold advice, urging her to let it go. They even recommended her to not show any signs of being bothered by the harassment and instructed her to simply sit back and ignore it. But no good ever came from it. In the end, Sue always found herself alone and helpless, as anyone who would step in to defend her would face threats and abuse at the hands of their dominant co-workers. The harassment didn't end at the workplace. In her diary, Sue documented a series of distressing anonymous phone calls that she received during almost all the nights she had spent at home. She even recorded a couple of those haunting calls. In one particular unnerving instance, the caller taunted Sue with the words, "Get off our backs, Sue T, baby." When she ordered the caller to reveal their identity, the caller remained silent, adding another layer of fear and apprehension to her already troubled existence. Surprisingly, Sue's diary only covered her initial 8.5 months in her new position. However, it appeared that the discrimination against her still went on at Northwest Airlines. Even in the face of such mistreatment, her determination remained steady. She confided in friends and colleagues who stood by her side and gave her the boost to stand up against her tormentors. Sue was aware that if she resigned and walked away, it would only be a win for her male co-workers who had been harassing her. She was not going to let that happen, as it would make it even more difficult for other women to get a job here. Sue's plan was simple. She would continue to show up for work daily and diligently perform her job, making a statement that she wasn't going to give up. Amidst the shocking content, Marlene couldn't help but wonder if this relentless harassment might have played a sinister role in Sue's tragic murder. The diary was a chilling testament to what Sue had endured during her employment at the airport. And since it had shed new light on the possible motives behind the heinous crime, Marlene decided to let authorities in on this newfound information, hoping to bring justice to her daughter. The detectives arrived at Logan Airport and began questioning Northwest Airlines employees, who they suspected had been mentioned in Sue's diary. Deborah Mazikis, one of Sue's co-workers, said that some men in her crew resented women in a position of authority. Some came to terms with it while the others liked it. According to Deborah, Sue was always very conscientious about her job and always tried to make it a better place to work. Sue was certain that she could make a difference for the minorities and the women who worked there. Everything Marlene read in Sue's diary inched her closer towards believing that Sue was set up by her co-workers that night on September 13, 1992. She was sure that Sue had been lured to go to the restaurant by someone she most definitely knew. According to Marlene, Sue's co-workers thought that by harassing her, they could make her quit the job and get rid of her. But when that didn't work, they resorted to doing the most horrible thing. Although the new developments in Sue's case gave detectives a new direction, they eventually led to another dead end. In 1995, Sue's family filed a lawsuit against Northwest Airlines for allegations of harassment Sue had to endure during her tenure at the company. Subsequently, both the parties involved reached a settlement. According to the terms of the agreement of the settlement, Northwest Airlines handed a $75,000 payout to Sue's estate, along with a commitment to offer a $250,000 reward to anyone who would provide any information leading to an arrest and conviction in Sue's case. The settlement became recognized because of being one of the most substantial discrimination settlements ever awarded in the state of Massachusetts. Northwest Airlines denied being a part of any foul play in the matter of Sue's murder. That same year, Nuzzo faced conviction on multiple charges associated with the credit card scheme, and he was handed a 3-year prison sentence. Brooks, on the other hand, opted to cooperate with the police and subsequently pleaded guilty to theft and fraud charges linked to the scheme. He received a 3-year probation sentence. In the course of time, 10 more Northwest employees found themselves indicted and subject to varying sentences in connection with the case. Alongside some of Sue's other co-workers at Northwest, both Nuzzo and Brooks were still considered potential suspects in the homicide. Regrettably, the case went cold, leaving many questions unanswered. Although Sue's father Ron passed away in 2011 and Sue's brother Ronald passed away in 2007, Marlene still stands strong, fighting every day for her daughter. For many long years, Marlene Tereskiewicz remained committed to keeping her daughter in the public eye, persistently seeking answers. The identity of her daughter's caller still eludes her, a question that has ignited a glimmer of hope within her. She is inspired to keep working towards getting justice for her long-gone daughter. It brings closure to the families, she reflected, highlighting that she still doesn't have that much needed closure. With unwavering determination, she conveyed a clear message to the person responsible for her daughter's murder, warning them to remain vigilant at all times. They can't rest easy now since she will never give up, and one day, eventually there will be justice. In her last message, issued on Wednesday, September 13th, 2023, Marlene Teresiewicz extended a heartfelt plea to anyone who had information about Sue's case and asking them to come forward. Her quest for justice and closure for her daughter had endured many difficult years, and now she wouldn't rest until the culprit is behind bars. Marlene is in constant touch with the detectives working on Sue's case, and is hopeful that someday she will be able to look her daughter's killers in the eye in court. Marlene recalled that she had shared precious moments with Sue on her 50th birthday. Marlene laughed as she reminisced about the fun night out with her family. Marlene expressed her deep gratitude for the cherished memory. Despite the underlying sadness of the situation, she found solace in the fact that that memory was linked to such a significant day, making it all the more special. On Wednesday, September 13th, 2023, the state police once again stated, they believe that some people knew about Susan Cheraszkiewicz's murder, but haven't told the police. They already had some information regarding the case, but they needed more details to be sure. They wanted anyone with information to come forward and have asked the public for help in finding the person or people involved in Sue's murder. While they haven't found any new leads in the case, they were happy that Susan's story was talked about on a podcast called The Deck. This would help keep Sue's case in the talks. And if her killer was listening, it would remind them that justice wasn't far away. Thursday, September 14th, 2023, marked 31 years since 27-year-old Susan Cheraszkiewicz's body was found in the trunk of her car. The Massachusetts State Police made it clear they were still very committed to finding the person who hurt her. Even though a long time had passed, they were still determined to catch the person responsible. As Sue's mother awaits justice, the police are actively looking for Sue's killer. They do not want to leave any stones unturned and are pursuing traditional street-level investigative methods, coupled with advanced forensic techniques on the evidence they currently have. Additionally, they are reaching out to the public by creating playing cards that showcase homicide cases and missing persons. These cards are provided to state prison inmates, and the hope is that this might yield more information about the cases featured on the cards. In an old clip, Marlene urged the public to do their bit and help her out even if they had the slightest piece of information. If anyone has information regarding Susan Cheraszkiewicz's murder, they are encouraged to contact the state police. Do you think the person who called Sue just before she left to get sandwiches was the same person who had been making those anonymous threatening calls to Sue for many nights? Did he lure Sue towards him by offering to reveal his identity? Do you think that the guilt would someday get to Sue's killer, and they would eventually come forward? Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 26-year-old Zain Waliani resides in Lilburn, Georgia, but his passion for adventure has led him around the globe. For a long time, one of his dream excursions was to hike the 13,000-foot Aquitanango Mountain, which offers stunning views of the Volcán de Fuego, the volcano of fire located near Antigua, Guatemala. This hike is known for being among the best for seasoned hikers in all of Guatemala, providing breathtaking vistas of the area and the active volcano. Zain finally had the chance to visit Guatemala and realize his dream of hiking the mountain in May 2024. He traveled with his friend Josh, and the duo began their ascent on Tuesday, May 21st, after spending a few days in Guatemala. Zain called his father and left him a message telling him he was about to start the long hike. Zain started having trouble acclimating to the high elevation and began showing signs of altitude sickness, which slowed him down greatly. Josh would periodically have to stop to wait for him. By Zain's own later admission, he became frustrated and his ego got the best of him. He told Josh to go on without him, making a plan to meet up with him at the summit. Zain never arrived at their meeting spot. Josh waited for Zain at the summit but ultimately hiked back down. He waited for Zane for a total of about 9 hours, but Zane never came back down the mountain. Josh then contacted local search and rescue and the local police, as well as Zane's family. His family contacted the U.S. Embassy and began disseminating his picture online in hopes that someone had seen him. Soon, their efforts resulted in local police, numerous charities, local search and rescue groups, and numerous volunteers searching for Zane on the mountain and in the encompassing jungle. Helicopters and drones searched for him from the air. For days after he went missing, Zane found his way to local police on a farming road to ask for help. Because of the massive effort underway to find him, they immediately knew who he was. Zane had badly sprained his ankle as he tried to make his way up the steep, ashy summit, so it took him hours to limp up to the top of the mountain. His cell phone died 20 minutes before he reached it, where he would have had a signal. Finding no one at the summit, he began his way back down the mountain. He fell twice as he did so. One of those falls was 400 feet off of a cliff. Luckily, he went through very dense vegetation as he did so, which broke what otherwise would have most likely been a fatal fall. By Zane's own admission, the survival kits he and Josh brought were woefully inadequate, and they had split their supplies between them. Zane would say in an interview following his ordeal that every person on a hike should have an emergency kit, knife, and lighter with them. While Josh had most of the supplies and extra food, Zane had just a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, wet wipes, and toilet paper. Zane was aware that his survival was unlikely given his circumstances. However, his grandmother had passed away earlier in the year, and he knew his family could not face losing someone else just months later. He decided that instead of focusing on all the reasons why he would die in that jungle, he would think only of the things within his control that he could do to survive. Zane slept in caves and trees and drank rainwater as he made his way through the jungle, unsure if he was headed in the right direction. He left a trail of paper as he went in case someone came looking for him. He then came across a dog he had befriended at base camp before beginning his ill-fated hike. Zane would later describe the dog as an angel in disguise who aided in his survival. The dog accompanied Zane as he walked 14 hours a day, periodically going further ahead, but always coming back to Zane when he fell. Zane took advantage of the dog's superior hearing. Whenever the dog's ears perked up, Zane assumed he heard one of the numerous predators that lived in the jungle and went in the opposite direction. Zane and his canine companion eventually came across what Zane believed to be rainwater runoff, which led him to a farming road and to help. He was transported to receive medical treatment, but most of his injuries were minor cuts. He badly hurt his shoulder and bruised his kidney as a result of his 400-foot fall, but those were his most severe injuries. He was able to speak to his relieved family over the phone before traveling back home to them. In subsequent interviews, Zane has expressed gratitude for his survival, for his family's efforts, and for every person who took part in the search for him. Zane's next planned trip had been to Japan to go snowboarding, but it remains to be seen if he will be able to make that trip as his parents took his passport from him as soon as he arrived home. When he made it back to the United States, he began looking for a foster home for the dog he credits with helping him survive. He is working to bring the dog from Guatemala to the U.S. to live with him. 34-year-old Ian Snyder is a travel blogger and father of 3 from Ferndale, California. He is also an active hiker. At the beginning of December 2023, Ian was in Hawaii, and on December 4th, he set out on a hike. By his own later admission, he made numerous mistakes when it came to this hike. They began when he started planning it. He did not tell anyone where he was going to be hiking. He had mentioned to his father on the phone the day before that he would be taking a hike that day, but his father was not even aware that Ian was in Hawaii because he traveled so frequently. Ian also just used Google Maps to plan out the trails he would be taking. Since he had not used an official state source, he was unaware that he was planning to hike on a closed trail and should not be on it. Furthermore, he went on his hike alone in a challenging and unfamiliar location. That day, Ian would be hiking the Kolau Summit Trail, considered to be one of the most difficult trails on Oahu, if not in all of Hawaii. The trail became more steep and more treacherous as he went along, but Ian was able to use his extensive hiking experience to manage the conditions. Ian then made another error in judgment when he made a split-second decision to deviate from his planned route. At some point, Ian fell more than 1,000 feet off of the mountain. He does not have a clear memory of the actual fall. When he came to, he was not sure of what had happened to him or how long he had been unconscious. He was, of course, lucky to have survived such a long fall at all, but he was also fortunate in that the spot where he landed was near the base of a waterfall. He was able to drag himself over to a small stream that flowed from the waterfall so that he had access to water. He was also able to situate himself between two large rocks by the stream so that he was sheltered from the wind. Ian's family was unaware that anything was wrong until they had not heard from him for a few days. On December 6th, one of Ian's friends told him about a video he had posted on social media showing the area where he was before beginning his hike. This helped them determine that Ian was in Hawaii. They contacted officials there, and the following day, December 7th, the Honolulu Police Department contacted the Honolulu Fire Department requesting assistance in the missing persons case. The video Ian had posted to social media had been shown to members of the local hiking community. They were able to help identify the location shown in the video and began organizing searches for Ian. Honolulu police were able to use the last signal from Ian's cell phone to help narrow their search area. Rescue personnel from the fire department flew over the area and spotted Ian. They had been expecting the worst and were surprised to see Ian awake and aware enough to wave one arm to them as he heard them approach. He was given the nickname of the Miracle Man in the press because he survived such a serious fall as well as days alone in the wilderness. Ian was airlifted out and taken to Queen's Medical Center in Honolulu for medical treatment. He broke bones in his face, arm, and hand and sustained numerous puncture wounds. One of his eyes was damaged and he was left with double vision in it. On December 12th, nearly a week after he was rescued, Ian was able to publicly thank everyone involved with finding him and bringing him to safety. After returning home to California, Ian filmed and recorded public service announcements for radio and television at the request of Hawaii's Department of Land and Natural Resources. In them, he detailed some of his mistakes and provided information about hiking safely. He ended his statement by saying, "Consider the risks first responders take. I'm alive because of them. Don't make the mistakes I did. You may not live to share your lessons." Christy Perry is a graduate of the University of Texas at Austin, and while she is now based out of Houston, Texas, she frequently travels throughout the United States. On November 8, 2023, 25-year-old Christy picked up a rental car in Midland, Texas, and arrived at Big Bend National Park near the Mexican border the following day. She had made a reservation for that night at the Chiso Basin campground. She never arrived for it. Christy's family reported her missing on November 15th after she failed to return home as scheduled. Christy's rental car was then found at the trailhead of the Lost Mine Trail. The trail is just under 5 miles long round trip and climbs through the woodlands of the Chisos Mountains. It is a very popular trail because it provides beautiful views of the surrounding area. The trail was closed to the public so that a massive search for Christy could begin. The park does not have cell service and Christy's phone could not be tracked. Park rangers and U.S. Border Patrol agents searched the Lost Mine Trail on foot, and a park pilot flew over the trail on November 15th, the day Christy was reported missing. The following day, search teams made up of National Park Service employees, U.S. Border Patrol agents, Texas game wardens, and members of the Los Diablos fire crew performed a more extensive search of the trail and the surrounding area. Multiple helicopters and planes searched for Christy from the air. Around 9:30 a.m. on November 17th, more than a week after she went missing, search teams located Christy, who was awake and talking despite being outdoors without food or supplies, often in rainy and foggy conditions, for 8 days. A Texas Department of Public Safety helicopter airlifted Christy to Odessa, Texas, where she received medical treatment. It had been very foggy during Christy's hike on November 9th, and she had inadvertently gone off the trail and gotten lost within the park. Through social media posts, she has expressed her gratitude for the efforts and kindness of all those who searched for her in the park and cared for her in the hospital. Despite this experience, she has since returned to exploring America's national parks. The story begins with Shannon Elizabeth Graves, born on November 4, 1988, as the cherished daughter of Christine Graves and Ronnie DePaul. In her family, she held a unique position as the older sibling, with a deep and unconditional love for her brother, AJ. Their relationship was more than just familial. It was a bond strengthened by affection and shared experiences. Among her friends, Shannon was lovingly referred to as Star, a nickname that reflected her vibrant spirit. She was always ready to go the extra mile to support her friends during difficult times. In addition to her human relationships, Shannon shared a strong connection with her puppy, spending countless hours together, finding joy and comfort in their companionship. From 2014 to 2016, she was in a relationship with John Scarata, with whom she even got engaged. John owned a roofing business but had a troubled past as a drug dealer. Their relationship ended while he was incarcerated, and while the specifics of their breakup remained private, those close to John noted that he still had lingering feelings for her. In 2016, Shannon achieved a significant milestone by obtaining her cosmetology license from Raphael School of Beauty in Boardman. Filled with enthusiasm, she looked forward to embarking on a new career in the beauty industry. During that year, she crossed paths with a man named Arturo Novoa, and their connection quickly evolved into a romantic relationship. They decided to share a home in Mahoning Avenue in Youngstown, Ohio. However, their relationship soon took a dark turn when Novoa became abusive, leading to their breakup in December 2016. Novoa moved out of their shared apartment, but just a week later, they reconciled, and he was back living in Shannon's. Things were starting to look good for Shannon. However, everything was about to change. 6 months later, on June 22, 2017, the Youngstown Police Department received a call from Shannon's half-sister, Debbie DePaul. Debbie reported Shannon missing, expressing her concern. While it was not uncommon for Shannon to go without contacting her family for extended periods, missing significant events like her birthday and Easter raised red flags for Debbie, prompting her to reach out to the authorities. Even when Shannon's father, Ronnie, contacted Novoa, he claimed that she had moved to Cleveland to be with another man. Furthermore, the family repeatedly attempted to contact Shannon on her phone but were unsuccessful. By that time, the police were aware that solving the case would be challenging due to the delayed report. Nevertheless, the investigations into the case began in earnest, with authorities putting their full effort into unraveling the mystery. It didn't take the police much time to do a background check and find out that John and Shannon's breakup occurred while he was in prison, causing him distress as per those acquainted with him and Shannon. Adding to the suspicions, John had been released shortly before Shannon was believed to have disappeared. Detective Mike Lambert from the Youngstown Police Department believed that John had both motive and opportunity to do something to Shannon. However, John informed the police that he hadn't seen Shannon since February 2017. He claimed she told him she was giving her relationship with Novoa another chance, but he also admitted to still having romantic feelings for her during their conversation. Due to this, the police couldn't shake their suspicions about John, a person with a criminal past and potential motives. However, lacking concrete evidence, their hands were tied, leaving them unable to take further action. Despite the suspicions from police, John, along with Debbie, was actively assisting the police in their investigation, and soon law enforcement made an intriguing discovery. This finding led them to identify their second potential suspect in the case. The police conducted a search of the vehicle hoping to find clues about Shannon's disappearance, but what they discovered would completely alter their initial perspective on the case. At this point, Arturo Novoa became the main focus of the investigation. But the question remained, was he really behind the disappearance, or was there more to the story? To find out, the police knew they had to dig deeper into the case, and they knew that the case was about to get much more twisted. The police made numerous attempts to contact Novoa, but he never responded or opened the door to his apartment. Faced with his silence, investigators turned to people who knew Shannon for information. They sought to uncover whether there were any suspicious circumstances surrounding Novoa and if there were issues in his relationship with Shannon, and they did get some responses that would pique their interest. 11 days after Shannon was reported missing on July 3, 2017, the police received a call from the first suspect and Shannon's ex-fiancé, John. However, that wasn't the end of it. He had more to reveal. Now 3 people were in focus: John Scarata, Arturo Novoa, and his girlfriend, Katrina Layton. Now all police needed to do was to find them and ask what was going on. As the search efforts persisted, John had significant new information to disclose to the police, and this time it was a major revelation. Suddenly, the focus shifted from 3 individuals to 4 suspects in the investigation. This time, Andrew Herman also made the list. Information was scattered in all directions, the puzzle pieces lying disjointed. Assembling them was proving to be a complicated challenge, but the investigators needed one crucial piece to unravel the case entirely. However, the case was just about to take the most horrific turn. And this moment came when the police received a chilling 911 call on July 29, 2017 at 5:05 p.m. The scene was horrifying, and Ken and Jill Eskenbaugh, the couple who discovered the remains of an unidentified woman in their freezer, were left in utter shock. When Dan Kuserais, the lead prosecutor with the Ohio Attorney General's office, spoke to the couple, a chilling tale unraveled. Jill told the police that she was planning to retrieve meat for dinner from a freezer belonging to a friend of her husband's. She explained that she was looking for ground beef to make meatballs when she was startled to find a padlock on her husband's friend's freezer. Using a screwdriver, she managed to open the lock, discovering stacks of black bags and a bucket inside emanating a horrible smell. Alarmed, she asked her husband to investigate further. Upon opening one of the bags, he was horrified to find what appeared to be a human foot. When they looked closely inside the bags, they found the dismembered body of a woman wrapped in garbage bags, with the head missing. Now the question arose: who did the freezer belong to and why did they have it? Now the answer to the question of whose freezer it was quite unpredictable. But before revealing the person, was it actually Shannon's remains? Upon examining the body parts, the police made a significant discovery. One of the feet bore a scorpion tattoo, just like Shannon. The evidence was unmistakable. It was indeed Shannon's body in the freezer. Nevertheless, the police required a definitive confirmation. The remains were sent to the coroner's office, but due to the absence of the victim's head, the cause of death could not be determined. Despite this, the authorities were able to confirm Shannon's identity through her fingerprints. However, the police were now faced with the daunting task of unraveling the mystery of how she ended up there and when it happened. During separate interrogations, the Aschenbachs maintained consistent accounts, leading investigators to rule them out as suspects. However, a new individual came into focus, a man named Anthony Gonzalez, reportedly the person responsible for delivering the freezer to the Aschenbachs' residence. Now, once again, another person emerged as a suspect in the unfolding investigation. While some aspects of the case were becoming clearer simultaneously, the emerging details were also making it increasingly complex to pinpoint the killer. Investigators initiated a search for information regarding the new suspect, Anthony Gonzalez. And soon, Anthony was in the interview room with the police. Intriguingly, it didn't take long for the police to discover something that would change the whole course of the case. Additionally, investigators learned that Novoa was now in a relationship with Katrina Layton, with whom he had moved in just 2 weeks after the last confirmed sighting of Shannon. What made the situation even more unsettling was that they had moved into none other than Shannon's own apartment. It was now time to have an extensive conversation with the 2 prime suspects, Arturo Novoa and Katrina Layton. At the same time, the officers had a few questions for another person of interest, Andrew Herman. The police managed to locate Andrew and his girlfriend, Michelle Eilenfeld, conducting an interview with them. However, the specific details of this interview were kept undisclosed for the time being. Rest assured, we will reveal the complete story behind this notorious crime soon enough. Now let's jump straight into the interview with Katrina Layton. At this point, it was becoming clear that the case was centered around a twisted love triangle. Now the police were determined to dig deeper into the relationships, aiming to uncover crucial clues from Katrina's statements that could provide vital insights into the case. Such was Katrina's obsession that made it her involvement in this horrifying act plausible. The police, considering this possibility, now sought to extract a confession from her. They began systematically presenting the evidence they had step by step. Simultaneously, while Katrina was being interviewed, the police had Novoa in another room ready to gather information from him. It was now time to confront him. However, Novoa was not going to give in so easily. In the meantime, the police worked to gather any available information about the two suspects, and they did find some crucial details that shed light on the characters of both Katrina and Novoa. Having learned this about Novoa, they also uncovered further information regarding Katrina. The police were quite sure by then that Katrina hated Shannon and had something to do with the murder too. However, she was yet to break down. But sooner or later, the police believed Katrina's resolve would crumble. Their attention was primarily on her, although they from time to time gave her a break and spoke with Novoa. They understood that extracting a confession was becoming increasingly complex, although Katrina's statements were gradually becoming inconsistent and unreliable. Finally, when she became certain that the police were aware of the freezer being in her apartment, she admitted to buying it. Her frustration was evident, and it wouldn't be long before she began mentioning things she shouldn't. And that's when the interview went upside down for her. Katrina was living in Shannon's house. She was driving Shannon's car, and she was looking after Shannon's dog. Yet she claimed to know nothing about Shannon's whereabouts. Such contradictions would easily raise suspicions for anyone. As the interview reached a temporary halt with no confessions in sight, the police intensified their evidence collection efforts. During this whole case, Shannon's ex-fiancé, John, emerged as a crucial informant. As mentioned earlier in the video, he had informed police about Novoa burning items in a fire pit, and later, a partially burned bracelet engraved with Shannon's name was discovered where the items had been burned. This revelation strongly suggested Novoa's attempt to destroy Shannon's belongings, possibly to eliminate evidence. To validate this claim, the police decided to approach a man named Steve, whose house served as the location for the bonfire. Investigators interviewed Steve, and he recounted that on March 1, 2017, Novoa had requested permission for a bonfire at his house, a request Steve agreed to. Novoa, along with Andrew Herman, brought Shannon's belongings to throw into the fire. Steve revealed that Novoa had told him about Shannon's supposed betrayal, which was the motivation behind burning her belongings. Police intensified their investigation and reached out to Michelle Eilenfeld, who was Herman's girlfriend. She revealed to police that both Novoa and Katrina had killed Shannon, and it was Herman who had dismembered her. According to Michelle, Katrina's jealousy over Shannon's relationship with Novoa had fueled the crime. It became evident that the entire group of friends had collaborated to conceal Shannon's murder. The police didn't waste much time, and with all the evidence in hand, on September 17, 2017, Novoa was arrested and charged with 1 count of aggravated murder, 1 count of murder, 24 counts of tampering with evidence, obstruction of justice, and 6 counts of abuse of a corpse, along with 3 counts of possession of criminal tools, 3 counts of theft of WIC benefits, 1 count of grand theft auto, and 4 counts of marijuana trafficking. However, Novoa pleaded not guilty. However, on August 8, 2018, the police decided to confront Katrina Layton once more. They reached out to her, offering a deal that guaranteed leniency. No jail time and probation if she cooperated. Remarkably, the offer proved effective, prompting Katrina to come forward with information. Following this, on December 18, 2018, the police arrested Andrew Herman for tampering with evidence and abuse of a corpse. However, prosecutor Dan Kizares struck a deal with Herman in exchange for testimony about the murder. He then stated that together, they attempted to dissolve the remains using sulfuric acid. This story was consistent with the packages of sulfuric acid found in the car Novoa was initially driving. However, they lacked enough acid to dissolve more than her head, leading them to purchase a deep freezer to store the remaining remains. This account aligned with the details surrounding the freezer, fitting the pieces of the puzzle together at last. Now all that remained was to confine these monsters behind bars. Following Herman's confession, Novoa agreed to a plea deal. In exchange for the dismissal of the aggravated murder charge, he pleaded guilty to all other charges leveled against him. On June 24, 2019, He was sentenced to a total of 48 years to life in prison at the age of 34. Subsequently, 29-year-old Andrew Herman also pleaded guilty to the charges against him, including treating a corpse with cruelty, engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, and drug trafficking. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison in 2019. On the other hand, despite the initial deal made by Katrina Layton with the prosecution, which promised her no jail time and probation, new prosecutors took over the case and proved that Katrina was still in communication with Novoa while he was in prison. As a result, her original deal was revoked, and she was ultimately sentenced to 18 years in prison starting from June 2020. Michelle Eilenfeld, Herman's girlfriend, was also charged with lying to a grand jury and intimidating a witness. She received a sentence of 2.5 years in prison. Upon release, she would spend 6 months in a halfway house and serve 5 years of probation. On September 30th, 2021, Novoa filed an appeal arguing that his guilty plea should be deemed invalid because he was not informed that a judge could rule for the sentences of each count to be served consecutively. He further contended that the counts were not merged properly, leading to more convictions between them, which was not legally permissible. So on October 1st, 2021, the Supreme Court partially sided with Novoa. They upheld his guilty plea but determined that the trial court had made an error in sentencing, stating that some counts were not merged properly. Consequently, Novoa's sentence was vacated and sent back to the state court for resentencing. In February 2022, Novoa was resentenced to 43 years to life in prison. The case was solved and closed, providing a sense of justice to Shannon's family and friends. Yet nothing could bring back their dear Shannon. All that remained were cherished memories, a bittersweet reminder of the life she once lived. So do you believe Shannon's murder was driven by jealousy? Or do you think there might have been other factors at play? And in your opinion, was the final verdict satisfactory? Mary Jane Croft was born on November 19, 1911, in Montana, West Virginia, as the fourth of her parents' 8 children. At 17, she became Mary Jane Van Gilder upon marrying her husband, James. Over the years, Mary Jane gave birth to 7 children, though only 5 survived infancy. Sadly, twins Alan and Alice were stillborn in 1935. The family resided on a farm along Prickett's Creek, just outside Fairmont, West Virginia. By 1943, the marriage between the Van Gilders seemed to be falling apart. Early that year, Mary Jane left the family home and moved into an apartment above the Fairmont Theater. There have been allegations of abuse from James towards Mary Jane, but verifying these claims is challenging due to the passage of time, making it difficult to ascertain the exact reasons for her departure. Mary Jane worked in Fairmont for about a year before relocating to Ohio, where she lived in both Plymouth and Willard during her time there. In Ohio, Mary Jane was employed at the Wilkins Army Air Force Depot in the town of Shelby, where she worked as a high lift and fork operator. She did not have a car to commute to work, but luckily was able to get rides from co-workers. Mary Jane remained in contact with her children for a time, although that contact was sporadic and gave them little information about why she was living apart from them, or about her life in Ohio. In addition to her letters, she would sometimes send them clothes. On multiple occasions, she also mailed them war bonds she had purchased at branches of the People's Bank around Shelby. These war bonds would be the subject of the last communication she had with her family. In January of 1945, she wrote home to West Virginia asking that all the war bonds be sent back to her. Her family did as she asked. They never heard from her again. Mary Jane filed for divorce from James in February of 1945. Her attorney withdrew this petition in April of 1946 after she failed to appear for court proceedings. James filed divorce papers of his own, and the divorce was granted even without Mary Jane being accounted for. He continued raising his children and later remarried and had additional children with his second wife. He passed away in 1985. Because Mary Jane lived away from her family and wrote to them sporadically, they did not report her missing in 1945. By 1949, however, report her missing in 1945. By 1949, however, it was clear that something was wrong. In addition, 1949 was both the year that Mary Jane's oldest child, her daughter Anna Mae, turned 18 and the year Mary Jane's brother, Lester, returned home after serving in the Navy during World War II. Lester went to the sheriff of Marion County, West Virginia, who then wrote to authorities in Ohio. Anna Mae also tried to get in contact with her mother's employer, but did not hear back from them until May of 1952. They informed her that her mother had left her job at the depot on March 8, 1945, citing added household duties as her reason for leaving her position. Anna Mae began writing to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in hopes of getting them to help with the search for her mother. She exchanged letters with FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover well into the 1960s, despite his insistence that the FBI did not have the authority to investigate Mary Jane's disappearance and that Anna Mae would have to rely on the local authorities. In the following decades, Anna Mae would reach out to the Social Security Administration, the U.S. Treasury Department, and the Ohio State Highway Patrol, trying to find a lead in her mother's case. Decades later, the grandchildren Mary Jane never met would comb through obituaries looking to see if they could find record of her death. In 2004, they were able to get an article about Mary Jane's disappearance published in a newspaper in Plymouth, Ohio. Once DNA came into common use in law enforcement, multiple members of Mary Jane's family submitted samples of their DNA to various organizations in case they could be matched to a set of unidentified remains. Mindy Wilson, one of Mary Jane's granddaughters, reached out to Shelby Police again in October of 2018. The case was then formally reopened and assigned to Detective Adam Turner. Detective Turner grew up living above his family's funeral home, and frequently being around people who were processing grief left him with a strong sense of empathy. He understood that Mary Jane's family was hurting without resolution in her case despite the amount of time that had passed, and dedicated himself to solving it despite the challenges posed by the passage of time. Detective Turner used his own money to pay for trips related to the investigation and appeared on several podcasts on his own time trying to generate leads. A major avenue of investigation for him was researching unidentified sets of remains to see if any of them could belong to Mary Jane. Over the next few years, Jane Does in multiple states were exhumed so that samples could be taken for DNA testing. None of these Jane Does turned out to be Mary Jane. However, the effort did solve an unrelated disappearance. One of the Jane Does Detective Turner researched was known as the Preble County Jane Doe, whose remains were found in Eaton, Ohio near the Indiana state line in May of 1968. The remains were exhumed for testing in late 2019. Initial DNA tests showed that the remains could not belong to Mary Jane, but Detective Turner continued on in hopes of identifying the remains, even though they were not connected to his case. He began working with Moxie Forensic Investigations in order to use genetic genealogy to hopefully identify the remains. This effort took 3 years, in part due to pandemic-related delays, but it ultimately revealed that the remains were not those of a woman after all, but of a man named Albert Frost. His remains had mistakenly been identified as those of a woman because he had been very small and thin, and his remains had been badly decomposed and scattered over a large area when they were found. Albert had served in the military, but then turned to a life of crime, allegedly breaking into as many as 100 cars in the town of Hamilton. He moved around a lot, and his family was not always in contact with him, so his disappearance in the 1960s was not necessarily a cause for immediate alarm. He was identified because his great-niece had her DNA profile uploaded to GEDmatch, but she had never even known that he existed until the identification was made. According to Albert's surviving nieces and nephews, the family had heard a rumor that Albert had been beaten to death outside of a bar in Eaton, but the circumstances surrounding his death are still under investigation, with Detective Turner volunteering his time to help. The big break in the case came not from a Jane Doe, but from Mary Jane's complete military file from when she was a civilian employee at the Army Air Force Depot. Detective Turner was able to obtain the file and uploaded it online. Someone he describes as a civilian sleuth who had been following the case brought to his attention a name in the file, Percy J. Sebrin. During her time at the depot, Mary Jane had been promoted to high lift fork operator. She had taken over this position from Percy, so he most likely trained her for her new responsibilities. Percy died in Kansas City, Missouri in 1969 after being hit by a train. A listing on findagrave.com showed that he was buried at New Forest Cemetery in Forest, Louisiana, and listed a woman named Mary J. Sebring, who had the same date of birth as Mary Jane Van Gilder, as his wife. Mary Sebren died in 1990 and her grave was in the same cemetery. The Sebrens had 2 sons. Both of them had passed away, but Detective Turner was able to get in contact with some of the couple's grandchildren, who provided photographs of and handwriting samples from their grandmother. Forensic analysis showed that the handwriting samples were consistent with known samples from Mary Jane Sebring's grandchildren also provided DNA samples, and when they were compared to samples from Mary Jane Van Gilder's known grandchildren and daughter, it confirmed that Mary Jane Sebring was in fact Mary Jane Van Gilder. While Mary Jane used the name Sebring in her new life and she and Percy lived as a married couple, there is no record of them ever being legally married. Mary Jane was also somehow able to get a new social security number for her life as Mary Jane Sebren. Mary Jane's oldest son with Percy was born in December of 1945, 9 months after she resigned from her job at the depot. It appears that once she realized she could be pregnant, she and Percy opted to start a life together immediately rather than wait for the legal proceedings for her to divorce James to be completed. Mary Jane lived most of her second life in Arkansas. This news was, of course, shocking to both of Mary Jane's families. The Van Gilder family obviously felt complex emotions over finally having answers, but also knowing that Mary Jane had departed from their lives willingly and never contacted them again. The Sebren family was shocked that she had such a big secret and was able to keep it for so long. They loved her dearly, and her grandchildren described her as the perfect grandmother, but she seemed to be a perfectly normal woman. She loved to garden and had a particular love for hydrangeas. She was a great cook and made meals for her family. No one in the Sebren family knew very much about Mary Jane's early life as she did not like to discuss it. When she was dying of colon cancer in 1990, she had told one of her granddaughters that there was something she couldn't tell her and that she could never find out. At the time, her granddaughter had assumed that she was speaking nonsense because she was very ill. In light of this new information about Mary Jane and her 2 lives, however, she now knows how significant this statement was. Mindy Wilson is one of Mary Jane's granddaughters on the Van Gilder side of her family. Mindy was present for the press conference in Ohio announcing the solving of her grandmother's case on February 12, 2024. Prior to coming to Ohio, she traveled from her home in South Carolina to Louisiana to lay flowers on the grave of the grandmother she never got the chance to meet and had spent so much time looking for. Speaking at the press conference, she expressed her gratitude for Detective Turner and his dedication to solving the case. She also tearfully said, "Our family finally has closure. The search started before I was born. My aunt never gave up hope and is so happy to know what happened to her. This gives me some kind of peace and brings me closer to a woman I never met." During the press conference, in addition to providing detailed information about his investigation, Detective Turner also reflected on what can be learned from Mary Jane's case, saying, "What it shows is that our decisions can reverberate through time and distance and affect generations of our immediate family and descendants, and that our choices in life need to be made in consideration of how it will affect those who love us." Mary Jane's absence left a hole in her children's and grandchildren's lives that was a continuous wound. Questions will always remain as to why she voluntarily vanished from their lives. But at last, the investigation into her disappearance can be and is officially closed. In 2001, 50-year-old Leslie Pryor resided in a 2-story brick home on Drummond Avenue in Chevy Chase, Maryland, with her husband, Carl. Their daughter, Lauren, had spent much of her childhood in that house but was now 23 and no longer living at home. Lauren described Leslie as just as beautiful on the inside as on the outside, noting that she was not only a wonderful mother to her but also very maternal toward all of Lauren's friends while they were growing up. On May 2, 2001, Carl left for work around 7:30 in the morning. Leslie was also scheduled to work that day, with a start time of 10 a.m. However, she never arrived. When she didn't show up on time, her boss called both Lauren and Carl to inquire about her whereabouts. Carl met Leslie's boss at their home on Drummond Avenue around 11:35 a.m. As they opened the door, it quickly became evident that something was amiss. There was blood all over the foyer, a table had been knocked over, and a rug was out of place. Carl went inside to begin calling local hospitals, thinking Leslie had been taken to one. Leslie's boss called 911, and the dispatcher advised them to get out of the house. Police arrived on the scene at 11:47. When they searched the house, they discovered Leslie's body halfway inside the shower in the master bathroom. She was face down with her legs sticking out of the stall. Leslie's autopsy and the forensic examination of the house showed that Leslie had been killed in the foyer, not in the master bathroom. Bruising and hemorrhaging around her neck were consistent with manual strangulation, and bruises on her arms and torso indicated that she had been struck in those spots. She had 7 lacerations to her head with corresponding marks on her skull. These injuries appear to have been inflicted as her head was slammed to the sharp baseboard molding in the foyer. Her killer had attempted to clean the crime scene, and it appeared that he had carried her body up to the shower in order to wash away blood evidence. Simply by virtue of the fact that he was married to the victim, Carl Pryor was initially considered a suspect in Leslie's murder, although no evidence was ever found to tie him to the crime. Despite a large volume of evidence being collected at the scene and an extensive investigation, it would be more than 2 decades before an arrest was finally made in Leslie's case. In 2024, Leslie's daughter Lauren was 46 with a strong circle of friends and a good job. She missed her mother greatly and still had hope that the case would be solved and she would find some measure of closure. She finally received the phone call she'd been waiting 23 years for on June 18, 2024, when she was notified that a suspect had been taken into custody that day and was being charged with first-degree murder. However, any relief she felt at the news was quickly tempered by a feeling of betrayal when she was told who had allegedly killed her mother. It was someone she knew, Eugene Gligor, her high school boyfriend. As a teenager, Eugene had lived near the Pryors and attended Bethesda Chevy Chase High School with Lauren. They had many mutual friends and eventually fell in love. Eugene spent a lot of time in the Pryors' home, regularly eating meals with Lauren and her parents. He also went on vacations with them to different beaches up and down the East Coast. Eugene's parents were going through a contentious divorce, which Lauren knew he was having a difficult time coping with. She also knew that some of his relatives had bad tempers, but she never saw any concerning behavior from him despite his family's troubles. Leslie Pryor was fond of Eugene, but Carl Pryor would occasionally tell his daughter that he thought something was off with the young man. Lauren and Eugene dated for 5 years. They broke up after 2 years of their relationship being long distance because Lauren had gone away for college. The breakup was amicable and only occurred because they were both young and wanted some more freedom. Despite the important part Leslie had played during his adolescence, Eugene did not attend her funeral 3 years after his breakup with Lauren. Instead, he drove across the country to visit a friend in Portland, not telling the friend he was coming until he had already started the drive. He ran into Lauren in a bar a few months later. She told him that her mother had died, to which he responded, "I'm so sorry." Lauren and Eugene saw each other a few times over the following years at events with their mutual friends. They last saw each other in 2019 following a memorial service for one of those friends. They had a conversation, but Leslie's murder did not come up. While Lauren was sure Eugene could not have had anything to do with her mother's murder, her father was not as certain. He had mentioned Eugene as a possible suspect a few times over the years, but Lauren had always dismissed the idea. Carl Pryor passed away of septic shock in 2017, never learning that his suspicions about his daughter's ex-boyfriend were correct. The last time Lauren had been contacted about Eugene prior to his arrest had been concerning, but still had not changed her mind about him being a potential suspect in her mother's case. She had received a text message from Eugene's brother in 2021 in which he said that he was afraid Eugene was going to hurt him. She did not know what to do and, therefore, did not get involved. In general, friends and coworkers have shared Lauren Pryor's shock at Gidger being implicated in the murder. A former coworker told the Washington Post that he could not imagine Gidger hurting a fly. Friends have described him as warm, gregarious, and zen. At work, he was known for being introspective and concerned about the culture and community of his workplace. However, at least one person, a former coworker, noted that Gligor's kind and calm exterior masked a bad temper and a superiority complex that would be revealed if Gligor was ever challenged or questioned. The coworker told the Washington Post, "Some people are receptive and warm. He does that at first when he meets everybody, but then as a giant, condescending prick." Still, this coworker had not believed Gidger to be a physically violent person. While in recent years, Gidger has at least presented a more calm demeanor overall, he does have concerning behavior in his past. According to the Montgomery County Police Department, he had previously been arrested for weapons possession, driving under the influence, and theft. He is also listed as a suspect in thefts from residences and burglary in police incident reports. The dates of these offenses have not been released. None of these charges resulted in Glegor being required to submit a sample of his DNA. Glegor's first marriage ended in divorce in 2015. He was known to have struggled with alcohol abuse during this time. He appears to have gotten sober by 2018, by which time he was regularly talking about attending Alcoholics Anonymous meetings and recommending self-help books to coworkers. Glegor remarried, and in 2021, around the time Lauren Pryor received the concerning text message from his brother, his second wife filed for an order of protection against him. She alleged that he was displaying erratic and frightening behavior, punching walls and throwing objects. A Montgomery County District Court commissioner denied her petition, stating in a court document that there was no reasonable grounds to believe that abuse, as defined in the statute, occurred. The couple later divorced. By 2024, Glegor had begun dating someone new and was living a comfortable life in Washington, D.C., full of social and cultural events. On June 9th, he was in Dulles Airport to catch a flight to Europe. He opened a bottle of water, drank it, and threw it in the trash before getting on his flight. Unbeknownst to him, the bottle was collected by an investigator and tested for DNA. 9 days later, on June 18th, after he arrived home from his trip, Glegor was arrested by the U.S. Marshals Task Force in Washington, D.C. because the DNA from his water bottle was a match to DNA from the crime scene. DNA evidence was available in the case because of how hard Leslie Pryor had fought for her life. Unknown male DNA was found underneath her fingernails, which presumably was deposited there as she tried to fight off her killer. That DNA was a match to DNA extracted from blood found in 3 other locations throughout the crime scene: under a baseboard beneath a window in the dining room, on the kitchen doorway connected to the dining room, and on the interior side of the kitchen door. In 2022, investigators began using genetic genealogy to attempt to identify the contributor of the unknown DNA. The DNA profile matches to numerous individuals, and Glegor was one of matches to numerous individuals, and Glegor was one of the surnames that appeared in these results. When police searched the records in Leslie's case for this surname, they found a reference to Eugene Glegor. He was in the file because one of his previous neighbors had called in a tip, stating that they suspected he was involved in Leslie Pryor's murder 9 months after the crime was committed. This was a neighbor who had lived near the Glegors at the time of the murder, not far from the Pryor home. The neighbor had contacted the police when they had learned that Eugene was connected to Leslie's daughter, Lauren. Eugene and his mother had moved out of the neighborhood approximately 6 months after Leslie was killed, but prior to that, the home had regularly been visited by police due to noise complaints and underage drinking. At the time the tip was made, Glegor was not interviewed, nor was a DNA sample collected from him. This overlap between the genealogical search and the case file made investigators confident that Eugene Glegor could be a potential suspect, which is what led them to surreptitiously collecting his water bottle and getting a sample of his DNA, which did prove to be a match and led to his arrest. Lauren Pryor was present for Glegor's first court appearance, supported by 2 longtime friends she and Glegor shared. Prior to the court appearance, she told journalist Emily Davies that she wanted to be there because she wanted to see Glegor finally be in court and wished she could give him a piece of her mind. Glegor has waived his right to a bond hearing. He remains in custody without bond because prosecutors consider him to be a flight risk due to his frequent international travel. On December 3, 1998, a woman named Julie Jensen was found dead in her bed by her husband. Initially, the police deemed it a suicide, but subsequent events uncovered a different narrative. Julie was 40 years old at the time of her passing and had been married to her husband, Mark Jensen, since April 14, 1984. Together, they had 2 sons, David, who was 8, and Douglas, who was 3 in 1998. Julie was a stay-at-home mother who had previously studied nursing before starting a family. Originally from Kenosha, Wisconsin, She had 5 brothers, one of whom had died prior to her death. The family resided in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. On the surface, Julie appeared to lead a happy and fulfilling life. She was married to a successful stockbroker, had recently received a promotion, and was the mother of 2 beautiful children. However, in the years leading up to her death, the relationship between Julie and Mark had begun to deteriorate. Very few people knew the true nature of Julie's marriage, and even fewer understood what kind of person Mark was behind closed doors. On the day Julie's body was discovered, a neighbor with whom she was close approached law enforcement with a letter. This letter had been handwritten by Julie and given to the neighbor 2 weeks before her death. The letter stated, quote, "I took this picture and I am writing this on Saturday, November 21st, 98 at 7 a.m. This list was in my husband's business daily planner, not meant for me to see. I don't know what it means, but if anything happens to me, he would be my first suspect. Our relationship has deteriorated to the polite superficial. I know he's never forgiven me for the brief affair I had with that creep 7 years ago. Mark lives for work and the kids. He's an avid surfer of the internet. Anyways, I do not smoke or drink. My mother was an alcoholic, so I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Mark wants me to drink more with him on the evenings. I don't. I would never take my life because of my kids. They are everything to me. I regularly take Tylenol and multivitamins, occasionally OTC stuff for colds, Stantac, or Imodium. I have 1 prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark uses more than I. I pray I'm wrong and nothing happens, but I am suspicious of Mark's behaviors and fear for my early demise. However, I will not leave David and Douglas. For number 14-1380, my life's greatest love, accomplishments, and wish. My 3 Ds, Daddy David Douglas." Experts later compared the letter from past samples of Julie's writing, and they can confirm that she did, in fact, write the letter. This letter was not the only time she had hinted at her husband being the cause if she was ever to be found dead. She had left 2 separate voicemails for Officer Ron Kosman. In the second of the voicemails, she said that she thought her husband was trying to kill her. At the time of the second voicemail, Kosman was away, but he did get back to her as soon as he returned. Julie later told him over the phone that she had given a letter to her neighbor and a roll of film of pictures of her husband's work planner. She ended up retrieving the film and giving it to the officer on this visit. She also said that if she was found dead, she did not commit suicide and that her husband, Mark, should be the first suspect. Later detectives would not find the evidence in the planner that connected to the photos. She also made similar statements to her neighbors and her son's teacher about fearing for her life and that her husband might try and kill her. The neighbor also said that she talked to Julie on December 2nd, that Julia talked about not feeling well. An autopsy was done, but it initially did not have a confirmed cause of death. Law enforcement ordered a second autopsy, and this one put the cause of death as ethylene glycol poisoning, the primary ingredient in antifreeze. The expert also noted that her body showed evidence that she might have been suffocated. The first toxicology report said that she had excessive amounts of ethylene glycol in her stomach, and the second one said it was less than a teaspoon. Despite the inconsistencies, a lethal dose of antifreeze would be about 2 ounces of liquid. 5 months after Julie's death in April 1999, Mark was questioned by detectives. Given the allegations made by Julie, it is unclear why questioning took this long. He was asked by detectives to walk through the last couple days before he found his wife. He said that he had regrets about not calling an ambulance for Julie when she had complained of having difficulties breathing. He said on December 3rd, he discovered Julie unable to get out of bed and having difficulty walking. He told law enforcement that Julie had talked to him about her desires to end her life. Law enforcement pressed him on why he didn't do anything to help his wife. He told them, quote, "I just watched her die." Detectives showed him photos of Julie's nose at the crime scene and noticed that it appeared to be bent, and they told Mark their theory that someone had used a pillow to suffocate Julie to death. Mark claimed that it wasn't what had happened and continued to say he didn't do anything to his wife. Detectives also discovered at the time of Julie's death, Mark was having an affair with a coworker. Immediately after Julie's funeral, Mark sold their house and moved. By November 1999, it was discovered that Mark and his mistress were living together. They later got engaged in February 2002, and they would go on to get married and have a child together. On March 19, 2002, Mark Jensen was arrested and charged with intentional homicide of the first degree. At this time, he did not make bail and remained in jail while he awaited further court proceedings. This would be the start of a lengthy legal battle. Between April-May of 2002, witnesses would testify at pretrial about the letter and conversations that they had with Julie about her fears of being killed by her husband. In June 2002, Mark pleaded not guilty. In September 2002, the bond would eventually be reduced for Mark, and he would make bail requiring him to make regular check-ins with authorities. Next, the prosecution and defense would fight about whether the letter and witness statements could be entered in as evidence. This started in June 2003 when George Schroeder, the judge assigned to the case, said the letter and statements could be entered into evidence. In May 2004, the defense asked the judge to reconsider his ruling, and in June, he would remove the letter from evidence but keep the witness statements. In September, the prosecution would appeal to allow the letter. The issue would be moved to the state Supreme Court in 2005. In January 2006, lawyers for both sides were allowed to give oral arguments to the court. By February 2007, the state Supreme Court ruled that the letter and statements were admissible if the judge believed that Mark was the reason Julie could not be there to be cross-examined under the forfeiture for wrongdoing, which is the exception to a defendant's Sixth Amendment right to confront the witness against him. There was a preliminary hearing, and in April 2007, the trial judge made the decision that the letter and statements were admissible for trial. On January 7, 2008, almost 10 years after the death of Julie Jensen, Mark Jensen's trial would start. The big question, was it murder or was it suicide? The prosecution would argue that Mark Jensen killed his wife so that he could be with his mistress, that he slowly poisoned her, and when that was not working fast enough, he suffocated her on December 3rd. The defense would argue that Julie had been depressed, and when she found out about the affair, she got so upset and angry she set up Mark and committed suicide, that Julie had used the letter and all of the conversations she had before her death to frame Mark for her murder. The neighbors and the son's teacher took the stand. They talked about how fearful Julie had been, and the letter was also introduced into evidence. And the man that Julie had mentioned in her letter that she'd had a brief affair with was also brought in to testify. He talked about the brief relationship that happened in 1991, and it had permanently affected Mark and Julie's marriage, and that Mark put illicit pictures from the affair around the Jensen home for years afterward. The prosecution suggested Mark may have done it as a way of torturing his wife. Evidence was also brought forward from the family computer showing internet searches for ethylene glycol poisoning as well as other ways to kill his wife. The defense argued that it was Julie who did this research so that she could frame her husband. Two sets of medical professionals were brought in, one for the defense saying that it could be suicide, and the other for the prosecution saying that she was asphyxiated and poisoned. Julie's doctor also testified that she had been frantic before her death, and the defense brought in a psychiatrist who would later testify that she was likely depressed and committed suicide. A witness who was incarcerated with Mark while he was being held in custody also came forward and said that Mark had talked about how he had suffocated his wife. A co-worker of Mark would also testify that Mark was talking about killing his wife. The co-worker had not previously come forward as Mark had been his boss at the time. Mark's new wife was also called to testify. She was called to talk about conversations she had with Mark via email during the months leading up to Julie's death and about their relationship that followed, about Mark's obsession with knowing about past partners and how he could research them online. The prosecution would argue that Mark was quite good with computers. February 19, 2008, the jury started deliberating, and on the 21st, the jury convicted Mark Jensen for the murder of Julie Jensen. A week later, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In 2009, Mark and his second wife got a divorce. Mark's defense attorneys started working on appeals almost immediately after the trial. They would eventually get some success in 2013 when a judge overturned the conviction and said that Mark must be released within 90 days or a new trial set. The appeal highlighted that Mark's Sixth Amendment right had been violated during his trial, and how the letter should never have been allowed to be brought into evidence, and that Mark did not get a fair trial under the law. By 2015, the Seventh Court of Appeal would uphold the judge's reversal of the conviction saying that Mark's rights had been violated. The law previously used to allow the letter in as evidence was for if the express intent was to keep a witness from testifying, not if they were the cause of them not being able to testify. At this point, the state made an announcement of its intent to retry Mark Jensen, but in 2017, the judge taking the state's arguments would reinstate his conviction. In 2021, Mark's conviction would be overturned for a second time for the same reasons as in 2015. A second trial would be ordered, and the courts were in agreement that Mark Jensen's rights had been violated over the admission of Julie's letter as evidence. At this time, he was unable to be released as he could not make the hefty bail. This trial started in January 2023, but the letter would not be allowed into evidence this time. Mark Jensen, now 63, could be seen using a hearing device during the trial. Some of the witnesses previously called had passed away since the last trial 15 years earlier. Their statements would be brought in through past trial videos if they did not involve the letter or the statements. So many years had gone by since Julie's death, and the evidence in the case could only get worse with time. The prosecutors and the defense argued similarly to the first trial. His son, David, testified, now 33 years old, and was asked to remember what happened the day of and the days before his mother had died. His now ex-wife also testified at the second trial. Friends and family of Julie also testified to her character and how much she was loved. One of her brothers, Paul Griffin, testified that he suspected Mark from the beginning. The trial concluded and the jury deliberations started on January 31st. By February 1st, 2023, the jury convicted Mark Jensen for the second time for his wife's murder in 1998. Mark listened to the verdict with little emotion and was immediately remanded into custody and escorted from the courtroom. A sentencing hearing has been set for mid-April of this year. Mark Jensen always maintained his innocence. His sons also believe in their father's innocence. Julie's brothers are glad for the outcome, and after all this time, she has justice. After 25 years, multiple appeals, reversals, 2 trials, and a fair trial, Mark Jensen got the same resulted conviction of first-degree murder. Jeanette Beaver was born in October 1919, along with her twin sister, Grace. Tragically, Grace passed away from diphtheria at a young age, which led Jeanette's parents to become even more protective of their surviving daughter. Due to her father's army career, Jeanette moved frequently during her childhood. After he retired from the military, the family established a permanent home outside Portsmouth, Rhode Island. Jeanette was known for her independence and adventurous spirit. She had a passion for the outdoors and excelled in both artistic and athletic pursuits. By 1961, she had become Jeanette Sullivan. After a brief marriage during World War II, she married her first husband's close friend, Dennis Sullivan, in 1945. However, she divorced Dennis shortly after the birth of their second child due to years of abuse. By 1961, Jeanette was a single mother supporting her 2 daughters, 15-year-old Denise and 4-year-old Jean, on her own in Connecticut. Though the family faced financial challenges, Jeanette was incredibly resourceful. She was a talented seamstress, which allowed her to earn an income while providing her daughters with most of their clothing. In the summer of 1961, Jeanette took Denise on a road trip out west, leaving Jean behind in Connecticut with her grandparents due to her tendency to get car sick. Denise was thrilled at the prospect of the trip when it was first mentioned and was eager to join, having finished the school year with good grades. Along with Jeanette and Denise on this trip was a man named Charles Boothroyd. Charles was a widower who had faced many tragedies in his life even before he lost his wife, Dorothy, in 1959. Dorothy and Charles were the parents of 5 children. In 1934, Dorothy had given birth to a set of twins, the couple's 3rd and 4th sons. The 2 boys, August and Axel, were both born with serious medical problems. August died just 2 days after his birth, and Axel only lived for a week. The couple's 5th child and only daughter Lillian was born 2 years later. Their oldest son, Charles, had served in the Navy in post-World War II Europe. Their second-born son, Albert, tried to follow in his older brother's footsteps, but was rejected from the Navy because of his terrible eyesight. He then tried to join the Army instead. Despite finding that he had 2,400 eyesight and was colorblind, the Army accepted him. Within a year of his enlistment, the Korean War began, and Albert was sent to Korea. He was one of 2,000 American soldiers captured by North Korean and Chinese forces on November 30th, 1950. Albert was declared missing in action, and propaganda reports coming out of China would later list him as a prisoner of war. The Boothroyd family spent years waiting for news of Albert while hearing reports of the terrible conditions in North Korean POW camps. In August of 1953, the army notified them that Albert was dead. They would not learn the details of his death until February of 1954. Captain William Shadish was the camp physician at Hufong Camp, where he had been a POW along with Albert Boothroyd. He reported that he had witnessed Albert die of starvation, exposure, and dysentery on January 31st, 1951. Albert's remains were never recovered. Albert's death was devastating to his family and most likely contributed to his mother's declining health throughout the rest of the 1950s. Dorothy died in 1959, 3 days shy of her 50th birthday. Out of her 5 children, only her son, Charlie, and her daughter, Lillian, were alive to mourn her. Despite the fact that Charles Boothroyd was more than 10 years older than Jeanette Sullivan, they had begun seeing each other after meeting at church. Charles soon became a positive figure in Jeanette's daughters' lives, and his family accepted romance despite the age gap because they felt that he deserved something that made him happy. Charles would later tell Jeanette's daughter, Jean, that he and her mother had planned to get married once they arrived out west at the end of their road trip. They never got the chance to, though, because that trip was tragically cut short. Jeanette, Denise, and Charles left Connecticut in a Volkswagen Beetle on June 30th, 1961. They made stops in Iowa, Nebraska, and Colorado as they made their way across the country. On July 4th, the trio was in Dead Horse Point State Park in Moab, Utah, where they were able to enjoy the sunset. While they were there, they met a man who was friendly towards them and told them facts about local history. After 2 hours, the man left. When Jeanette, Denise, and Charles were later driving away from the park, they saw the man again, now on the side of the road with the hood of his car up. They pulled over to see if they could help him. Charles got out of the car and walked up to the man, who said he thought he was having generator trouble. Charles went back to his car to get a flashlight, and when he returned, the man pulled a rifle out of his car and pointed it at Charles. When Charles asked him if this was a robbery, the man replied that he guessed it was and asked for their money. Jeanette Sullivan was furious that the man who they had been so friendly with and they had stopped to help had pulled a gun. She got out of the car as Charles was about to hand over the wallet, which contained all of the money they had left for the remainder of the trip, approximately $250. She took the wallet, threw a few bills at the man, and began walking back to the car. The man screamed at her to stop, to which she coldly replied, "You've got your money now. What else do you want?" The man then shot Jeanette in the back of the head. He then turned the rifle on Charles and shot him in the face, just below his right eye. Charles fell to the ground and instinctively used his arms to cover his head. The man shot him a second time at very close range in almost the exact same spot. The man dragged Jeanette's body to the side of the road and began walking back to Charles. If he had tried to move him, he most likely would have realized that Charles was miraculously still alive and shot him again. Luckily, he was distracted by the Volkswagen as it began to move. Denise had jumped from the back of the car into the driver's seat. She was only 15, but Charles had given her some instruction on how cars worked, and he had left the motor running. So Denise did her best to use the car to escape. Charles regained consciousness just in time to see the man get back in his car and drive after the Volkswagen. He tried to stand, but his injuries were too severe and he fell back to the ground. Just a few minutes later, an oil rig foreman named Leonard Brown was driving down the road when another car raced past him, traveling in the opposite direction. A few 100 yards down the road, he passed a Volkswagen on the side of the road, but assumed that the other car he had just seen would have stopped to help if someone needed assistance. Then, less than a mile after that, he discovered Charles Boothroyd in the road, covered in blood. Leonard luckily had a radio telephone in his car for work, and he was able to radio his company's office to ask them to call for help. Leonard then got Jeanette, who was alive but unconscious, and Charles into his car in hopes of getting the medical help more quickly. On the way, he flagged down a police car on its way to the scene and the officer gave him an escort as he drove more than 80 miles per hour to the Dr. I.W. Allen Hospital in Moab. Despite his speed, Jeanette was pronounced dead at the hospital. Charles survived despite his extensive injuries. Denise was nowhere to be found. Charles was able to tell police what had happened leading up to Denise's disappearance. He also gave them a description of the man and said that his name sounded like Oregon. Charles was also able to give them a partial plate number for his vehicle, which helped identify which county the car was registered in. The description of the man and the car were quickly spread amongst members of law enforcement, and roadblocks were soon in place in hopes of finding Jeanette's killer and hopefully rescuing Denise. It appeared she had not made it very far trying to drive the Volkswagen before her mother's killer forced it off the road. Police presumed that he had forced Denise into his car, potentially into the trunk. Despite a massive manhunt, aerial searches performed by both the Utah Highway Patrol and local volunteer private pilots, and bulletins being sent out to all law enforcement agencies within 500 miles of the crime scene, the killer, the car, and Denise Sullivan were not seen for days. By noon on July 5th, both Charles and Jeanette's families had been notified about what had happened. Charles's son, Charlie, contacted Jeanette's parents and assured them he would do everything he could to help find Denise. He and his uncle, Charles's brother, Ernest, drove them more than 20,300 miles from Connecticut to Utah, barely stopping on the long journey, unsure if Charles would still be alive when they got to him. Miraculously, he would survive his serious injuries. The first break in the case came in the form of a phone call that had been made 3 days before the crime. The state employment office contacted the sheriff's office about the call, which it had received on July 1st. It was from a woman asking if they had any record of her husband, who had traveled to Moab the previous week in hopes of finding work and had not contacted her since his departure. She had hoped he had been in contact with them, but he had not. The woman had provided her name, but the person who took the call had not written it down. So when they relayed this conversation to the sheriff's office, all they could remember was that the man's first name was Benny and the surname sounded like Oregon. This immediately connected the call to the manhunt, as Charles Boothroyd had described his assailant's surname in the same way. However, it was recognized for different reasons by a sheriff's deputy who overheard this report being made. One of his best friends was named Abel Aragon, who sometimes went by Benny. The deputy did not believe that Aragon was the killer they were looking for. He was one of the best people he knew. However, this meant that he was always willing to help people. The deputy feared that his friend was missing because he had stopped to help someone, as Charles, Jeanette, and Denise had done and had been killed. His car matching the description of the car law enforcement was searching for could have been the result of the killer stealing it from him and using it during his next crime. This theory would be proved incorrect on July 7th. Around 10:30 that evening, 2 FBI agents sent from Salt Lake City to help with the investigation were on their way to follow up on a tip. When they came across the car, half the state was looking for a 1955 Ford sedan with license plate number CJ6626. They pulled it over at an intersection in Crescent Junction. The driver stopped but rolled up his window and locked his door. After a brief exchange with one of the agents, in which the agent asked the driver if he were Abel Aragon and the driver questioned if the agent was really with the FBI, the driver reached for something to his right. The agent could not stop him from picking up a .22 caliber pistol and shooting himself in the head. This all occurred near a gas station in the Crescent Junction town store. One FBI agent called out to 2 young men who were working at the time and had come out when they had seen the flashing red lights, telling them to call an ambulance. The other agent called in what had happened on the 2-way radio in their car. The owner of the store, who had been deputized by the sheriff, ran out with a tire iron to break open the passenger side window of the Ford. He had to reach past the unconscious body of the driver to grab the keys in the ignition. He tossed the keys to one of the FBI agents, who used them to open the trunk of the car as quickly as he could, hoping to find Denise Sullivan confined there but alive. There was nothing in the trunk except for Winchester ammunition boxes storing mining and camping gear. There was no sign of Denise. The agents tried to revive the driver so that they could ask him about Denise, but with no luck. He was taken to the hospital but declared dead shortly after midnight, never regaining consciousness. The man was Abel Aragon. 2 major mysteries remained. Where was Denise Sullivan? And what had driven Aragon to become a criminal? Aragon was a married father of 5 who lived in Price, Utah, where he was respected by his neighbors. He was very conscientious, and all of his children were very well behaved. He had no criminal history and, according to both his co-workers and the United States Navy, was a hero. Aragon had started working in Utah's coal mines as a teenager. In 1942, at the age of 16, he wanted to join the Marines to serve his country during World War II. He was too young to enlist, so he lied about his date of birth. He was actually born on July 6, 1926, but he listed his birthday as July 29, 1924 on his enlistment paperwork so that he appeared old enough to serve and was accepted. Aragon received the Navy Cross for his heroic behavior in Guam on July 22, 1944. He repeatedly exposed himself to enemy fire over several hours during a mission, completing it despite being injured and losing 6 of the 8 other men who had been fighting with him. He was briefly hospitalized before returning to combat and went on to fight in the Battle of Iwo Jima. After the war ended, Aragon went back to the coal mines. He was working on July 19, 1957 when an accident took the lives of 3 miners. A 4th miner, Mike Milovich, was rescued by a group of miners. One of the rescuers, Harold Wilstead, later died as a result of being exposed to leaking gases and was the only rescuer named in published reports about the incident. However, according to Mike Milovich, Abel Aragon had been one of the men who brought him to safety. Aragon committing robbery, murder, attempted murder, and kidnapping all at once when he had no history of violence or criminal activity was completely shocking to his family and friends. While his crimes were out of character for him, Aragon was under serious stresses at the time, and there were indications that he may have been experiencing mental health struggles leading up to July 4, 1961. In the early 1960s, the coal industry in Utah was on the decline. Aragon was laid off briefly in 1960 but later brought back to work. When he was laid off again in early 1961, however, it appeared his coal mining career was really over. Aragon found some odd jobs and received some unemployment compensation from the state, but was not bringing home enough money to support his family. He began traveling to Moab in hopes of finding work in the uranium mines there. It was around this time that some people began questioning the state of Aragon's mental health. In June of 1961, he met a couple, Genevieve and Lauren Johnson, who owned a peach orchard next to their modest home in Moab. They allowed Aragon to camp out in the orchard while he was in the area looking for work. Genevieve would later say that he expressed frustration with the fact that he had made so many sacrifices to serve his country, but was now unable to find work to support his family. She believed that he had developed some kind of mental problems as the result of his military service. However, neither she nor her husband viewed him as dangerous. We will never know why July 4, 1961 was the day Abel Aragon went from being an upstanding citizen to a violent criminal. While he had been unemployed and in financial trouble for months, several stressors were more immediate to the day of the attack on Jeanette, Charles, and Denise. His 15th wedding anniversary had been on June 15th, and he was unable to afford to celebrate it. He believed he had finally secured a job in a uranium mine on July 1st, but the offer fell through. His birthday was coming up on July 6th, and he had to face turning 35 and being unable to provide for his family. Instead of celebrating the July 4th with his family, he was 100 miles away in one of the most remote sections of Utah, desperately searching for work to support them. Furthermore, the patriotic holiday may have exacerbated the frustration he felt with the country for allowing a decorated veteran to be without a job. Pondering Aragon's seemingly abrupt decision to turn to crime when all of his legitimate efforts to make money failed is an interesting exercise, but his suicide left investigators with no means of determining his thought process. The more pressing issue they were left with in the wake of his death was, of course, what happened to Denise Sullivan. Authorities treated Denise's case as a kidnapping and operated under the assumption that she was alive and needed to be rescued. This was, of course, the correct view to take because if Denise were alive, she would be counting on their quick action in order to remain so. However, Charles Boothroyd, who had witnessed Abel Aragon's abrupt embrace of violence, was not as optimistic about the young woman's chances of survival. When asked about Denise by a reporter, He said that she couldn't possibly be alive. As devastating as the idea of Denise being dead was, so were many of the possible alternatives. Immediately after she went missing, investigators feared Denise may be injured but not receiving medical care, psychologically tormented by the man who killed her mother, or abandoned alone in the desert without food or water. Later, when he believed any hope of Denise being alive was truly gone, Charles would say that he hoped Denise at least met her death quickly and that she had not suffered. The search for Denise involved multiple law enforcement agencies and dozens of volunteers. Pilots searched from the air and members of the search team on boats dragged the nearby Colorado River. Despite their best efforts, they did not find Denise or her body. A few potential clues were uncovered, but whether or not any of them provide information about Denise's fate remains uncertain. On July 7th, a pair of women's sneakers was found neatly placed along the Colorado River because it appeared they had been placed there deliberately. Police thought perhaps Aragon had put them there to show that he had placed Denise's body in the river. Some reports state that these were, in fact, Denise's shoes. However, this appears to not be the case. The shoes were taken to the hospital where Charles was being treated, and he could not identify them as belonging to Denise. Later examination of the 8mm film Charles had shot throughout the trip confirmed that the shoes Denise had been wearing were red, not black, like the shoes found by the river. Witnesses would later report that they had seen Aragon in the area of Polar Mesa in the 2 days after the murders. A search of the area located the weapon Aragon had used to shoot Jeanette and Charles, the clothes he had been wearing, and a shovel. In 1976, Cliff Anderson, one of the volunteers who had searched for Denise, said in a documentary produced by a local high school that the discovery of the shovel led them to believe that Aragon had killed Denise and buried her body since he had disposed of the shovel with the incriminating evidence. It presumably was evidence of part of his crime. 2 sets of footprints were seen on Polar Mesa near an old airstrip. It appeared that one person was forcing another person, who had small feet, to follow them. However, photographs were not taken and plaster casts were not made of these prints before the high winds in the area blew them away, so it could not be determined whether or not they were connected to Denise and her disappearance. A vast area was searched for Denise or any proof of what became of her. However, she, in fact, may not have made it very far from the initial crime scene. In a 2022 article, journalist Jim Stiles detailed a scenario in which Aragon did not abduct Denise, and she instead remained close to where her mother had been killed. Markings on Aragon's vehicle, as well as the Volkswagen, indicate that when Denise tried to flee Aragon and the Volkswagen, he came up behind it and rammed it from behind with his car. When this did not get Denise to stop, he pulled up and slammed the passenger side of his car into the driver's side of the Volkswagen. Even this did not get Denise to stop initially. Culvert up ahead, and Denise had to stop, or else she would have driven into it. As she could not get out through the driver's side door, she would have had to climb over the gearshift and the passenger seat to exit from the passenger side door. It is important to note that whatever happened to Denise after she exited the car had to have happened very quickly. We know that Leonard Brown arrived at the scene just a few minutes later. We know Aragon would have realized someone was coming because he would have been able to hear the loud car at that distance and potentially see its headlights. Aragon would have realized that he needed to leave quickly. However, we also know that Aragon was not moving very quickly at the time. A witness who saw him just an hour before Jeanette, Charles, and Denise came upon him on the road reported that he had been limping and seemed to be in pain. He may have been unable to chase Denise, who was young, healthy, and full of adrenaline through the desert, given the limits of time and Aragon's mobility. If Aragon did kidnap Denise, it is most likely that he was only able to because she gave up her efforts to escape as soon as she was run off the road and got into Aragon's vehicle without trying to run away. If Denise had still been trying to run away, she would not have been able to run very far. She would have had to make her way down a sandstone incline, which ended in a cliff, which is difficult to perceive even in the light of day. She may not have noticed it at all in the darkness. If she fell off the edge of the canyon here, she would have fallen approximately 100 feet, which could have been fatal. If she had seen it and stopped, Aragon may have caught up with her. Rather than try to drag her back up to his car and force her into it, he may have shot her where she stood because he knew he did not have a lot of time. Her body could have gone over the edge as she fell. The location where the FBI later located Aragon potentially supports this theory. When they began following his car, he was coming from the area of the crime scene. He may not have known for sure if Denise had been dead or alive when he initially fled the scene and had gone back to it to look for her. While the initial crime scene was searched thoroughly, search efforts had mainly been focused on areas outside of it, operating under the assumption that Denise had been abducted and taken away from the scene. However, reports note that the area around the Volkswagen had been trampled soon after Denise was last seen, possibly due to the number of people who had come to help. However, this may have destroyed evidence indicating if Denise ran from the car and in which direction she had fled. The area where Denise or her body could have fallen was largely inaccessible and covered in juniper bushes and boulders that could have easily concealed Denise's body from view from a distance. Even if law enforcement had been able to search at the bottom of the ravine, the landscape could have very easily kept her body hidden from them. The possibility exists that Denise met her tragic end very quickly, which is perhaps more merciful than the possibility that she was abducted and terrified for potentially up to 2 days before she was killed. 1961 soon saw the death of another family member. William Beaver, Jeanette's father and Denise's grandfather, passed away just 3 months after Jeanette was killed and Denise went missing. His death occurred while the legal proceedings concerning custody of his other granddaughter, 4-year-old Jean, were still underway. William and his wife, Grace, had filed for custody of her, but so had her absent father as well as her aunt and uncle. Even after William's death, a judge ruled that being adopted by Grace would be what was best for Jean because of the close relationship they had for all of Jean's life. They knew Denise was almost certainly dead. Grace and Jean found themselves holding on to fantasies of Denise having amnesia after sustaining a head injury and living a happy life with a family who had taken her in to care for her. Even more than a decade later, as it became harder for Grace to maintain her house as she aged, she did not want to sell it in case Denise came there looking for her. It would be years before Grace and Jean could fully give up hope of Denise returning home. Any hopes Charles Boothroyd may have had of a second marriage and a fresh start in life seemed to have died with Jeanette. He never remarried. However, he remained active in the life of Jeanette's younger daughter, Jean. He was always there for Christmas and for her birthdays. Jean was married in 1974, but the marriage soon ended in divorce. Her grandmother, Grace, the only biological family member left in her life, passed away in 1979. When Jean remarried in 1981, she was not without family at the ceremony, however. Charles was there to serve as father of the bride and walk her down the aisle. Charles passed away in 1989. Jean has remained in contact with his granddaughters. Jean and her husband, Lawrence, celebrated their 40th wedding anniversary in 2021, and Jean is now both a mother and a grandmother. Nevertheless, she struggled for decades following the loss of her mother and sister. It took her own daughter telling her that she deserved happiness, for her to truly embrace all the good things in her life, even though Jeanette and Denise were not there to share in them with her. Jean does not have any hate in her heart for Abel Aragon despite what he did to her family. This is in large part due to the influence of her grandmother, Grace. Over the years, Jean would overhear her grandmother talking about that poor woman when discussing the case, referring to Aragon's widow, Eva. As Jean grew older and was better able to understand what had happened, Grace impressed upon her the importance of looking at all sides of the tragedy, not just what had happened to them. She raised Jean to consider what Aragon's family was feeling, even while she herself was suffering. As such, even though she bears the pain of the loss of her mother and sister, she has never borne the burden of hating the man who took them from her. Jean believes that Aragon may have been suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder or some other mental health condition stemming from his time in the military. She said in 2021, Mr. Abel Aragon had never done anything horrible like this in his whole life. And something happened. Charles said when he came out of the car with a gun, his demeanor, his face was different. People don't just do this because they're hateful. They do it because there's something wrong, and we have to have compassion for their families too. Jeanette is buried in Rhode Island near her parents. A marker lies nearby for Denise, although no remains lie beneath it. For now, her body most likely remains hidden somewhere in the Utah desert. waiting to be found and laid to rest below that marker that waits for her back on the East Coast. In 2021, 37-year-old Li Jingwei was a father of 2 living in the Hunan province of China. This was not the location of his birth, however. Jingwei could not remember the name of the village where he had been born, the names of his parents, or his own birth name because he had been the victim of child trafficking. When Jingwei was just 4 years old, one of his neighbors lured him away from his home with the promise of taking him to see some cars. While Jingwei did not remember the name of the village, he did remember that it was very remote, and cars were not a common sight, so he went with the neighbor. The neighbor took the little boy to a road behind a hill where 4 other men were waiting with bicycles. Jingwei burst into tears. He was placed on one of the bikes and taken away from the village. He begged to go home, but his abductors refused to take him back. Within a few hours, the little boy realized that these were bad men and he would not be able to make it back home. Jingwei remembers being given new clothes and taken onto a train by a couple in their 40s. They rode the train for a full day and night. He was eventually sold to a family in the Hunan province who raised him as their son and treated him well. Jingwei did not remember the name of his village, but he remembered what it looked like. Over the following several years, whenever he felt homesick or sad, he would obsessively draw maps of the village. Before he was old enough to attend school, he would etch the map into the dirt with sticks, and when he was older, he would draw the map on pages of his notebooks at school. He spent years drawing the map every single day. It would be this map that would help reunite him with his biological family after more than 3 decades of kidnappings that occur in the country each year. The U.S. State Department estimates that approximately 20,000 children are abducted in China every year, with independent estimates being much higher. Abductions of boys are common for domestic adoption, a practice believed to be the result of the high value traditionally placed on having a son in China now that social media and DNA technology are more accessible. In recent years, there have been several high-profile cases of parents being reunited with their abducted children after decades of separation. It was seeing reports of these reunions that inspired Li Jingwei to search for his own family. He was further spurred into action by the realization that his mother and father would be getting older and could pass away before he found them. Since he could not remember details like his birth name or the name of his village, he could not simply return to the place of his birth and look for his family. After speaking with his adoptive family, he submitted his DNA to a database in hopes of finding his biological family. While it did not immediately identify his family specifically, it did give him a general idea of where he was most likely born. To help identify the exact village where he was from, volunteers Jingwei had been consulting with suggested that he make a post on social media featuring the map he had drawn thousands of times as a child and could still draw from memory. He did make such a video featuring the map and his story and shared it on the Chinese social media platform Douyin. The video was viewed tens of thousands of times within days of it being posted, and Jingwei received additional help from the Ministry of Public Security. The village in Jingwei's map was identified as one near Gaodong in the province of Yunnan, 1,000 miles away from where he lived with his adoptive family. There was a woman there looking for her missing son, who would be the same age as Jingwei and had gone missing around the time he believed his abduction occurred. Jingwei first spoke to this woman over the phone, and she asked him if he had a scar on his chin, which he did. A DNA test soon confirmed that this woman was, in fact, Jingwei's mother. They then spoke over a video chat, and Jingwei was shocked to see that they shared so many physical features, like their mouth and their teeth. He remembered his father's face well enough to know that they had similar foreheads and eyes. On January 1st, 2022, Jingwei was finally reunited with his family at a police station in Hunan. Overcome with emotion, he collapsed at his mother's feet when he first saw her and needed help from his brother and sister to stand and hug her. Both he and his mother were in tears, and she cried out, "I finally found my baby." Jingwei's father passed away before he was able to find his son. Jingwei planned to spend the upcoming Lunar New Year holiday, bringing his own children to visit his father's grave in Yunnan and be reunited with his extended family. 71-year-old Robert Heron lived in Jackson, Mississippi, with his 73-year-old wife, Annie Laurie. Annie hailed from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where she grew up on 14th Street. According to her cousin, she was one of the most popular and beautiful girls in Tuscaloosa, exceptional in every way. Robert and Annie met while studying at the University of Alabama. While in college, she served as the women's editor for the school newspaper, the Crimson White. Robert also contributed to the paper. In 1940, they married and soon moved to Jackson, Mississippi. During World War II, Robert joined the United States Navy. Upon his return, he worked for the U.S. Gas Company until 1955. The couple had 2 children, a son named Robert Jr. and a daughter named Lori. Robert Herron was among Mississippi's wealthiest individuals, with a net worth of approximately $200 million. He led the Mississippi Valley Gas Company, the state's largest gas distribution firm, as well as Lamar Life Corporation, the second-largest insurance company, and Trustmark National Bank, the second-largest bank. Annie was frail, weighing 120 pounds and standing at 5'4", suffering from both arthritis and scoliosis. But she didn't let any of that stop her from being a huge part of her community. She devoted much of her time to various civic causes, making her popular and well-liked. She was the president of both the Jackson Junior League and the Jackson Opera Guild, was the co-chair of the Mississippi Arts Festival, and the patron of the Jackson Symphony. She and her husband also funded scholarships and colleges. Another one of Robert's business ventures was being the president of School Pictures, which sold franchises across the country. People would buy the franchise and then take and publish children's picture day photographs. The business ran into problems. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. In the early 1980s, they filed lawsuits against 12 franchise owners from across 8 different states. They were owed money and so started legal action to recover it. July 26, 1988 began as any other. Although he was in his 70s, Robert would often wake up at 4 a.m. to go to work. Both he and Annie were up early and the pair had breakfast together, just as they had done for the past 48 years. Every 2 weeks, Annie would host a bridge club at the house, 139 Woodland Drive. And on this day, this is exactly what happened. Bridge began at 10:15 and went on for several hours. The group spent their time playing, talking, and eating blueberry ice cream cake. At 2:30 p.m., her last guest left and the housekeeper left at 3. 90 minutes later, at 4:30 p.m., Robert came home and saw her car was still parked on the drive. After checking the house, however, she wasn't there. He assumed that she had gone with her friends. However, by 7:30, she still hadn't come home. He called his son-in-law to help find her. They searched the house and the outside, but she was nowhere to be found. Robert called her out of the friends and family to see if they had seen or heard from her. Nobody had. She was a creature of habit, which made her sudden disappearance even more unusual. She always took her handbag with her whenever she went out. Worryingly, her bag and shoes were by her reading chair, as was the paper and her glasses. At 9:49 p.m., Robert called the police. They quickly descended on the scene. A sinister discovery was made. A letter by the door. It had been written on a typewriter, was littered with grammatical errors, and was directly addressed to Robert. It read, "Robert Herron. Put these people back in the shape they were in before they got mixed up with school pictures. Pay them whatever damages they want and tell them all this so they can know what you are doing. But don't tell them why you are doing it. Do this before 10 days pass. Don't call the police. If any is dead, pay his children." It then went on to list 12 names. They were the people that School Pictures had taken legal action against regarding the unpaid debts. 11 of them were living and 1 had since died. The contents of the letter made it clear. His wife had been abducted. As it was apparent that the kidnapping was linked to Robert's business, the police needed to know of any enemies and any that held a deep enough grudge that they would hurt his frail wife. Jackson Chief of Police J.R. Black said the note said not to call the police. However, Mr. Herron notified the police prior to the note being discovered. What was unusual about the letter was that the kidnapper was not demanding money for himself. He was demanding payment for other people. It didn't give a figure that needed to be paid. The lawsuits had been filed from the county courts in Mississippi. Their names were a matter of public record and were easily available to the public, meaning the kidnapper didn't necessarily have to be one of the people listed on the ransom letter. Their son, Robert Herron Jr., said, "We wanted to comply. We wanted to do everything we could to get Mother back." Searches throughout the house continued. Drops of blood were found on the carpet, alongside a smear of blood on the front door. It was discovered that the blood type was the same as Annie's. Investigators theorized that she had been overpowered by someone and potentially hit over the head with something that the smeared blood also pointed to. Alongside having arthritis and scoliosis, Annie suffered with a chronic intestinal disease called colitis, which causes inflammation of the small intestine. If she failed to take her medication, she would die within a matter of days. Her medication was still in the bathroom. The case involved multiple law enforcement agencies, and they called on the help of the FBI that very night. Across the investigation, more than 100 FBI agents were brought in. The FBI contacted attorney James Tucker, who could advise them on the complex legal issues as the case continued to unfold. As day broke, evidence technicians and FBI officers were still trawling through the house, gathering as much evidence as possible, including handwriting samples and notepads, to see if the letter had been written using paper from inside the home. It also meant they could rule out any handwriting if more communications came through. They had officers tap the phone, just in case the kidnappers called. Due to the nature of the case, the media put a 24-hour blackout on the story, and her abduction was not reported on. 36 hours had now passed since the abduction, and police were hopeful that the test carried out on the ransom letter would give them a solid lead. The paper didn't match any paper found inside the Herron residence. They also compared the typeface of the letter to every single typewriter manufactured in the 20th century. Tests confirmed that it was a royal typewriter that had been made between 1912 and 1927. No other information or evidence could be garnered from the letter, including fingerprints. One of the Herron's neighbors, a doctor who lived down the street, reported to investigators that he had seen a white van parked near his house. He said he initially thought nothing more of it, but found it strange when he came home later and it was still parked in the same spot. He approached the driver of the van, who was reading a map, and asked if he needed anything. The driver was agitated and responded by asking if it was illegal to park in the neighborhood. A few minutes later, the van drove off. Another neighbor also had something interesting to tell the police. 3 months earlier in April, they too had seen a white van driving around. Both times, the van would have had a clear view of Robert and Annie's house. This neighbor found the van to be so out of place and odd that they made a note of the license plate. Officers ran checks on the plates but discovered it had been stolen from a vehicle at New Orleans Airport. So this lead went nowhere. So determined with the FBI to find Annie, agents would actually move in with Roberts and live with him as the investigation continued. The police asked school pictures to go into their files and look at the records of the 12 people listed on the letter. They sent letters to the 11 surviving people asking what military damages they had and what, if anything, they wanted. They only got a handful of responses, with those who replied saying they didn't want anything. Within 3 days of the abduction, the FBI reached out to officers from areas that the 11 living people listed on the letter resided in to gather more information, and they began conducting surveillance operations on them. They needed to know if any of them had been in the area at the same time as the van or kidnapping. On August 3rd, the police made an announcement. They were looking for a Newton Alfred Wynne in connection with her disappearance. Wynne had been one of the names on the letter. Neighbors said that Wynne generally did match the driver of the van. And that very day, he went in front of a grand jury and said he had no knowledge of what had happened to Annie. The investigations continued. As the days passed without any more leads, agents spoke to Robert Herron, and it was agreed that a press conference would be held. More than 10 days after her abduction, Robert made an appeal to the kidnappers. Her story quickly became news across the country, with major news outlets including the New York Times, Time magazine, and the Washington Post reporting on it. Following the press conference, the hope was that the kidnapper would be spurned into giving more information on how Annie could be released. It seemed to work. August 15, 1988. A letter arrived, postmarked from August 12th, and from Atlanta, Georgia. The letter was dated August 10th. It said, "Bob, if you don't do what these people want you to do, they are going to seal me up in the cellar of this house with only a few jugs of water. Please save me." Annie Laurie, FBI expert, said. It was her handwriting. The language on the letter was unusual. Family members said she would have used the word basement and not cellar, and bottles of water instead of jugs of water, making it apparent that the letter had been dictated to her. But this threw up another problem. If the wording of the letter had been decided upon by someone else, they had no way of knowing if the date of the letter was even accurate. Again, was vague. And so, in a desperate attempt to comply, Robert Heron had his lawyers find out exactly how much the people in the lawsuits had been sued for. He then sent them all checks. The amount paid out totaled $931,000. Half of the checks would be returned. With every check, he added a note begging for his wife's return. This lead would also go nowhere. Dr. Rodrigo Galvez, a pathologist and psychiatrist, was also brought on board to analyze the letter and help investigators determine what kind of person they were dealing with. He said, "I'm absolutely sure she is dead." They got in touch with the behavioral science units where profilers determine the characteristics of people to help officers in their investigations. One of the profilers who examined the ransom letter confirmed that whoever had taken her was likely one of the people listed on the letter. The grammatical errors the profiler believed was a deliberate attempt by the kidnapper to throw investigators off the scent, as was the old typewriter. One particular phrase stood out to the profiler: "Pay them whatever damages they want." The use of the word damages was odd. It's a legal term indicating whoever had written it had some sort of legal background or knowledge of the law. According to the profiler, this was revenge against Robert Heron. Whoever the kidnapper was, they were paranoid and willing to go to any lengths, including murder. It was most likely a white, middle-aged male, someone working alone, or if they were working with someone, this man would have been in charge. Tom Montgomery, a special agent in Jacksonville, was drafted in to look at the one lawyer on the letter, Newton Alfred Wynn. After conducting the routine background checks, it was discovered that he had no criminal record. As part of the legal action taken by School Pictures for the unpaid debts, Wynn had been ordered to pay $153,883 in 1984. Wynn either wouldn't or couldn't pay, so Robert Heron had gone back to court to seize property to pay off the debt. March 11, 1989. Finally, the news came through that everyone had been waiting for. The FBI had made an arrest in a car park in DeLand, Florida. Newton Alfred Wynn was taken into custody. But who was he, and what had led to this? Over the last few months, the FBI had been tracking him and had launched an elaborate undercover operation to catch him. He had been on their radar from very early on. Newton Alfred Wynn was a 65-year-old civil lawyer from St. Petersburg, Florida, who lived alone above his office. Officers had gone to interview him initially, and he said he had nothing to do with the case and gave an alibi for the day of the kidnapping, saying he had been in a bar with a sex worker. He said he had called one of his paralegals and asked him to bring the money to the bar so he could go home with the sex worker. The paralegal arrived and handed the money over. Wynn said he didn't know either the sex worker's name nor the bar they had been in. The next day, they visited the paralegal, who confirmed Wynn's version of events. The paralegal said he too didn't know the name of the bar. Wynn had paid for the paralegal's training, and the paralegal was working on a very small salary, leaving officers to believe that there was a great deal of loyalty between them. Despite their protestations, agents were doubtful that they were being honest. The paralegal said that the issues between Wynn and School Pictures had started around 7 years before, when they had foreclosed on him. To try and avoid his debts, Wynn had tried to declare bankruptcy, not once but 3 times. A court order was issued to pay off the debts. A U.S. Marshal seized items and stock, including his prized car. 3 weeks before Annie Laurie Heron had been abducted, Gwen had been told about an eviction hearing, but he put his foot down and said he wasn't going to leave. The paralegal said that becoming involved in School Pictures had ruined Wynn's life. They pulled information on the paralegal's vehicle and vehicles that belonged to friends and associates of Wynn. They found that the paralegal had a white van registered to him, a white van that Wynn had used. An agent went to speak with the previous owner of the van. She revealed that the person who had bought the van was Wynn. She described his behavior as strange, and he told her he didn't want his name linked to the van in any way, so she had left the buyer's name on the receipt blank. It was revealed that the van had been in a repair shop on the day Annie Laurie Heron had vanished. 1 week after the kidnapping, officers had the doctor who had seen the van driving around the area come to the station to see if he could pick out a photograph of the driver. He identified Newton Alfred Wynn. The other neighbor who had seen the van was also able to pick Wynn out as being the driver. They kept him under surveillance, hoping he would lead them to Annie Laurie Heron. When Robert Heron had sent the checks out following the handwritten letter from Annie, according to Wynn's paralegal, when Wynn opened the check to the sum of around $145,000 and read the note begging for Annie's return, he responded saying, "This is not what I wanted." What he wanted was his property back. Wynn sent the check back and added a note saying he hoped Robert would find his wife safe and well. 2.5 months after Annie's abduction, her case would be featured on the hit show Unsolved Mysteries. After the episode went out, hundreds of tips began to come in, and one in particular stood out. An anonymous caller contacted the police and told them that if a man called Newton Alfred Wynn was on the list, they needed to look at him. When agents realized she was a spiritual advisor, they weren't entirely sure but soon learned she had a strong reputation amongst law enforcement and had helped them before. She explained to them that she had met Wynn 4 years ago. He had sought her advice about the issues he was having with school pictures. She told him that the courts were the best way for him to pursue action against the company. He said he had already tried that. He said to her, he wanted to abduct the company's head and hold them hostage until his demands were met. He said he was looking for an accomplice and called her 6 weeks later to ask if she would do it. She refused. She gave the agents the records she had for her meeting with Wynn. She also agreed that she would contact him, arrange a meeting, and her office would be booked. He agreed, and the meeting took place in December. She explained to him that she had seen that Annie Laurie Heron had been kidnapped and asked if he had played any part in it. He denied it, saying he had changed his mind. As soon as he left the office, FBI agents were hot on his tail. But he didn't lead them to Annie. The FBI also found out that he was the owner of a cabin located in swampland, and so they headed straight there, hoping they would find her. But she was nowhere to be found. The FBI searched other properties and swamps in the vicinity, but there was no trace of Annie Laurie Heron. Newton Alfred Wynn sent thousands of documents to the IRS and told them to search for any disputed financial documents. Attorney James Tucker would say that this appeared to be an attempt at intimidation. In amongst all the paperwork, something sinister was found. Letters talking about a kidnap and murder plot. The IRS informed the FBI immediately. They were sent between Wynn and his ex-girlfriend and detailed a plan to abduct and murder her former husband. They even made reference to using an old typewriter to type out the ransom letter. They went to talk to her, and at first she denied any knowledge or involvement. She then came clean. She said that the plan to kill her ex-husband had been Wynn's idea, and when she realized he wasn't joking, she ended their relationship. She said that she had last spoken to him on August 6, 1988, when he asked to meet with her in DeLand, Florida. He asked her if she knew or thought she had been followed there, and he asked her if her car had been tapped. When she confirmed that she hadn't been followed and the car wasn't bugged, Wynn offered her $500 to travel across state lines to the state capital of Georgia, Atlanta. He wanted her to put a letter in the post for him. He had used gloves to remove a manila envelope from his pocket. This, he said, contained the letter to be mailed. It was wrapped in a gray napkin. Wynn told her to pay for a one-way flight to Georgia from Daytona Beach in cash, and to use an assumed name. She explained that he had told her to change her appearance once she got to Atlanta. She was to talk to nobody and take public transport instead of a taxi to a post office in East Point. He told her to book a flight back to a different airport in Florida, also to be paid in cash. He told her not to touch or even look at the letter. All she had to do was put it in the mailbox. Based on his instructions, she had even used a fake Scandinavian accent to avoid detection. Despite his orders, however, she had seen the address on the envelope when she posted the letter and was later able to confirm that the letter Robert had received from Annie was the one she had put in the post. This was just over 2 weeks after the kidnapping of Annie Laurie Herron. She told agents that she had got rid of the napkin on a deserted road and agreed to take them there. The chances of finding it there were slim, but unbelievably, the napkin was still there. His ex-girlfriend agreed to meet with him again at the request of the FBI. She would be wearing a wire. They had told her to be more forthright with him and tell him that she knew she was now implicated in a crime. Wynn denied everything and made no mention of Annie or the plot. When he got out of the car, officers moved in and took him into custody. A search of his office was conducted and a vintage typewriter was found. But tests determined it was not the one that had been used to write the ransom letter. It was believed that a different typewriter had been left at the office to confuse the investigation. In his office, they also found a business card for a car rental company. The company confirmed that he had rented white vans on 3 separate occasions. Whilst the dates of the rentals didn't match the day Annie was kidnapped, one of them did coincide with when the doctor had spoken to the man in the white van who was parked near the Herron home. Wynn was held at the Simpson County Jail while he awaited trial. He refused to have the court appoint a lawyer, but said he couldn't afford one of his own. He told Magistrate John R. Countess III, "I used to have some money. I have nothing now." Judge Countess told him, "If I appoint you a lawyer, I'm going to appoint you one who will be competent and I believe will do you a good job." Judge Countess did appoint a local lawyer to advise Wynn, but he said he would represent himself. Judge Countess told him this was not a wise thing to do. Although he was a lawyer, he had never tried a federal criminal case. By this point, FBI agents still hadn't questioned him. Jackson FBI spokesman J. Stuart Murphy said, "We don't have a right to talk to him. He has a right to an attorney before he talks to anybody. He does not have an attorney appointed right now. It's kind of confusing." Judge Countess didn't set a bond for Wynn. Hinds County District Attorney's Office said they were considering if it was possible to file capital murder charges despite having no body. But this didn't happen. The federal trial began in Mississippi on January 29, 1990, and would last for 2 weeks, on federal charges of extortion by mail, perjury, and conspiracy to kidnap. Both the paralegal and his ex-girlfriend were told they would face no prosecution if they testified truthfully. It was revealed that by July 1988, papers had been filed by school pictures to evict Wynn from the apartment he lived in and the office he worked from. The prosecution said that the closer the eviction date came, the more determined he was to carry out the plan. The paralegal had taken 4 trips to Jackson. Wynn told him to watch the Herron house and take photographs. The paralegal admitted he had fabricated the alibi of the bar and the sex worker to protect Wynn, but said he knew nothing of and played no part in the kidnapping. The jury deliberated for 3 hours and 40 minutes before they returned their verdict. Newton Alfred Wynn was found guilty on all 3 accounts. When the jury's verdict came back, Wynn gave a slight smile and said, "What is there to say?" He was sentenced to 19 years 7 months in prison. Her family and loved ones cried as the verdict was read out. Her son said, "We're informed that the investigation into whatever happened to my mother is continuing, and on that basis we're very pleased with the result reached today." Wynn's sister said, "It's not always the right verdict. I don't think he's guilty. He's not that kind of person." Prosecutor James Tucker said it could not be proven that Wynn had actually been the one to commit the abduction, but they were sure he had played a part in the plot. Wynn would appeal his conviction. It went before the U.S. Court of Appeals, but was flatly denied. Wynn would be released in April 2006, but maintained he had nothing to do with the kidnapping of Annie Laurie Herron, nor the extortion plot against her husband. Newton Alfred Wynn died in 2012. 2 years after the disappearance of his wife, Robert Herron sadly died in November 1990 at the age of 73, following a heart attack. He died without ever finding out what had happened to his beloved wife. Annie Laurie Herron was declared legally dead in 1991. A memorial bench was put up by her husband's grave in Lakewood Memorial Park. Robert Jr. spoke about the complex emotions they were all dealing with as a result of his mother's abduction. "We've had a terrible loss. I think all along there has been a real mix of sadness and anger. It has been nearly 34 years since Annie Laurie Herron disappeared. She has never been found and her whereabouts remain unknown. It is the hope of her family that she will one day be found, and they will finally have some comfort in knowing her fate and being able to lay her to rest. If you have any information relating to the disappearance or whereabouts of Annie Laurie Herron, please contact the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Jackson, Mississippi Division. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On November 17, 2012, an eager group of amateur treasure hunters gathered at an abandoned coal mining site on Alden Mountain in Newport Township, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. They selected this location because it had once hosted a bustling coal industry, with mines scattered throughout the area. As the world shifted away from coal and fossil fuels, the mine closed, leaving behind artifacts for future generations to uncover. The group prepared their shovels and metal detectors, but their excitement was fleeting. Shortly after they began digging, several members of the group dropped their shovels in shock. They had come across something solid that let out a loud dink. When they shoveled the dirt away, they recoiled in horror as they discovered a long white bone staring back at them. Everyone in the group put down their shovels, took 10 steps back, and contacted the Pennsylvania State Troopers. The lively scene had now fallen into a somber mood. The Pennsylvania State Police cordoned off the scene and got to work recovering the remains, which were then transported to the local coroner's office. Few days after the discovery of the remains, the coroner's report was released in which they noted that the remains likely belonged to a female in her late teens to early 20s. Her race was listed as unknown, but possibly an admixture of Caucasian, Hispanic, or Native American. The final parts of the coroner's report was probably the most chilling. It listed that the girl likely met foul play all the way back in the 1960s. How had her remains gone unnoticed and undiscovered for over 50 years? As the remains were determined to have possibly belonged to a teenager, NCMCE, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, became involved in the investigation. They created a composite sketch using her skull and circulated these images via news stations and social media. Whilst this did generate a few leads, none of them panned out, but the investigation was back to square one. A sample of her DNA was also submitted to police databases across the US, but again, this generated no leads. Missing person cases were cross-referenced, but their leads fell apart each time investigators got close. In 2022, Pennsylvania State Troopers contacted Othram Labs and asked for their assistance. The Newport Jane Doe's DNA had previously been run, but only through police and governmental databases. This time, Othram was able to utilize public databases. Months after the DNA had been sequenced and cross-referenced against millions of samples, Othram contacted the Pennsylvania State Troopers telling them they had found a possible family member. This potential family member was contacted and asked to provide another DNA sample to develop a complete profile. Genealogists at Othram also worked with them to create a complete family tree. In October of 2022, Othram and Pennsylvania State Troopers announced to the world the remains found in 2012 belonged to 14-year-old Joni Marie Diamond. Joni disappeared from her home in Andover Street in Wilkes-Barre on June 25, 1969, after telling her family she was going to play outside. The family had just eaten supper, and Joni was never seen or heard from again. The Pennsylvania State Troopers are investigating what happened to Joni. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Trooper Edward J. Urban of the Pennsylvania State Troopers. January 23, 1971. 3 hunters making their way down the Haxbury Road in a remote part of Mojave County, Arizona, near U.S. Highway 93, made a startling discovery. One of the 3 men had seen something that had caught his eye just off the dirt road. In the distance lay a white canvas sack that had been tied at the top with rope. Something about the bag immediately unsettled the men, and they decided to take a closer look. Upon inspection, the bag read, "Deer Pack Ames Harris Neville Company," and something was inside. When they opened the bag, they found the body of a young woman. Horrified, the 3 men rushed back to their car, blacked down the first available officer, and within hours, the once quiet dirt road was now swarming with Mojave County Sheriff's Office investigators. Her body and the woven sack that she'd been found in were photographed and then transported to the closest coroner's office for autopsy. In the report, the coroner noted that the body belonged to a white female between the ages of 3,550, brown curly hair, and was about 125 to 140 pounds. It was also noted that the woman had an indentation on her left ring finger, possibly indicating that she had worn a wedding band or an engagement ring, and that she had a long scar on her abdomen. This scar possibly indicated to the coroner that the woman had given birth via cesarean section at least once in her life. This woman perhaps had a husband and children who would come looking for her, but this would later prove to be wrong. The report also detailed that her fingernails were meticulously manicured and that she was found wearing a size 14 long sleeve shirt, black long sleeve cardigan sweater, a size 12 burnt orange stretch pants, black leather ankle boots, and white socks. She'd also undergone extensive and expensive dental work, with experts estimating that 1971, these procedures would have cost around $2,000 or around $15,000 in today's dollars. This type of dental work was rare at the time and was reserved for those with money and access to good medical and dental care. With no immediate leads, investigators pinned their hopes on the woman's distinctive dental. Her dental x-rays were published in papers and dental journals across the U.S., hoping a dentist would recognize their handiwork, but no one came forward. After months with no one stepping forward to claim this woman, the Mojave County Sheriff's Department called her the Mojave Jane Doe. The coroner had ruled her passing a homicide and deemed that she had died due to strangulation. Multiple efforts were made to identify her, with her fingerprints being sent to the FBI and the Museum of North Arizona using her skull to create a composite sketch, but all of these efforts fell flat. Investigators could not believe that a woman who possibly had a husband and children could remain unclaimed. Months slowly turned into years, and the Mojave Jane Doe case turned cold. Investigators never gave up hope. In 1971, DNA analysis was another 10 years away. However, investigators ensured to preserve as much evidence as they could. This would come in handy many years down the line. The Mojave County Sheriff's Department left no stone unturned in this investigation. According to reports, they followed up on missing person reports from Arizona, California, Nevada, and Utah, checked hospitals, motels, hotels, and stores, and broadcasted sketches of Jane Doe across the states. In 2021, the Mojave Jane Doe was finally added to the NamUs database. The case found renewed interest thanks to the entry, and in 2022, the Mojave County Sheriff's Office teamed up with Othram Labs. Othram Incorporated, based in Texas, offered genetic genealogy services to governmental organizations. In 2022, they worked with the Mojave County Sheriff's Office to obtain a DNA sample from the Jane Doe. The only one major issue that Othram faced was funding. The true crime community responded astoundingly, and the $65,100 needed to fund the DNA sequencing was raised in just 5 days. In January 2023, the long-awaited announcement from Othram was finally made, and the Mojave Jane Doe was identified as Colleen Audrey Rice. Colleen was born on March 17, 1931 in Portsmouth, Ohio to James C. Rice and Flossie Truitt. In 1946, she married William Davis and became estranged from her family soon after finishing Portsmouth High School. Investigators could not determine whether Colleen had ever given birth, as no birth records had been recovered. The Mojave County Sheriff's Department is still looking for the person responsible for Colleen's murder. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Mojave County Sheriff's Office. In June 1986, a fisherman making his way down the Delaware River made a horrific discovery. Close to the Morrisville boat ramp on the Pennsylvania side of the river, the fisherman discovered a human skull right on the riverbank. According to Othram, as a fisherman lived in Buckingham Township, Pennsylvania, he turned the skull over to the Buckingham Township Police, and they handled the subsequent investigation. A sweep of the scene was conducted, but no other bones could be found. Coroner confirmed that the skull was human and likely belonged to an adult male. As the remains discovered were only partial, investigators had a hard time creating a profile. They could not cross-reference missing persons cases in the area as the skull had no identifiable characteristics. In 1986, DNA testing was still in its infancy, and with few leads, the Buckingham Township Police called in the Bucks County John Doe. The coroner had also been unable to determine the cause of death, only adding to the mystery. Investigators had a few ideas about who the skull belonged to, but the case went nowhere without concrete evidence. For decades, the case remained cold until 2019, when the Bucks County Coroner's Office took possession of the remains. Once in possession of the skull, the coroner's office entered it into NAMUS, hoping that this would aid in identification in the future. In September 2022, the chain of custody would change again when the Bucks County detectives obtained the remains from the coroner's office. This group of detectives then reached out to Othram Labs, one of the most prominent players when it comes to DNA sequencing and genealogical analysis. According to Othram, CBC News, Othram obtained a DNA sample from the skull and began searching through public genealogy databases for a match, and they got one. A 49-year-old woman whose name has been withheld per her request was found to be a match to the skull found in 1986. The woman from Florida told investigators that her father had disappeared in 1985 in Trenton, New Jersey. Another DNA sample was obtained from the woman, which confirmed the parent-child relationship between herself and the remains. In January 2023, Othram, alongside the Bucks County District Attorney's Office, announced that the Bucks County John Doe had been identified as 31-year-old Richard Thomas Alt. Richard was last seen by his parents on December 24th in 1984 in Trenton, New Jersey. His disappearance was not reported until early 1985. In April 1985, the body of Richard's girlfriend, Lori Soudnam, was discovered in the Delaware River close to Trenton. Following this discovery and the reports of Richard's disappearance, investigators began treating both of their cases as suspected homicides. Unfortunately, investigators had no idea that Richard's skull had been discovered in early 1986. Minimal evidence and few leads led to the case being closed. Neither investigators nor Richard's family had any idea that his body had been found just 8.5 miles away from the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware River. Bucks County District Attorney Matt Weintraub told CBS News, quote, "I hope that this powerful combination of technology and genealogy becomes a template for solving cold case and current cases now in the future. I can't imagine having lost a family member for even a day, let alone 37 years. That wait is now over for Mr. Alt's family. I'm just glad that we could give them some peace of mind with this identification and the eventual return of his remains to his family." The Bucks County District Attorney's Office has reopened the investigation into Richard's death. Anyone with information is being asked to contact the District Attorney's Office. On Tuesday, March 6, 2012, a woman was navigating a barge down Regent's Canal near Broadway Market in London. She paused at Acton Lock. As the lock filled with water, the side of the boat struck something. A suitcase. The suitcase suddenly burst open, revealing its contents. Inside was a female torso. The torso bore a small tattoo of a bow on the lower back, which helped authorities identify the body. It belonged to a woman who had been reported missing days earlier, 29-year-old Gemma McCluskey. Gemma McCluskey was born on February 5, 1983. As an adult, she lived with her mother, Pauline, and her 35-year-old brother, Tony, a window cleaner, in a flat on Pelter Road in Shoreditch, London. Her mother had been seriously unwell. After going to hospital to remove a brain tumor, she had contracted MRSA. MRSA is commonly referred to as a superbug as it's resistant to various antibiotics. She was also close to her father Anthony and her other brother Danny. Standing at just 4'11", her personality packed a huge punch. Her father said she was a great character and never heard anyone say anything negative about her. In 2000, Gemma was cast to star in one of the UK's most popular soap operas, EastEnders. She played the role of Carrie Skinner, great niece of the iconic character Ethel Skinner. She was in EastEnders until 2001 and starred in over 30 episodes. After her acting stint, she would begin working in a few pubs and clubs in Shoreditch. She was described as loud and the life and soul of the party. You always knew she was around, and she was never afraid to voice her opinion and have herself be heard. She was also on good terms with her ex-boyfriend, Ralph. Although they had split when they were young, they remained in contact and had discussed getting back together several times. Gemma was caring and generous, particularly with money, and made time for anyone who needed her. So who would want to hurt her in such a brutal way, and why? On Wednesday, February 29th, she attended the opening of the Royal London Hospital in Whitechapel. As the daughter of a friend would be performing as part of the opening, Gemma had offered to film it. The following day, March 1st, 2012, Gemma had seen her friend Erica, who lived in Mile End. A couple of days later, Gemma's friend Carly received a message on Facebook from a mutual friend asking if she had seen Gemma. Carly explained that she hadn't and asked what the problem was. She was told that Gemma had gone missing and nobody had had contact with her for a couple of days. Gemma had a big friendship group, and when she failed to reply to any of their calls or messages, concerns were raised even more. Gemma was working in a club on Kingsland Road at the time of her disappearance. Her brother Danny went to the club to speak to staff there, hoping they knew where she was. But, just like everyone else, they too haven't seen her. She was due to be on shift there, but had failed to turn up. Gemma was a full-time carer to her mother, supporting her through her various health issues. So her sudden disappearance without explanation was even more alarming. Saturday, March 3rd, 2012. Tony, Danny, and one of Gemma's friends went to the police station to report her as a missing person. As he had been the last known person to see her, Tony's accounts of her movements were vital. Tony gave 3 different answers and couldn't remember when he'd last seen her. Danny became annoyed with his brother, believing his inability to give a straight answer was due to his long-standing drug abuse. His poor recollection as a result made it very hard for the detectives. Tony and Gemma were known to have a strained relationship. Anthony asked Tony if he and Gemma had had an argument on the March 1st. Tony said that he had failed to turn off the bathroom taps, causing it to flood due to the amount of cannabis he had smoked, leaving Gemma incredibly annoyed and frustrated. When Gemma saw Erica on the March 1st, they had talked about the argument over the flooded bathroom. Whilst there, Gemma had received a call from Tony, and there had been another argument with Gemma telling him how disappointed she was in him. Erica would later say, she was very annoyed, verging on angry. Her mother had left her in charge, and she was sick of him smoking so much. That's why he overflowed the bath. She wanted to chuck him out. I said, well, give him another chance. Anyone can make a sort of accident. Give him one more warning and leave it at that. But she was quite adamant. She seemed to have made her mind up. On the Saturday that she had been reported missing, Erica rang Tony. He told Erica that Gemma had been very annoyed at him flooding the bathroom, and so he'd gone to his room. He said that when he came down at 6 p.m., her keys were left on the table, but she was gone. When Erica spoke to him later, the stress of the situation was apparent. Tony was upset and crying, saying he had been struggling to eat and sleep properly. Erica invited him round, saying she would cook him dinner to try and take his mind off it. But he declined, saying that if Gemma came home, he wanted to be there. To try and get the word out there about her disappearance, her friend contacted the local newspaper. Elsa Kvist was a reporter working for the East London Advertiser when the call came in. She said her ears pricked up when she heard that Gemma had been an actor on EastEnders. She decided to call Gemma's brothers. She said Danny was clearly emotional, whilst Tony was much calmer, unlike when he had spoken to Erica. On Monday, March 5th, the search efforts began in full force. Her cousins Nikki and Kiri organized searches to try and find her, and missing persons posters were being put up everywhere. The hashtag #FindGemma was circulating around social media as the search efforts ramped up to find her. Carly also began printing missing persons posters and leading search parties. She said she was in contact with Tony, who said he was sure his sister would be found safe and well. The case would then take a deeply disturbing turn. Whilst at the flat with family and friends as they awaited any news, Tony received a series of sinister phone calls on the March 6th. The first call told him that if he wanted to see Gemma alive, then £2 million needed to be taken to Benfleet International Station. The second call told him he also needed to bring $500 worth of Iraqi dinar. And then the third call reiterated the demand for £2 million when Tony asked to speak to his sister. The caller said that she was locked in a room, had been stripped of her clothes, and sexually assaulted. The calls were listened to on speakerphone by everyone there. Gemma's older brother Danny also received the same calls. The number had been withheld, but the police were able to trace it. The calls were traced to a 19-year-old, Sam Dunn in Kent. And on the March 8th, a search warrant was executed for his home address and Dunn was arrested. Despite the hopes that this was a strong lead, it was discovered that they were nothing more than a cruel hoax. Dunn had seen the phone numbers on the missing poster. In his interview with police, he said he was with his friends who were talking about calling the numbers on a missing persons appeal that they had seen on Facebook. He said that although he and others had shouted fake demands, he hadn't been the one to call the numbers. But this contradicted what the witnesses had heard on the calls. They had heard only one voice. He denied the charges but would later change his plea to guilty. At Medway Magistrates Court, he was sentenced to 6 months in prison for 4 charges that would run concurrently. This hoax left everyone back at square one. One thing that had stood out to investigators and others was the contrast between Danny and Tony's behavior. Danny was out looking for his sister while Tony stayed home, saying he wanted to be there in case she returned. When Tony discovered that a national newspaper had picked up the story, then he came to join the search efforts. What was worrying for those who knew Gemma was that the tensions in the house had been growing as her brother had become increasingly addicted to a powerful cannabis strain called skunk, sometimes smoking between 15-20 joints a day. A psychiatrist, Professor Sir Robin Murray, described the effects of skunk in a documentary about Gemma's case, explaining that it can increase paranoia and one can even display symptoms including auditory and visual hallucinations. Gemma and her mother had already made contact with the police regarding Tony's behavior, and he had, on 2 occasions, attempted to strangle Gemma. The police had been able to piece together a timeline of her last known movements. Gemma had left Erica's at 1:17 p.m. to head home. Her phone record showed 2 calls between the brother and sister. After the call had initially failed to connect, there was a brief conversation at 1:47 lasting just 8 seconds. At 1:50, CCTV showed her car arriving home just 18 minutes later by 208. Her phone had been switched off. This meant that the police needed to speak to Tony again. What were you thinking? Well, I was starting to get my full blown up. Well, where is she? You know what I mean? What was the last time you remember actually seeing her? It was between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. He showed an inability or an unwillingness to answer all the questions. Then, on March 6th, the news came in that nobody had wanted to hear. A woman's torso had been found in a suitcase in the canal. It was later identified as Gemma McCluskey. D.I. John Nicholson, who was part of the investigation, and a family liaison officer were sent to Anthony's house telling him that they had found a torso believed to be Gemma, leaving her family and friends completely broken and devastated. Following the gruesome discovery, D.I. Nicholson contacted a clinical forensic psychologist, Adrian West, to try and shed more light on the case. He said that homicides culminating with a dismemberment of the body are often committed by someone who knows the victim. Dismemberment normally always occurs at the same site that the murder took place in, usually the place that either the perpetrator, victim, or both of them live. Anthony said that there would be no funeral until all of her body parts were found. Danny had to break the news to their devastated mother, Pauline. She was unable to talk following an operation. He said she just kept mouthing the word no in disbelief. Tributes poured in for Gemma with flowers and cards being left in her memory, including one by her heartbroken ex-boyfriend Rafe. As the investigation continued, on Wednesday, March 7th, the police made an announcement. An arrest had been made. Tony McCluskey was in custody on suspicion of murder. His refusal to answer only aroused suspicions further. A search of his phone records showed that the day after she had gone missing, he had sent a text to his girlfriend. He said that he was sorry he hadn't spoken to her the previous night. At 10:31 that morning, he had visited his mother in hospital. He also sent a text to his sister's phone saying, "Love you. Kiss, kiss." Detectives would later discover that this was the only time he had told her on a text message that he loved her. But it wasn't genuine. It was part of his cover-up plot, texting her and pretending that she was still alive. It is believed that Gemma was murdered shortly after arriving home at 1:50 p.m. At 4:51, the day after she had gone missing, he sent another text to Gemma along with the one saying he loved her that read, "Gem, read me when you get this message. What are you having for dinner? Are you working tonight? Kiss kiss." Then the police had a major breakthrough, the one that they had been looking for. They discovered that Tony had contacted a taxi company using the name Tom. The CCTV showed Tony dragging a heavy suitcase into the taxi. When the driver asked him what was in there, Tony said it was a sound system. He then asked to go to Dunstan Road near Regent's Canal. The driver remembered how Tony had struggled to get the suitcase out of the car. A student was out on her balcony by Acton Lock. She saw a man dragging a bag down by the water. Tests of the taxi revealed traces of Gemma McCluskey's blood. On Saturday, March 10th, Tony McCluskey was charged with murder. He was remanded in custody and appeared at the Old Bailey Courthouse from Brixton Prison via a video link. There was no application for bail made. The disturbing evidence would continue to mount. A search was conducted of the flat that Gemma and Tony had shared, and blood drops were found in the bathroom. A knife was also found with bloodstains on it. But what was unusual was, given the fact she had been dismembered, was there was no significant blood at the property or in the drains or plug holes. However, a small part of human matter coming from inside of Gemma's body was found on the cabinet in the bathroom. Police theorized that some sort of material or plastic had been put under her body before the dismemberment, and then Tony had extensively cleaned up around her, accounting for the lack of blood at the crime scene. He was seen on CCTV on the Friday morning, the day after her murder, purchasing bin bags, cigarettes, and a newspaper. Gemma's legs were found by police divers over the following 2 weeks in plastic bags. A Scotland Yard spokesman said, "The Marine Support Unit recovered the legs from the canal on the Broadway Market stretch where Miss McCluskey's body was found. We are waiting further tests to determine the identity of the limbs, but we believe it belongs to Gemma McCluskey." The arms were also found. Police were called at 9:35 on Monday to report of an arm being found in the Regent's Canal in Hackney. We await further tests to determine the identity, but at this stage it is believed to be connected to the murder of Gemma McCluskey. Although they had been weighted down, the gas emitted during the decomposition process had caused them to rise to the surface of the water. After Tony's arrest, D.I. Nicholson visited his father Anthony and showed him the CCTV footage. Anthony was adamant it was Tony in the footage. Following this, Tony told Anthony his version of what had happened that day. Tony said that Gemma had arrived home and was combative and argumentative and demanding he leave the flat after the argument over the flooded bathroom. He said he had gone up the stairs, and when he had turned around, Gemma was standing there with a knife in her hand. After that, he said he had no recollection. On Sunday, September 9th, Gemma's head was eventually found in the water by someone cleaning the canal. She was identified using dental records. The lacerations on the skull indicated that a blunt object had been used to hit her over the head at least twice, and she had likely died from a bleed on the brain. Experts believe that over the course of the 2 or 3 hours after the murder, a knife and meat cleaver had been used to dismember her body into 6 pieces. In November, Gemma's funeral was held. Many people came to pay their respects and celebrate her all too short life. The funeral gave her devastated loved ones the chance to come together and grieve as they tried to come to terms with what had happened. Whilst being held at Highdown Prison in Surrey, Tony sent a letter to his father. It read in part, "I'm finding it very hard to believe myself that I could do such a terrible thing to you and our family. It breaks my heart knowing I could hurt you in such a way. Dad, you know me well enough to know that I'm not an evil person. And that wasn't me that done such a terrible thing. Chokes me up knowing I did. I wish I could tell you more, and I sit here day and night thinking nonstop. But I just can't remember what happened that day. I've always been the quiet one, the one that wouldn't hurt a fly, the one that would do anything for our family. I just hope you can forgive me." Monday, January 14th, 2013, the trial of Tony McCluskey began at the Old Bailey Courthouse in London. He denied murder but admitted to manslaughter. He said that during an argument he had lost control and couldn't remember the series of events that had followed. When the horrific details about what had happened to Gemma were laid bare, and how her body was treated by her own brother, her father had to leave the courtroom unable to listen to any more. Tony McCluskey had initially used a knife to remove the limbs, but changed to a meat cleaver and dismembered her over the course of 2 to 3 hours. With each limb that was severed, he was becoming faster at doing it. When talking about the argument that they had had, Tony told the court she came up the stairs and was shouting, "Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?" I turned around and she was standing there with a knife in her hand. I got very angry. I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. All I remember is just grabbing her wrists. After that, I have no recollection. An expert witness was brought in who refuted his claims of amnesia. Gemma's ex-boyfriend Rafe was there for the trial, and Tony McCluskey saw him in the courtroom and smiled at him. Rafe said he recognized me, and that smile to me was him saying, "Rafe, I know you know I did it." There was no remorse in those bulging eyes. They were just cold. He lied because he knew exactly what he'd done that night, and he planned to get away with it. Tony McCluskey's barrister suggested that Gemma had taken cocaine that day, something her friend Erica had denied, saying she didn't even smoke a cigarette, let alone drugs, never in her life. Mr. Crispin Eilert, the prosecution lawyer, said, "The defendant must have killed Gemma, no doubt in the course of a quarrel. He then dismembered her body before disposing of the body parts, including the head, in the canal." For some time, there had been tension between Miss McCluskey and her brother. To Gemma, this was largely as a result of the defendant's habitual use of cannabis and its most toxic form, skunk. When talking about the flooded bathroom, Mr. Eilert said, "It is clear that Gemma regarded this incident as the last straw, and she wanted the defendant to move out." The court heard, however, the course of her life Gemma had been mentally and physically abused by her brother. A witness would say he would beat her and mentally torture her, calling her all kinds of awful things. She would wear sunglasses because of the black eyes, and I saw bruises up her arms where he attacked her. The hoax calls were also brought up in court, with Mr. Eilert saying, "The truth is that the defendant could not have believed his look. The cause can only have added to the state of confusion as to Gemma's whereabouts." After all the evidence had been presented, it was now time for the jury to deliberate. And on Wednesday, January 30th, they had reached their verdict. Tony McCluskey was found guilty of murder by an 11-1 majority. He was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years. As the verdict was read out, McCluskey showed no reaction, while crying could be heard from the public gallery. Mr. Justice Fulford said, "I unhesitatingly reject your account that she had used bad language towards you, or that she had belittled you in the past. She was a warm-hearted woman who was loved by a great many people." Mr. Justice Fulford also said that Tony had attempted to cover up his tracks in a cold-blooded way, saying, "Your hope must have been that she would never be found." Tony McCluskey was sent to Balmarsh Prison, but was later moved to Nottingham's Loudon Grange Prison after a bounty was allegedly put on his head. His prison move was confirmed by the Ministry of Justice, who said, people could be moved for all kinds of reasons, such as being closer to their family or for security. In an episode of Crimes That Shook Britain, Anthony explained that he had disowned his son. He said, "I said right at the start I would stand by him. I really did mean it, because I was going to lose 2 children, not 1. My sister said, 'Why are you saying that? How can you stand by him?' I said, 'He's my flesh and blood. I've got to stand by him.'" He also referred to the letters that his son had sent to him in prison. He said, "Every letter was the same. He's not showing no remorse, not an ounce of remorse. He doesn't mention her name. I'm trying to support and look after him, but he's not showing no remorse." And that was it. In the end, I went, "I've had enough, Tony." The devastation caused by the murder of Gemma McCluskey is impossible to comprehend. Her ex-boyfriend Rafe said, "I know that Gemma would want me to think about those great memories, and I always will. She will always be the love of my life." More tragedy would strike the family in 2013. Gemma's mother, Pauline, whom Gemma had cared for through her various devastating health issues, passed away. There are only 2 people who know exactly what happened in the flat on Pelta Road that day. One can't talk and the other refuses. Anthony's wife, Carol, said, "I've watched my husband slowly become a broken man. There has always been laughter in our house, but now it is very rare. Gemma McCluskey was a feisty and caring young woman. She gave so much of herself to others and was always there for anyone in need. It is only right that she be remembered for the joy and light that she brought to so many people, and not by the brutal and devastating way that her life was taken. In 1999, cosmetology student Susan Cox met Joshua Powell at a dinner party in Tacoma, Washington. Both were devoted followers of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and the chemistry between them was unmistakable. Friends close to the couple noted that just days after they met, Joshua had proposed, and they had begun making plans for their future together. Susan was completely enchanted by Josh, and in 2001, the couple wed in a traditional LDS ceremony. Following their marriage, the two moved in with Josh's father, Stephen Powell, in South Hill, Puyallup, Utah. Stephen welcomed his daughter-in-law with open arms, but his behavior soon took a turn for the worse. Susan had gotten a job as a broker at Wells Fargo, and to the outside world all seemed well. Josh and Susan were thriving, but behind closed doors evil was lurking. Stephen had taken a particular liking to Susan. In the 3 years the couple lived with him, his behavior escalated to stealing her underwear to filming her without her consent. Susan was disgusted by Stephen's behavior and attitude towards her, and things came to a head when she discovered he'd been writing love songs dedicated to her. He would later tell the Today Show, "I wasn't going to turn down an opportunity with this beautiful woman, even though she's my son's wife." One of the songs, titled "Waiting for You," included lyrics such as, "I could be getting a mistaken impression. Each time you seem to gaze at me, you let me touch you softly. Why is the question, and the effect amazes me." In 2004, the Powells were relieved when they moved to West Valley City and finally got away from Stephen. Little did Susan know that Stephen's bizarre behavior was just the tip of the iceberg. She had jumped out of the frying pan into the fire being Josh's controlling and abusive behavior. Now that the two were alone, Josh exerted complete control over his wife, making her life miserable. He began to withdraw from the LDS Church, something that Susan was passionate about, and he remained in close contact with his father, Stephen, despite his inappropriate behavior towards Susan. By 2007, Susan and Josh had welcomed 2 sons, Charles, born 2005, and Braden, born 2007. Susan dove headfirst into motherhood and was known to be a loving and devoted mother. She juggled her job as a broker with her job as a parent, whilst Josh was in between jobs. It was apparent to those outside the marriage that cracks were beginning to show. Susan was the primary breadwinner and Josh was living a lifestyle well beyond their means. Josh's spending habits and withdrawal from the LDS Church began to grate on Susan, and the pair became distant. Susan recorded a disturbing video in which she said, "This is me July 29, 2008, covering all my bases, making sure that if anything happens to me or my family or all of us that our assets are documented." She banned the camera around the home, but it was clear that Susan's message had a double meaning. KOMO News reported that in June 2008, Susan had written a new will in secret. The will in part read, quote, "I want it to be documented somewhere that there is extreme turmoil in our marriage. Josh threatened that if we get a divorce, there will be no lawyers, only a church mediator, and I will ruin you." She also stated that Josh had told her, quote, "You, Susan, will be destroyed and your life would be over and the boys will not grow up with a mom and dad." Final paragraph chillingly read, quote, "If I die, it was not an accident, even if it looks like one." Just over a year later, Susan Powell disappeared under mysterious circumstances. December 6, 2009 started like any other day for the Powells. Susan took her children to a church service before returning home. News outlet The Deserter provided an in-depth timeline of Susan's last known movements. The last person to see Susan was a neighbor who saw her around 5 p.m. Susan had made dinner for the family before taking a nap as she felt unwell. After this, what happened to Susan remains a complete mystery. The next day, on December 7, 2009, the West Valley City Police Department received a call from a babysitter of Charles and Braden. The pair failed to attend daycare that morning, and Josh and Susan were both unreachable. Their families had also tried to contact them to no avail. The West Valley City Police Department quickly began the search for the Powell family, fearing that the worst may have occurred. Hours later at 5 p.m., Joshua and the boys returned to the West Valley family home without Susan. Josh's behavior was noted as very strange and erratic, and when officers entered the house earlier that day, they found that 2 fans had been blowing on a wet spot on the carpet. Susan's purse, wallet, and ID, bank cards were found inside the home, but her cell phone was missing. Upon his return, Josh told the investigators a bizarre story of how he had whisked his kids away on a late-night camping trip to Simpson Springs in Utah. He claimed that Susan had been asleep when he left because she felt unwell. Investigators found that hard to believe that Josh had taken 2 small children into the woods in the freezing December weather. Data indicated that on December 7th, Utah experienced highs of 7 degrees Celsius or 44 Fahrenheit and lows of -17 Celsius and 1 degree Fahrenheit with blizzard-like condition. Investigators ordered a further examination of the Powell home, and at this time they found 2 crucial clues. Firstly was Susan's phone, which was found in the car Joshua had used on December 7th to take his kids camping. When questioned, Charles and Braden agreed that they'd been camping, but only after encouragement from their father. Second, forensic investigators found a blood stain on the carpet, and a DNA test proved that it belonged to Susan. There was still insufficient evidence for investigators to press charges, and the search continued. They also found life insurance policies for Susan worth over $1 million and Susan's privately stashed will, letter, and video. Josh tried to return to normal following Susan's disappearance, despite the circumstances and the media circus that followed. News outlets quickly discovered Stephen's bizarre obsession with his daughter-in-law, Susan, and soon the blame began to fall on Josh. Charles and Braden gave chilling accounts of what happened that cold December evening once they were away from the influence of their father. Charles told a teacher that Susan had been with them on their camping trip, but that she hadn't been alive. Braden also drew a picture of the van, similar to the Chrysler minivan the Powells owned, with the picture depicting his mother sleeping in the trunk of the car. Things would take a sickening turn in 2011 when the full scope of Stephen's obsession was revealed after he was arrested for voyeurism, inappropriate child materials. It was also around this time that Josh lost custody of his 2 sons, and they were placed in the care of their maternal grandparents. Investigators slowly began piecing together the puzzle and getting closer to arresting Josh. It became evident to investigators that Josh was a narcissist who emotionally abused his wife and controlled her life, but the unthinkable would happen before action could be taken. February 5, 2012 is a date that Susan's parents will never forget. That afternoon, Elizabeth Griffin Hall arrived at Josh's home with Charles and Braden for a supervised visit. Psychologist Dr. James Manley, who had undertaken Josh's psychological evaluation, noted that he suffered with adjustment disorder and narcissistic personality disorder. Before Elizabeth could enter the door, Josh slammed it in her face. She heard the locks clicking from inside and immediately began to bang on the door. She told Josh to let her inside and desperately called 911 to get some backup. Elizabeth stood on the side of the road outside of the home, waiting for the police to arrive to retrieve the children. Just minutes later, the Powell home exploded and erupted in flames. Charles Joshua Powell was 7 years old. Braden Timothy Powell was just 5 years old. Emergency responders arrived, but it was too late. Investigators found that Josh had taken an axe to his sons before dousing them in gasoline and setting the home on fire. He had sent an email to his lawyer stating that he was sorry, and he also sent goodbye messages to his family. Investigators were heartbroken by the conclusion of this bizarre situation. In 2013, Michael Powell, Josh's brother, who was also believed to have some involvement, also took his own life. Almost all possible suspects and witnesses in Susan's disappearance are now gone. Stephen didn't provide the police with any valuable information, and following his release in 2017, he too would pass away due to natural causes. This investigation had led the police on a wild goose chase, and despite $1,000 in cutting-edge techniques, the West Valley City Police Department were no closer to solving this case than they were in 2009. Investigators believe Susan's body may be buried somewhere in Simpson Springs or the surrounding Utah wilderness. With all potential witnesses and suspects now deceased, investigators are holding out for new information or evidence to surface. Susan's disappearance encompasses so many bizarre tales and stories. It's hard to discern what is the truth and what is a red herring. Susan Marie Powell is described as a white female with brown highlighted hair, blue eyes, 5'4", and 130 pounds. She was last seen wearing a long-sleeve black shirt and black dress pants. Anyone with information is asked to contact Detective David Greco of the West Valley City Police Department. Angela Mae Meeker was just 2 days away from her 14th birthday when she disappeared on July 7, 1979. Angela, who lived in Tacoma, Washington, was known to be a bright and outstanding young student. At the time of her disappearance, she was in junior high and was doing well. That afternoon, Angela headed to the Tacoma Mall to buy a birthday card for her friend. A friend of Angela's would later come forward telling investigators that he had spotted Angela walking on the side of the road. This friend rolled down his window and discovered that Angela was headed for the mall. He offered her a ride and Angela jumped into the passenger seat. According to this friend, he dropped her off outside the Payless store close to the mall. This is believed to have been the last time she was seen. Angela never turned up for her joint birthday party that evening. Angela's mother knew that her daughter frequently disappeared for a few days at a time, but she eventually always returned. When Angela's birthday passed and there was still no sign of her, her family reported her missing to the Tacoma Police Department. They too were wary of Angela's past behavior, but her mother convinced them that this time was different. She felt it in her gut. As reported by the Charlie Project, it would take 2 years for Angela to be listed as a missing person. Not much is known about the subsequent investigation, but at one time it was believed that she was another victim of the Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway. However, there's no concrete evidence to back up this theory. A local news reported that 6 months after Angela's disappearance, another 13-year-old went missing. This girl was found murdered 12 days later. Angela was known to hitchhike, and her mother believes that she may have hitchhiked on the day that she disappeared. Until Angela's body is found, it's almost impossible to speculate what happened. As the years have passed, Angela's case has grown colder and colder. Very few leads and tips come into the Tacoma Police Department, but they believe someone out there knows something. They told the media, quote, "If there are people who knew Angie that might have any information about what was going on in her life at the time, relationship she was in, if they have any information or even speculation about what happened to her, I'd be interested in hearing about it." If still alive today, Angela Mae Meeker would be 57 years old. Angela is described as a Caucasian female with blonde-brown hair, hazel eyes 5'1" to 5'2", and 100 to 109 pounds. She has a dark mole on her left side of her mouth, and she was last seen wearing black floral shirt, a blue and black satin jacket, blue jeans, sandals, and a black felt hat with red feathers. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Tacoma Police Department. 9-year-old Anthony Merrill was last seen at his home on Sells Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia on November 14, 1971. At the time, the area where Anthony lived, Harris Homes, was a housing project that housed hundreds of low-income families. It was a tight fit in the apartment for Anthony and his family. It had been reported that he shared a room with his 13-year-old brother, and the two had bunk beds. Also in the home were Anthony's mother and stepfather. On the evening of November 14th, Anthony climbed into the top bunk of his bed and drifted off to sleep. His 13-year-old brother took the bottom bunk, and the two were expecting a peaceful night's sleep. When Anthony's brother awoke the next morning, he was horrified to find his brother was missing. He immediately notified his mother, and they searched the entire apartment and the apartment complex. After calling around, they couldn't find anyone who had seen Anthony, and the Merrills went to the Atlanta Police Department. Unfortunately, the Atlanta PD classified Anthony's case as a runaway, even though he was just 9 years old. There was no sign of a struggle in his bedroom, and his older brother did not report hearing anything suspicious in the night. Anthony and his family originally hailed from North Carolina, and the Atlanta PD believed that the 9-year-old had somehow traveled back to North Carolina to be with relatives. His mother, of course, refuted this, but the police refused to listen. When the police failed to find any sign of Anthony in Georgia or North Carolina, they finally listed him as a missing person. Whilst Anthony's mother said that her son had no reason to run away from home, Anthony's brother told a different story. His brother claimed that their stepfather was violent and had even once stabbed their mother. Anthony's brother does not believe that he ran away from home and believes that his stepfather likely holds answers to what had happened to him. If Anthony was still alive, he would be 61 years old. At the time of his disappearance, he was described as a black male with black hair, black eyes, pound 5.2.95. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Atlanta Police Department. November of 1966 was a time of new beginnings for 18-year-old Karen Snyder. She and her husband Paul had welcomed their first child, a daughter named Paula, just 2.5 months earlier. This exciting time was abruptly cut short on November 12, 1966. Paul had been working a double shift that evening. He had tried calling Karen, but she did not answer the phone. He eventually grew nervous because he still could not reach her, so he left work to go check on her. He arrived at his family's home in the 400 block of Wilson Avenue in Calumet City, Illinois, just after 11 p.m. He was immediately concerned because the lights were off and the blinds had never been closed, which was unusual for that time of night. When he went inside, Paul discovered his wife's dead body in their bedroom. Her clothes were in disarray, and she had been stabbed 125 times. It was later estimated that she had been killed 6 hours before her body was found. Baby Paula was in her bassinet in the living room and was unharmed. Police could not find any usable fingerprints at the scene. They hoped that tests on blood smears found on a basement window might provide more information, but this effort did not solve the crime. There were no signs of forced entry into the home, potentially indicating that Karen knew her killer and had willingly let him inside her home. According to Paul and Karen's daughter Paula, her father fought to solve her mother's case from the day she was killed right up until the day he passed away. She says he suffered greatly, not only because he lost his wife, but also because police had initially believed he was their prime suspect. He was questioned numerous times, underwent 4 polygraph examinations, and gave samples of his hair and blood. His blood type was not a match to either of the 2 blood types found on the bloody bedsheets and clothing from the crime scene. Paula believes her father's early death in 1989 at the age of 45 was a result of the stress caused by her mother's murder and the lack of justice for her, even though Paul was almost positive that he knew who the killer was. Paul would finally be proven correct almost 35 years after his death when, on April 29, 2024, 79-year-old James Barbier was taken into custody at his home outside of St. Louis to be taken to Illinois to be charged with Karen Snyder's murder. Barbier was no stranger to the Snyders or to police. He had been friends with Karen and Paul and had been one of Paul's co-workers at a local railroad. He had even been a pallbearer at Karen's funeral. During an interview with police after he was taken into custody in 2024, Barbier allegedly told them that he knew this day would eventually come. Barbier had been an early suspect in the case. According to his wife, he had appeared nervous when he had returned home on the evening of Karen's murder. He had arrived later than expected, making him late for his own anniversary party, which was being thrown that evening. He immediately took off his clothes and put them in the washing machine. His wife saw that he had a head wound and multiple cuts on his hands. He also had blood on him. He claimed he had gone to a few taverns and then tripped over a tree stump on his way out of the last one, necessitating a trip to a local clinic. The cuts she saw that night were still visible and observed by others when Barbier attended Karen's funeral a few days later. He was arrested for the murder in late 1966, but police had to release him because they did not have enough evidence to charge him. Karen's daughter, now Paula Larson, had approached the Calumet City Police in 2009, trying to get them to reopen her mother's case. The effort left her feeling defeated. The detective she spoke with, who has since retired, told her the evidence was unavailable, and Paula was left feeling as though she had no other means of getting the case solved. It would be a call from someone far more distantly connected to Karen that finally launched the effort that would ultimately lead to Barbier's arrest. Kevin Seeley is a 4th cousin of Paula Snyder Larson, who had never met her prior to the press conference announcing Barbier's arrest. Growing up, he had heard the story of Karen's murder from his grandmother, Dee. Dee's husband was one of Paul Snyder's cousins. She would tell her grandson about the tragic death of a poor young woman and how it still troubled her even decades later. In December of 2022, Kevin contacted the police in Calumet City to inquire about the case. This time, the detective he was able to get in contact with was far more thorough in looking into the cold case. Calumet City detectives learned about Barbier after reviewing the case file and obtained a warrant for his DNA. They traveled to Missouri to serve it in April of 2023 and also interviewed Barbier for over an hour and a half. He told them the same story about his activities that night that he had given in 1966. A DNA profile was then developed from one of the pieces of clothing Karen had been wearing when she was killed and found to be a match to Barbier, which led to his arrest. Because of his age and poor health, Barbier is not in custody as a legal case against him proceeds. He is under order not to leave Missouri or Illinois, had to surrender his passport and firearms, and is required to report to authorities in person and by phone twice a month. Karen's family is understandably upset that he is not still in custody. Judy Weaver was born and raised in Everett, Washington. At 17, she was the winner of a local beauty pageant. In 1984, 42-year-old Judy was the co-owner of the Bell Nest Cafe on Hewitt Avenue in Everett. She had two grown daughters, Kathy, who lived in Washington, and Colleen, who was living in North Pole, Alaska. Kathy, as well as Judy's mother, Edith, worked at the cafe with her. Judy had recently become a grandmother and displayed signs reading, "It's a boy," all over her cafe to proudly announce her grandson Levi's birth. On the evening of June 1, 1984, the local Salty Sea Days festival was ending in Everett. Judy left the Bell Nest to walk home after work. A witness saw her at the Dairy Queen half a block away from her apartment. She regularly stopped there to buy vanilla ice cream on her way home from work. The Dairy Queen would be the last place Judy was seen alive. Just after midnight on June 2nd, a passerby used a payphone to call 911 to report a fire at the one-story, 5-unit brick apartment building on the corner of 35th Street and Rucker Avenue. Smoke was pouring out of one of the apartments, Judy's. When the firefighters were able to enter the unit, they were horrified to find Judy's dead body. She had been tied up, bound with phone cord, pantyhose, and fabric. Judy had been strangled to death and her clothes had been cut away with a knife. The fire had been contained to her bedroom, and firefighters determined that it had been started on Judy's bed using paper towels and a jar of Pond's cold cream. The apartment's back door was unlocked. The case remained unsolved for decades. It was reopened by investigators in 2002. A suspect was identified at the time, but further investigation cleared him. It would not be until May 1, 2024, almost 40 years after Judy was killed, that an arrest was made in her case. That day, 66-year-old Mitchell Gaff was taken into custody in Olympia, Washington to face charges of first-degree murder, first-degree arson, first-degree burglary, first-degree rape, and first-degree kidnapping in connection to Judy's case. Gaff was identified using DNA evidence. In 2023, a fabric ligature that had been used to tie Judy's hands had been re-examined. A DNA profile was found, and after it was run through the combined DNA index system, Gaff was identified as a potential match. Another sample was necessary to confirm the match. Therefore, undercover police officers surreptitiously collected discarded items that contained Gaff's saliva. The Washington State Patrol Crime Lab then matched the DNA sample to samples from a vaginal swab taken during Judy's autopsy, 3 pieces of clothing she was wearing on the night of her murder, and from the ligatures used to bind and strangle her. Gaff, who has been diagnosed by state therapists as a sexual sadist, had his DNA profile in the system because he has an extensive history of sexually based offenses and has spent decades under state-mandated confinement. At the time of his arrest for Judy's murder, he was living independently but registered as a Level 3 sex offender. Gaff's known criminal behavior began in 1979 when he attacked a woman as she was putting away her lawnmower. He forced her to the ground, found her hands, hit her repeatedly with a pistol, and threatened to cut her throat. She bravely fought him off and was able to escape before he could rape her. Gaff was convicted of assault and burglary. He received probation for this attack. At the time of Judy's murder, 26-year-old Gaff was living with his parents in Everett and working as a carpet cleaner. 2 months after Judy was killed, he broke into a house at night and attacked 2 teenage sisters. He bound and violently raped them in front of one another before one sister was able to escape and get help. He pled guilty to 2 counts of first-degree rape and first-degree burglary and was sentenced in 1985. Gaff was scheduled to be released from prison in 1994, but just before he was, prosecutors moved to have him legally detained under the state's sexual predator law. In 1995, a jury found that he should be committed to the state's Special Commitment Center on McNeil Island for treatment. Another jury made the same finding again in 2000. During these trials and during his commitment, Gaff confessed to 5 other rapes and to attempting to attack up to 30 women a day for a period of time. He also claimed that this behavior escalated in the summer of 1984 when Judy was murdered and that he enjoyed using a knife to cut off his victim's clothes as Judy's clothes had been removed. Various attempts were made to transition Gaff back into society during the early 2000s, but his violations of the conditions he was under would result in him remaining committed. He was not unconditionally released until 2018, at which point he legally changed his name. Gaff is currently being held without bail. On October 31, 2001, 35-year-old Mark Henderson locked up his bike when he spotted a familiar face, Bruce MacArthur. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community, Mark recognized Bruce from numerous encounters in Toronto's gay village, where they often exchanged friendly nods and small comments. However, this evening was different. As Mark secured his bike, he noticed Bruce jogging toward him, eager to engage in conversation. The time was around 12:34 p.m. Mark happily chatted with Bruce and even invited him into his apartment to check out his Halloween costume. Just minutes later, events would take a dark turn, marking the beginning of Canada's most prolific serial killer's rampage. In Mark's own words to the Daily Mail, he said, "I was unlocking the door when I felt a whack. It happened so fast. I kind of fell into my apartment and thought maybe part of the ceiling had fallen. I turned and remembered seeing Bruce looking like a wild man. I can't emphasize how horrified I was. I felt betrayed. I realized he was trying to kill me." The sudden attack dazed Mark, and he desperately tried to get to his feet. So many questions were running through his head. Why was Bruce attacking him, and what had he done to provoke such a reaction? Mark fought for his life, weaving and trying to dodge Bruce's swinging punches. At one point, Bruce grabbed a metal bar and broke 2 of Mark's fingers, leaving him screaming in agony. Mark was able to run to the phone and dial 911 at 12:39 p.m. Operators immediately dispatched the police to his Toronto apartment, and Mark hid from Bruce, who was trying to pull out the phone from the wall. When emergency services arrived at Mark's apartment, Bruce had already fled. Mark described that he was laughed at by paramedics who asked whether he had invited him into his apartment for an intimate time together. Shortly after the attack, Bruce handed himself into the Toronto police, bringing some relief to Mark, but his ordeal was far from over. Instead of taking the attack seriously, Mark alleges that the media brandished him as a street worker and that he deserved what had happened to him. Bruce had also tried to spin the narrative, telling police that it was a private matter between the two. The fierce media campaign to portray Mark in a negative light worked. Bruce was sentenced to 1 year of house arrest followed by 3 years of probation. He was also banned from Toronto's gay village. As law enforcement would find out, this ban was wholly unenforceable, and the sentence of house arrest and the undertaking of psychological assessment did little to dissuade Bruce MacArthur's murderous plans. This first attack in 2001 should have sent alarm bells ringing for the police. Instead, it would later become a case study for the major failings of the Toronto police and their inability to keep LGBTQ+ people safe in Toronto and Canada. To Bruce, this light punishment signaled that he could do whatever he wanted to whomever he wanted, as it was clear that marginalized communities were not cared about. Bruce MacArthur, born October 8, 1951 to parents, Isley and Malcolm, was said to have lived a happy and humble life on his family's farm in Woodville, Ontario. Bruce and his sister had miles of land to explore and play, and it was clear from a young age that Bruce was not a rule breaker. His parents were strict and also religious. One of his former classmates recalled that kids called Bruce the teacher suck and never once saw him get into trouble. Starting in grade 9, Bruce attended Fenelon Falls Secondary School and was enrolled in a 4-year program. He got good grades and kept his head down, and those around him believed that he would have a happy and successful career ahead of him. At Fenelon Falls, he met Janice Campbell, the woman everyone thought was the love of his life. The two got married, moved to the big city of Toronto, and by 1986, they had given birth to 2 children. But not all was well. Bruce had a battle raging inside him. Whilst he cared for Janice, he did not have romantic feelings for her. He was gay, but within his community and his church, he wouldn't be able to come out for years. His family life continued as usual until the 1990s when Bruce dropped the bombshell. When his parents had passed, he was finally ready to come out to his wife that he was gay. Bruce's job as a salesman for McGregor Hosiery and Stanfields took him all over Ontario. During his travels, Bruce began to have affairs and sexual encounters with men, confirming what he already knew deep down. Bruce and Janice continued to live together until the late 90s. The two found themselves bogged down with financial issues after Bruce was let go from his job. Following the separation with his wife, Bruce moved into an apartment in Toronto on Don Mills Road, officially starting his new life. As we know, in 2001, he attacked Mark Henderson but had received little punishment. In Bruce's mind, this was a go-ahead symbol. Bruce wasn't the only one in the family who displayed deep-seated issues. Throughout the 90s and into the 2000s, Bruce's son, Todd MacArthur, was sentenced to 14 months in prison after he made obsessive and obscene phone calls to women he did not know. John Bradford, a forensic psychologist, would later tell the National Post, quote, "There are some very preliminary studies that suggest there might be some kind of neurobiological disorder common to satisexual mass murders, but it's far from conclusive," end quote. As the 2000s rolled through, Bruce went from strength to strength. Due to his white hair and beard, he landed a few seasonal jobs as a mall Santa. When not bellowing out ho ho ho, Bruce owned and operated a landscaping business. His assistants were primarily young immigrant men, and some clients noted that his pool of assistants often changed. After a long day of work, Bruce would stalk the gay village, an area he'd been banned from by the police. Unfortunately, there was no way for this rule to be enforced, and Bruce was free to roam around as he pleased. In 2010, members of the gay community in Toronto realized that one of their own had disappeared mysteriously. 40-year-old Skandaraj Navarathnam, originally from Sri Lanka, had failed to contact his family or friends. Skunda, as he was lovingly known, was last known to have been seen at Zipper's Bar, popular gay bar, on September 6, 2010, but he wasn't alone. Witnesses recalled seeing him in the company of an older white man, which was the last time he was seen. At first, law enforcement were slow to act, insisting that Skanda had left on his own accord, but his friends knew that wasn't the case. Skunda had recently gotten a puppy. He had saved up for months looking for a French bulldog and was extremely devoted to his new pup. Those close to him also knew that if he'd planned to go away for a bit, he would have arranged care for the puppy. When his apartment was searched, the dog had been alone for a while. It would take Toronto PD months to take the case seriously, and then on December 29, 2010, 42-year-old Abdul Basir Fazi also disappeared after last being seen in church in Wesley Street. Abdul left behind a wife and children who knew he would never walk away from them. The Toronto police found themselves under mounting pressure from the LGBTQ+ and Muslim communities to do something. Months after his disappearance, Abdul's car was found abandoned kilometers away on St. Clair Avenue and Mount Pheasant Road. 2 years later, on October 14, 2012, 58-year-old Majid Kayhan, an immigrant from Afghanistan, disappeared. Like Skunda and Abdul, Majid's gay life was a well-hidden secret from his family and friends. The police now had 3 missing men, all connected to the gay village, and it was time for something to be done. The Toronto police put together Project Houston, which saw 100 hours put into investigating these 3 disappearances. According to reports, Bruce MacArthur was questioned as he was known to frequent many of the same places the men had last been known to frequent, and officers also learned that Skunda and Majid had worked for him. The Toronto PD failed to uncover any evidence to implicate Bruce, and months later, the task force was disbanded in 2014, much to the community's dismay. Just a year after the task force had been disbanded, another man would disappear, 50-year-old Soroush Mahmoudi. Soroush and his wife had fled from Iran to Canada as refugees and landed in Toronto. Unfortunately, Soroush would face many horrors shortly after his arrival. The Toronto police had a lot of cases on their plate. With the disbandment of Project Houston, they assumed that there would be no more disappearances linked to the gay community, and they were wrong. Just because no missing person reports were made doesn't mean that no one with connections to the community went missing. The Toronto police would uncover these unreported victims much later down the line. On April 30th, 2017, 44-year-old Salim Eason was reported missing. Like many other victims, Salim was last seen in the downtown Toronto area and had dropped off the map. Whilst the Toronto PD did investigate these disappearances, many would later say that their judgments and investigations were clouded by systematic and institutionalized racism. On June 26, 2017, Pride celebrations would take place in Toronto, and people from the LGBTQ+ community and their allies would gather in the streets to celebrate how far the community had come and what they had achieved. Amongst some was 49-year-old Andrew Kinsman, a well-established member of the Toronto gay community. 3 days after he had attended Pride celebrations, Andrew was reported missing. Upon receiving this report, the Toronto PD stormed into action. Andrew was a white man, and the disappearance of a white gay man was the catalyst for the investigation that followed. Many would later criticize the Toronto Police Department decision and the fact that it was Andrew Kinsman's disappearance that triggered a full investigation. This time, the Toronto PD set up Project Prism, which aimed to uncover the mystery behind Andrew's disappearance and the disappearance of other gay men in the area. Investigators also discovered that the disappearances from Project Houston carried many similarities to those from Project Prism. For the first time, the disappearance of all of these men who had been sidelined were taken seriously, and it didn't take long for investigators to get their first breakthrough. In many missing persons cases, the first move is to examine the victim's personal life, and after searching Andrew's apartment, they uncovered a vital clue. The name Bruce was handwritten on Andrew's calendar on June 26th. The Toronto PD were familiar with Bruce, and that being Bruce MacArthur. He'd already been known to assault one man in 2001. According to one report, investigators also discovered messages on BDSM and dating sites between Andrew and Bruce. Bruce had been using a screen name, but just weeks into their investigation, they discovered the smoking gun. CCTV footage captured outside of Andrew's apartment showed him getting into a red 2004 Dodge Caravan on June 26, 2017, after he'd been to the Pride celebrations. Investigators began digging through records of all red Dodge Caravans and eventually found 5 men named Bruce who owned one. Using the specific parameter of 2004, the Toronto PD discovered that there was just one Bruce who owned a 2004 model, and that was Bruce MacArthur. The Toronto police quickly searched the name Bruce MacArthur and found that in 2016, a surviving victim had reported him for choking them. After a record of violence and evidence, and he was the last person to see Andrew alive, the Toronto PD were granted permission to seize his van as evidence, but there was one problem: it wasn't at his home. Luckily, investigators found it weeks later in a wrecking yard in Cortez, Ontario. It appeared that Bruce had attempted to destroy the evidence by selling the vehicle. A forensic examination was conducted, and bloodstains and other DNA samples matched back to Andrew Kinsman and Salim Eason, proving that they'd been in Bruce's van. According to Global News, after making this shocking discovery, the Toronto PD were permitted by the courts to obtain Bruce's computer and clone it. What they would find would shock them. Bruce MacArthur had a dark and sadistic mind, and his PC reflected that. After cloning his machine, investigators found folders dedicated to each victim and each disappearance. These pictures depicted the men both alive and deceased. Many photos taken post-mortem had been posed or dressed up for Bruce's amusement. The Toronto police were building their case and waiting for the right time to strike, which came on January 18, 2018. Bruce was known to frequent online dating websites and forums for gay men. There were whisperings in the community that Bruce was known to be especially sadistic in the bedroom. Many victims would later say that Bruce had choked them into unconsciousness, and they were terrified for their lives. On January 18, 2018, another unsuspecting man arrived at Bruce's home believing that the two were about to engage in consensual actions. Without warning, the Toronto PD burst through the doors of Bruce's home and discovered the man who had entered just moments earlier. They found the victim unconscious, handcuffed with a black bag placed over his head. The police had struck just in time, and then 67-year-old Bruce McArthur was arrested. Not only was he arrested for assault, but also murder. At this point in time, detectives did not know how many victims they would uncover. The Toronto PD focused their efforts on 53 Mallory Crescent, where Bruce had worked as a landscaper for years. Crime scene investigators and forensic anthropologists were dispatched to the scene, and over the course of several weeks, they uncovered the remains of 8 men. They had been dismembered and buried. 2 of these victims, 43-year-old Dean Lisowick and 37-year-old Krishna Kumar Kanagaratnam, had never been reported missing. Bruce McArthur was arrested following these shocking discoveries. He could no longer hide his murderous tendencies. According to a statement of facts released by Toronto Superior Court, Bruce McArthur often staged and photographed his victims in fur coats and other items both before and after they had been murdered. He also disposed of their bodies at the property he was working on by burying their bodies in planters or in a ravine. This document also revealed that Bruce kept trophies from most of his victims. In total, he kept Skunda's bracelet, Dean's jewelry, and Celine's notebook. It also revealed how Bruce used ligature or heavy objects to take the lives of these men. Once they were deceased, he would extensively photograph them before dismembering their bodies and burying their remains at the Mallory Crescent property where he was a landscaper. There's also evidence to suggest that Bruce sexually assaulted his victims before dismemberment. Mobin Azza, a journalist who covered Bruce's case extensively, told the Metro newspaper, quote, "His rituals were certainly grim. Bruce liked mementos of his crimes. He took pictures of one decapitated body. In other instances, he put cigars in his victims' mouths, putting them in furs, making them pose. He would move the body parts around in those plant pots. He would sit amongst those pots and eat his lunch with his victims." End quote. The evidence against Bruce was undeniable, and in January 2019, Bruce McArthur pleaded guilty to all 8 counts of first-degree murder. As Bruce had entered a guilty plea, the families of the victims were spared a long and difficult trial where they would have to hear the cruelty that Bruce had inflicted upon their loved ones. Bruce McArthur was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. Bruce has never told the police why he committed these crimes or why he began his serial killer career at the age of 61. He is now 71 years old and won't be eligible for parole until he is 91. Many suspect that Bruce is behind many more disappearances and murders within the community, and the Toronto PD is currently investigating any possible additional victims. The LGBTQ+ community have been very vocal about the mishandling of the Bruce McArthur case. Mark Henderson, one of the first known victims and possibly sole survivor of McArthur, joined the Toronto PD in a bid to be the officer both he and the community needed. He left in 2009 and returned to modeling. In the aftermath of the Bruce McArthur case, retired Ontario Court of Appeal Justice Gloria Epstein penned an independent review of how Mark's case was handled. She has made over 151 recommendations, noted that the dismissal of Mark's report was particularly troubling. Stephen Davis was born in Montgomery, Alabama, in 1952 and relocated to Pensacola, Florida, the following year. He graduated from high school there in 1970 and later attended Pensacola Junior College, where he graduated in 1985. Stephen never married or had children, but he maintained a close relationship with his family, including his mother and 2 sisters, visiting them often. Known for his friendly demeanor, he was always willing to help anyone in need. He showed great compassion for others and assisted many people in overcoming drug addiction. He liked spending time with people, which led to him becoming a cab driver. Just before 4 a.m. on August 26, 1998, Stephen had just finished a 12-hour shift driving his cab. He pulled into the parking lot of a Winn-Dixie grocery store on Navy Boulevard in Pensacola. As he was getting ready to leave, someone came up to his cab and shot Stephen 3 times, striking him once in the jaw and twice in the back. Stephen got out of the vehicle, tried to call for help, and collapsed. He died where he fell. Stephen's yellow station wagon was taken and then later recovered nearby. The driver's window had been shattered, and the driver's door and the rear passenger door were left open. Police found a single fingerprint in a globule of Stephen's blood at the scene, but were not able to match it at the time because they were not able to see the print in clear enough detail. They tried examining it multiple times over the years, and investigators held multiple cold case symposiums before technology advanced to the point where the fingerprint could be properly examined and identified. On March 5, 2024, Escambia County Sheriff Chip Simmons announced that 44-year-old Donald Holmes II is being charged with Stephen's murder after his fingerprint was matched to the one found at the crime scene. Holmes is currently incarcerated at Mayo Correctional Institution Annex in Mayo, Florida. He is serving a 20-year sentence after being found guilty of robbery, fleeing and eluding, and aggravated assault in 2014. He had previously served 17 months in prison for felony fleeing and eluding law enforcement. He was previously set for release on July 31, 2032, but could receive life without parole if he is convicted of Stephen's murder. He was just 18 years old at the time of Stephen's murder. Stephen's mother, June Wilburn, passed away in 2007 without ever learning who killed her son. His sisters, Ruby Kastner and Julie MacArthur, were both present at the press conference announcing that Holmes is being charged with their brother's murder. 24-year-old Kelly Workman was over 6 feet tall and had a slight but athletic frame. She kept very close to home, very rarely straying too far from her family's dairy farm in rural Douglas County, Missouri. According to Kelly's family, she was extremely shy, naive, and had trouble socializing. In recent years, now that the disorder is more widely understood, they have come to believe that Kelly may have had some form of autistic spectrum disorder. She was very reliant on her parents and never moved out of their home. Kelly did not smile very often, both because she was shy and because she was self-conscious over her crooked front tooth. Kelly was wary of people she did not know but enjoyed helping others so long as she was familiar with them. Kelly was hardworking and meticulous and independent enough to work outside of the house. She worked Sundays at a small country store, and she did yard work and cleaned houses for various family friends who lived in the small community of Dogwood. On the evening of June 30, 1989, Kelly was mowing a lawn at the Dogwood Cemetery near the Pleasant Southern Baptist Church. This job had been passed down through several generations of her family, and Kelly had performed it for the past 3 years. She took the job very seriously, spending 2 days at a time making sure the grass around each grave marker was trimmed perfectly. Kelly's grandparents and her baby brother were all buried at the cemetery. Kelly was last seen alive at 5:40 when her uncle saw her working in the graveyard as he drove past it. At 6:15, someone who lived nearby found the lawnmower Kelly had been using unattended in the cemetery. Only a third of the grass had been mowed. There was no sign of Kelly. Kelly's parents were immediately alarmed. It was obvious that Kelly had not left the cemetery alone or on her own accord. Kelly's car was still in the parking lot with its keys in the ignition. Her purse with $100 in cash was at home. Kelly was very wary of strangers. She did not even like talking to motorists who pulled off of the highway to ask for directions at the church. She would not have willingly left the cemetery with anyone she did not know. The search for Kelly, therefore, began that evening with 50 people quickly joining the effort, searching for her on foot, on horseback, and by helicopter. Extensive searches continued for nearly a week. Then, on July 7th, Kelly's body was discovered in a creek in the Mark Twain National Forest near Oldfield, more than 10 miles away from where she was last seen. 2 of Kelly's uncles were with the search party that located her body, and even decades later, they cannot bring themselves to talk about the experience. Investigators believe that Kelly was killed on the night of her disappearance, June 30th, or early in the morning of July 1st. However, since her body had been submerged in water and temperatures had been so warm, her remains had decomposed very quickly, making it difficult to see any injuries or conclusively determine her cause of death. She also had to be identified by her dental records. More than 400 people came to Kelly's funeral, with 300 of them crammed into the wooden pews of the funeral chapel and 100 others who could not fit inside sitting or standing in the lobby for the service. Kelly was then buried at the cemetery where she had last been seen alive. On February 21, 2024, the Douglas County Sheriff's Department and Christian County Sheriff's Department had a press conference at the church near that cemetery. There, they announced the three men, Bobby Lee Banks, Leonard Dwight Banks, and Wiley Belt, had been arrested after being indicted on charges of first-degree murder, forcible rape, and first-degree kidnapping in connection to Kelly's case. According to Douglas County Prosecuting Attorney Matthew Weatherman, the arrests were finally made after a witness came forward with rock-solid testimony that tied their case together. While it took nearly 35 years for the arrests to be made, at least two of the accused, the Banks brothers, were identified in the investigation within a year of Kelly's murder. Recent statements from prosecutors indicate that the third man who has been indicted, Wiley Belt, was also a top suspect early on, despite a lack of media coverage over the investigation into him. Dwight Banks took and passed a polygraph in the summer of 1990. Around that same time, an ex-girlfriend of Bobby Banks told police that he had asked her to falsely provide an alibi for him for the night of Kelly Workman's murder, as he did not have one. Bobby took a polygraph administered by the Missouri State Highway Patrol and failed it. In July of 1995, a local newspaper published an article on the case, which resulted in police receiving a tip and the investigation picking up again. That same month, Dwight Banks gave an interview to that local paper. He gave his own account of the evening of June 30, 1989, and acknowledged that he had been questioned by police. He also said that on multiple occasions, he had made jokes about Kelly's murder while he was drunk. In 1999, police obtained warrants to collect DNA samples from two suspects, one of whom was Dwight Banks. They had hoped that DNA could be identified from the crime scene evidence and be compared to these samples, but nothing ever came of this avenue of investigation. All three of the accused have filed for a change of venue for their trials. This has been granted for Dwight Banks and Wiley Belt. Bobby Banks' motion is still to be heard in court. All three were initially held on $250,000 cash bond. Wiley Belt's lawyers successfully had this converted to a personal surety bond, and he was able to secure his release from custody while he awaits trial. He is currently under house arrest with GPS monitoring. Dwight Banks is attempting to also secure pretrial release on the basis of his medical needs. Belt is next due in court on June 4th, and the Banks brothers both have motion hearings scheduled for April 17th. 31-year-old Valerie Ames loved spending time outdoors, mainly camping and riding horses. She loved her two young daughters, Pamela and Michelle, even more. The last memory Michelle has of her mother was sitting on her lap at her 5th birthday party, a Barney the Dinosaur-themed celebration. Michelle and 9-year-old Pamela then went on a trip to England with their grandmother and never saw their mother again. Valerie's body was discovered on August 10, 1996, in a pool of blood. She had been beaten and stabbed to death. Her body was found inside of an apartment at the Courtyard Apartments on King Street in Jacksonville, Florida. However, it was not Valerie's apartment. The man who lived there had been arrested the previous night. His daughter had come to check on his apartment and discovered Valerie's body. Since the resident of the apartment was in police custody at the time of the murder, he was cleared as a suspect. He had no connection to Valerie and did not recognize her when he was shown a picture of her. Valerie lived in the suburban neighborhood of Arlington and did not have a car. There was no known reason for her to have been in that area of Jacksonville or obvious means by which she had gotten there, indicating that her killer had brought her to the temporarily vacant apartment, which had been left unlocked following its occupant's arrest. One of Valerie's daughters told investigators that 3 months before her mother was killed, she had reported being assaulted by a police officer. Nothing ever came of the charge, and nothing ever came of the lead. Valerie's case went cold. Her daughters grew up, and Valerie eventually had 6 grandchildren who never got the chance to meet her. On April 2, 2024, just over 10,000 days after Valerie was killed, Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters announced that 69-year-old Jerry Phillips of North Carolina had been arrested and was being accused of second-degree murder and sexual battery in connection with Valerie's case. He was facing prosecution by the Florida State Attorney's Office. Because of the ongoing criminal proceedings, the sheriff's office is unable to release many details about how Phillips came to be identified. According to State Attorney Melissa Nelson, more information will be made available to the media once Phillips has been indicted and their evidence against him has been formally filed in discovery, making it available to Phillips' attorneys. Sheriff Waters did say that the identification was made due to both the dedicated investigative efforts of the detectives in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit, as well as advances in technology. He also stated that Phillips was not a total stranger to Valerie, although he could not comment on how exactly she knew him. Valerie's mother, June, was still alive to see the arrest made in her daughter's case and sent a statement to be read at the press conference where it was announced. Valerie's daughter, Michelle, was present at the press conference and gave a statement that said in part, "These long years have done nothing to numb the pain of her non-existence. Her pain and her torture have all become our pain and torture daily. Standing here today, almost 28 years later, we now have some answers on our beautiful mother, Valerie, and she has finally reached her chance to have justice. May our mom finally rest in peace." 34-year-old Ian Snyder is a travel blogger and father of 3 from Ferndale, California. He is also an active hiker. At the beginning of December 2023, Ian was in Hawaii, and on December 4th, he set out on a hike. By his own later admission, he made numerous mistakes when it came to this hike. They began when he started planning it. He did not tell anyone where he was going to be hiking. He had mentioned to his father on the phone the day before that he would be taking a hike that day, but his father was not even aware that Ian was in Hawaii because he traveled so frequently. Ian also just used Google Maps to plan out the trails he would be taking. Since he had not used an official state source, he was unaware that he was planning to hike on a closed trail and should not be on it. Furthermore, he went on his hike alone in a challenging and unfamiliar location. That day, Ian would be hiking the Kolau Summit Trail, considered to be one of the most difficult trails on Oahu, if not in all of Hawaii. The trail became more steep and more treacherous as he went along, but Ian was able to use his extensive hiking experience to manage the conditions. Ian then made another error in judgment when he made a split-second decision to deviate from his planned route. At some point, Ian fell more than 1,000 feet off of the mountain. He does not have a clear memory of the actual fall. When he came to, he was not sure of what had happened to him or how long he had been unconscious. He was, of course, lucky to have survived such a long fall at all, but he was also fortunate in that the spot where he landed was near the base of a waterfall. He was able to drag himself over to a small stream that flowed from the waterfall so that he had access to water. He was also able to situate himself between 2 large rocks by the stream so that he was sheltered from the wind. Ian's family was unaware that anything was wrong until they had not heard from him for a few days. On December 6th, one of Ian's friends told him about a video he had posted on social media showing the area where he was before beginning his hike. This helped them determine that Ian was in Hawaii. They contacted officials there, and the following day, December 7th, the Honolulu Police Department contacted the Honolulu Fire Department requesting assistance in the missing persons case. The video Ian had posted to social media had been shown to members of the local hiking community. They were able to help identify the location shown in the video and began organizing searches for Ian. Honolulu police were able to use the last signal from Ian's cell phone to help narrow their search area. Rescue personnel from the fire department flew over the area and spotted Ian. They had been expecting the worst and were surprised to see Ian awake and aware enough to wave one arm to them as he heard them approach. He was given the nickname of the Miracle Man in the press because he survived such a serious fall as well as days alone in the wilderness. Ian was airlifted out and taken to Queens Medical Center in Honolulu for medical treatment. He broke bones in his face, arm, and hand and sustained numerous puncture wounds. One of his eyes was damaged and he was left with double vision in it. On December 12th, nearly a week after he was rescued, Ian was able to publicly thank everyone involved with finding him and bringing him to safety. After returning home to California, Ian filmed and recorded public service announcements for radio and television at the request of Hawaii's Department of Land and Natural Resources. In them, he detailed some of his mistakes and provided information about hiking safely. He ended his statement by saying, "Consider the risks first responders take. I'm alive because of them. Don't make the mistakes I did. You may not live to share your lessons." Maury Travis was born on October 25, 1965, and was known by the nickname Toby. He lived with his mother Sandra Travis and his father Michael V. Travis in Carr Square, a public housing complex in St. Louis, Missouri. In April 1976, they bought a house at 1001 Ford Avenue in Ferguson. Maury's childhood appeared relatively ordinary. He was introverted and reserved, but known for his exceptional politeness and respect. Adults who interacted with him viewed him as someone very mindful of etiquette and social norms. One teacher noted him as an unusually quiet teenager who even mowed his neighbor's lawn. His demeanor at school was unremarkable, and those who knew him, including teachers, parents, and peers, never suspected him of being capable of violence. When police later interviewed people who attended school with Maury or lived nearby, many didn't even recognize him. He didn't leave a memorable impression. In all of his childhood that is known to us, the separation of his parents was the only potential trauma that he may have experienced. He graduated from McClure High School in 1985 and served 2 years as an Army reservist. Following that, he worked as a medical and dental assistant. Additionally, he managed to secure employment locally with college companies and even volunteered at a local nursing home. Maury Travis's enrollment in Morris Brown College in 1986 at the age of 22 seemed like a positive step forward. However, it was also in this private institute in Atlanta where he encountered and formed a relationship with cocaine, sending his life into a downward spiral. His addiction quickly escalated to a severe level, costing him $300 a day. Maury's plunge into criminal activities to support his habit swiftly brought him to the attention of law enforcement the following year. Up until that point, he had a clean record, making his sudden shift into illegal behavior quite unexpected. Rather than a gradual escalation, his actions took a surprising and abrupt turn from his prior conduct. Maury engaged in a string of robberies that raised eyebrows. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. To everyone's surprise, he targeted 5 shoe stores in St. Louis within 8 days. What added an unusual twist to these crimes was his choice of weapon. Instead of a loaded firearm, he used a plastic toy gun to instill fear. This abrupt shift into criminal behavior was truly unexpected, especially given his clean record prior to these incidents. This is where Maury Travis took a sharp turn into criminal activity. The armed robberies he committed resulted in his initial capture. Witnesses provided the police with details about his car, leading to his arrest. The detective handling the case was taken aback, as Maury didn't fit the typical image of a criminal. Upon being apprehended, Maury claimed to have hazy memories of the crimes, attributing it to drug influence. While awaiting sentencing, he underwent a drug rehabilitation program and claimed to have successfully overcome his addiction. Despite these efforts and his clean record before this, the court had taken his actions into account during proceedings. Character references poured in support of Maury, including one from a congressman and U.S. representative. These testimonials highlighted his rehabilitation efforts, asserting that his criminal behavior was an aberration in his character. Despite this acknowledgement, Maury received a 15-year prison sentence on July 5, 1989, at the age of 23. This marked the start of his time behind bars for his criminal actions. From the outset, Maury realized that his time in prison wouldn't be easy. He attested to the inhospitable conditions, citing frequent assaults and an abundance of drugs that posed a significant threat to his rehabilitation. Having successfully addressed his dependency issues, he found himself surrounded by drugs in this challenging environment. In a desperate plea to the judge, Maury wrote a letter, urging him to reconsider his sentence, pouring his heart out in the hope of a more lenient outcome. In his plea to the judge, Maury wrote on how he was constantly thinking of taking his own life, due to the horrible conditions he is living in. He ended by asking the judge to give him another chance in society. Maury was granted parole in 1994, serving only 5 years and 3 months of his sentence at the Farmington Correctional Center. His early release was primarily attributed to his exemplary behavior. Although he had 13 conduct violations, they were minor infractions. He moved into a duplex where neighbors regarded him as an excellent resident who didn't cause any disturbances. After serving time initially from March 1989 through June 1994, Maury faced additional prison stays due to drug-related charges from February 1998 to January 1999 due to repeatedly violating his parole. Once outside prison, he worked in various restaurants, keeping to himself mostly. He also displayed an unusual fixation for his 2000 black Mitsubishi Eclipse, spending considerable time cleaning and maintaining it. Although neighbors and classmates of Maury didn't have any suspicious information about him, one of his former girlfriends had something different to say. In March of 2001, Maury's girlfriend left him, and this was when bodies of women began to turn up around town. Maury would actively pick up sex workers along the extended stretch of Broadway, known as the Stroll north of St. Louis. In fact, suspected victims of Maury were later discovered in this area. It gained notoriety for its numerous crack houses and the availability of such workers. Maury would pick them up and then bring them back to his home in Ferguson. Once there, he would keep some of these women for days, subjecting them to his whims. However, it wasn't solely for his personal satisfaction. He recorded the horrifying events taking place in the basement. Videotapes documenting these acts were later discovered, concealed within a wall. Some of the video clips showed Maury engaging in consensual but rough roleplay, involving bondage with women. There were also instances when he was seen using drugs, yet he would let them go unharmed. However, in other footage, Maury could be seen indulging in much darker activities, from keeping women hostage for days in his dungeon to strangling them to death. Law enforcement initially struggled to comprehend why he chose to spare certain women while murdering others. One hypothesis suggests that the tipping point might have been when he discovered that a particular sex worker had children. It appeared that this discovery triggered a violent rage in him, since they chose drugs over their children. Although it's not confirmed, that's the association they've drawn. He also made them perform the most unbelievable rituals. More, he would get them to dance in white clothes. Then at times he'd get them to wear sunglasses where the lenses were completely blacked out so they couldn't see. By doing this, he was taking power away from them completely. He would then restrain their legs with a rope and handcuff them. At times, he'd even cover their eyes with duct tape. They saw these women shackled to a wooden post with Maury verbally taunting them. He would tell them what was going to happen, or they needed to berate them as well. At times, he'd get angry because he'd find out that these women had children. He also used to criticize them, expressing aggression and violence due to their choice of drugs over their kids. In some of the earliest footage, Maury is actually seen standing over a kneeling naked woman heavily bound with a rope and handcuff. Then he suddenly grabs the belt, snaps it tightly around her neck, and strangles her until she's unconscious and she's limp. He may even have broken her neck. He then just leaves her body face down on the floor. It's truly horrifying to think that Maury Travis was able to carry out such horrific crimes without raising suspicion. One thing we know is Maury Travis' ability to blend into the background made him a master of disguise. His unassuming nature allowed him to operate unnoticed, making him the last person anyone would suspect of such heinous crimes. On July 31, 2000, the discovery of the first known victim, Mary Shields, 61, in East St. Louis, Illinois, began a haunting pattern. In the months that followed, the tragedies escalated. On March 24, 2001, the body of Cassandra F. Walker, 19, was found in Washington Park, Alyssa Greenway. A 34-year-old caught in a seemingly hopeless cycle of addiction was discovered deceased on April 1, 2001, in Washington Park, Illinois. Her body showed signs of strangulation, with ligature marks found on her wrists and ankles. Near her body, authorities found a tire impression, identified as a Bridgestone Potenza tire, which was photographed for further analysis. Not long after, on May 15, 2001, Teresa Wilson, 36, was discovered in West Alton, Missouri. May 30th, 2001, marked the discovery of Betty James, 46, in St. Louis, with an evident tire impression distinct from earlier scenes. The St. Louis Police Department strongly believed that all these murders were the work of the same individual, as the crimes were executed in a similar manner. By June 29, 2001, Verona Thompson, 36, was found in West Alton, Missouri. Following this, on August 25, 2001, Yvonne Cruz, 50, was discovered in East St. Louis, Illinois. The haunting silence after October 8, 2001, when Brenda Beasley, age 33, was found dead in East St. Louis, Illinois, raised speculation. Authorities speculated three possible scenarios. Either the perpetrator was in custody, had passed away, or had relocated from the area. However, the unsettling quiet broke as the year changed. The cycle resumed, claiming for more lives. The first unidentified victim was found on January 30th, 2002. Another unidentified victim was found near Muscatoa, Illinois, on March 11th, 2002. The next unidentified victim was discovered in Columbia, Illinois, on March 28, 2002. And the final unidentified victim was reported in West Alton, Missouri, on May 25, 2002. Each day marked a sorrowful moment, revealing a frightening pattern. What ultimately led to uncovering the killer will stun you like never before. In an attempt to bring attention to one of the victims and maintain public interest in the investigation, Bill Smith penned an article. This was about Teresa Wilson, a victim, and her life struggles leading up to her unfortunate demise. She named the killer the Streetwalker Strangler. The article was published in the paper's May 19, 2002 issue. Less than a week later, Smith received a letter at his desk. While it's not uncommon for media personnel to receive letters or correspondence, this letter had an unusual return address on the envelope. I thralled him. 325 to 331 Lafayette Street, New York, New York, 10012. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. The zip code 10012 encompasses portions of Manhattan's Soho, NoHo, Nolita, and Greenwich Village neighborhoods. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. However, the thraldom address is fictional. So why would someone use that term for an address? According to Merriam-Webster, thraldom refers to the state of being an enslaved person. It also served as the name of a bondage website. Using what appeared to be Lucida handwriting font in red ink with minimal punctuation, Smith initially believed it was a prank. He quickly realized the letter was no joke and that a person claiming to be the Streetwalker Strangler was contacting him. The letter read, "Dear Bill, nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenway. Write a good one, and I'll tell you where many others are to prove I'm real. Here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last." The letter Bill received included a map of West Alton marked with an X, indicating the location of a body. This sender offered to reveal the locations of additional victims and, as evidence of their identity, provided directions to number 17, accompanied by a typed internet-generated map. After finding a skeleton at the marked spot, authorities focused on the map, which appeared to have been generated using an internet mapping service. They found a possible match on Expedia.com, according to an affidavit by FBI agent Melanie Jimenez. On May 30th, 2002, Expedia informed Jimenez that Microsoft, based in Redmond, Washington, provided the data for its map site. The FBI requested records of any maps of West Alton made between May 18, 2002, the date of the newspaper story that prompted the letter, and May 21, 2002, the postmark on the envelope. Took 4 days to receive a response. On June 3, 2002, Microsoft reported that only one computer had accessed the map during the specified time period. The company further revealed that on May 20, 2002, that the computer had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area, approximately 10 times in chronological order, eventually generating a map that matched the one sent to the Post-Dispatch. However, Microsoft could not provide a name, only an IP address. a meaningless string of numbers to most people, 65.227.106.78. To translate the IP number into a name, the FBI turned to WorldCom Incorporated, which provided local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. WorldCom assigns a temporary IP address to each customer for each internet session. The challenge was not just to identify who used 65.227.106.78, but also to determine who used it at the specific time in question. WorldCom's Internet Division, UUNet, identified the user as MSN/Maury Travis. This led to the identification of the user's real name, Maury Troy Travis of Ferguson. Before this, back in 2001, Maury also hinted about his crime to one of his coworkers. He told him that East St. Louis was a good place to hide objects, due to minimal police presence. He also told his coworker's girlfriend, who worked at a TV station, that prostitutes' bodies were dumped in the same area. Maury didn't state that he was the one who killed them, but he said he knew about it from a friend. The taunting letter to the editor and his hints to coworkers suggest that Maury might have been one of those serial killers who craved attention. His actions indicate a desire to be found, a twisted sense of power derived from the fear he instilled in the community. This information provided the basis for surveillance, and on June 7, 2002, an arrest and search warrant. The warrant led to the discovery of evidence, including DNA and tire tread marks, linking Maury, a 36-year-old waiter, to some of the killings. Investigators launched a thorough search of Maury's residence in Ferguson, Missouri, uncovering a horrifying scene. Hidden within the depths of his home, they discovered a torture chamber. The ground floor of his home was tidy and well-maintained. The woman who lived with him, identified as his girlfriend, told police she had no clue about the basement and had never been there. While police officers examined the house and basement, FBI agents and other investigators conducted a 2-hour interrogation of Maury in his living room. They learned that his mother owned the residence and had allowed him to stay there. Authorities later revealed that Maury evaded giving direct answers, and instead inquired about how they had located him. Upon being informed that the computer-printed map had led them to his doorstep, Maury became enraged. Shortly after police escorted Maury outside and placed him in a car, he consented to accompanying the police downtown for further questioning. Computer forensics experts entered the house to inspect Maury's computer, where they uncovered drafts of the letter sent to journalist Bill Smith. Investigators uncovered a house of horrors. They found blood stains on the walls and on the ceiling and on the carpet and furniture as well. Within this, they discovered chilling torture instruments, a menacing stun gun, and newspaper clippings documenting his heinous crimes. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Videotapes capturing Maury's unspeakable acts of violence, subjecting his victims to horrific acts. The evidence from this torture chamber, coupled with DNA analysis, suggested that he committed the murders of between 12 and 20 women. He had been preying on vulnerable individuals, many of whom were drug addicts and sex workers, in the states of Missouri and Illinois between 2000 and 2022. Travis asked for a soda during questioning. Later, the can he drank from was sent to the lab for testing. DNA swabs were taken from the area near the opening of the can for epithelial cells in Travis' saliva, which could be used for DNA testing. Travis' DNA profile was then compared to the biological material found on 2 of the murder victims, Yvonne Cruz and Brenda Beasley. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heeger said that the investigators also found a crude diagram in Maury's home, showing plans for a basement extension. Heeger said that Maury was planning to build 2 cells in the basement, where he could, and then he was planning to build vents connecting the basement to the outside. Heeger said that Maury also made a list of things that he needed to keep the woman captive for some time, and that one of the items on the list was adult diapers. We spoke about the victims who were identified, but now let us uncover a few who are not known till the present. On May 25, 2002, the tragic case of St. Charles County Jane Doe came to light, adding another victim to the list of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. The woman's remains were discovered near West Alton, Missouri, leaving her identity shrouded in mystery for 21 years. The discovery of St. Charles County Jane Doe unfolded following the anonymous letter sent to local reporter Bill Smith on May 21, 2002. The skeletal remains of St. Charles County Jane Doe were found west of Highway 67 and scattered over a 30-foot wide area. It was determined that she was a female, between the ages of 25 and 35, of black ethnicity and approximately 5 feet 4 inches in height. One or more limbs and one or both hands were not recovered. The remains found at the crime scene included a sleeveless coarse blouse denim dress with metal buttons, a black and silver V-neck stretch, a torn piece of blue jean-type material, a white cotton tube sock, a blue shoestring-type tie-up in the back, and a thin white cotton fragment. A few months prior, on March 28, 2002, another discovery had been made, the remains of an unidentified woman. She would come to be known as Monroe County Jane Doe, one of the 3 victims of the notorious St. Louis serial killer, Maury Travis. Her identity remains a mystery, her story shrouded in silence. She was believed to be between the ages of 29 and 50, her African-American heritage evident in her skin tone. She stood at 5 feet 1 inch tall. Her petite frame weighed about 105 pounds. Her dark brown hair bore the mark of a healed fracture on her forehead, possibly a mark of a childhood injury. There was no indication that she had ever given birth. At the time of her discovery, they could find only skeletal remains, along with a green shirt and the letter M and the word Mavericks in orange lettering. Her attire was completed by khaki canvas shorts and a brown leather belt with a silver buckle. These simple garments provided the only clues to her identity, silent witnesses to her life. Just a few weeks before that, on March 11, 2002, in Marine, Illinois, the remains of Madison County Jane Doe were found. Madison County Jane Doe was believed to be between the ages of 23 and 30. Her ethnicity identified as black. Her height was estimated to be between 5 feet 1 inch and 5 feet 6 inches, and she weighed around 105 pounds. She also had dark hair. When discovered, the victim's decomposed body was clad in a red and white checkered flannel-style shirt, bearing the brand Tommy Hilfiger and the pair of gray shorts from the brand's Second Skins. A little under 2 months before that, St. Clair County Jane Doe, a woman whose identity remains a mystery, was discovered on January 30, 2002. Her skeletal remains were found in Mascot, Illinois, though the exact cause of her death remains undetermined. She is presumed to be one of the unidentified victims of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. At the time of her discovery, she was believed to be between the ages of 20 and 40, of African-American descent. Her skeletal remains revealed clues about her life, including 3 piercings in her right ear, a healed fracture above her left ankle, and additional healed fractures on her nasal bones, left second rib, wrist, and below her neck. She was found wearing a black velour sleeveless catsuit, bearing the brand Jason Matthews, with full-length legs. 2 yellow metal rings adorned her left middle finger. People were shocked and confused by how a man with such an appealing personality could be involved in these terrible crimes. The mother of one of his ex-girlfriends from Pagedale expressed her shock and disbelief over the news of Maury's arrest. Her daughter had dated him back in 2001, and she described him as a perfect gentleman who always seemed happy and laid back. She couldn't believe that the man she knew could be different from the person now accused of such heinous crimes. Maury was suspected of being involved in and he was also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. Federal court documents linked him to these crimes. Police investigators believed that Maury may have killed more than 17 women in total. Following his arrest on June 7, 2002, Maury was taken into custody for interrogation and was placed on preventative monitoring until his trial for the alleged offenses. Just when St. Louis thought justice had been served with Maury's arrest on June 7, 2002, the city saw darkness again. 3 days later, on June 10, 2002, Maury planned to escape his sentence. He did that in the most unthinkable way possible. Maury Travis reportedly wrote a brief note on a sheet of paper in his 8th-floor jail cell in Clayton. Outside the cell, another inmate tasked with monitoring Maury attempted to keep watch through a window. Maury had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison or face execution by injection. He conveyed to those who would read his final words, Instead, he decided to end his life on his own terms. He explained that he left a note to demonstrate, "You guys didn't kill me." His note read, "Dear Mom, I'm sorry for the pain this caused you and the family. My death seems to be the only way out and a fast end to all the publicity. You were the best mother a man could have. But I've been sick for a long time, sick in the head, since I was about 14. I don't know why, I was just sick. I've never felt normal or happy at any time in my life. I think about the life I lead and what's ahead of me. This seems the best solution for all involved, especially me, because I won't spend the rest of my life locked up, or worse, let them kill me with a needle. Tell Grandma, Marina, James, and everybody, I love them dearly. I love you the most, but you know that. Forever your son, Toby Travis." Jail regulations prohibited the inmate assigned to the anti-self-harm vigil from maintaining a clear view of what was to transpire, and the guards, violating jail rules, skipped 2 15-minute checks, providing Maury with 45 minutes of privacy to carry out his plan. According to Clayton police, Maury meticulously threaded a torn strip of bedsheet through small holes in a jail wall vent 6 feet from the floor, and looped the other end around his neck. He placed a pillowcase over his head, stuffed additional cloth into his mouth, and somehow managed to tie his hands behind his back. 12 years after Maury himself died in prison, his mother, Sandra Travis, still owned the home where he committed his horrific acts in 2014. She rented the home to Katrina McGaw without mentioning the house's dark past. McGaw learned about the house's history from a television documentary and requested to break her lease, but Sandra refused. News 4 contacted Sandra, who claimed she had informed McGaw about the house's past. McGaw denied this, stating she would have remembered the murders if Sandra had told her. Technically, landlords are not obligated to disclose information about a home's past. In this country, landlords are only required to report physical defects. The St. Louis Housing Authority intervened, allowing McGaw to move out at the end of the month. Despite Sandra's objections, this situation was complex. On one hand, it was understandable that Sandra, the mother of a serial killer, would want to put the past behind her. She was legally entitled to rent the house without disclosing any information about past events, but it may not be ethically right to do so. On the other hand, Maga, who had a 2-year-old daughter, was uncomfortable living in a house where women were tortured and murdered. She also mentioned that her daughter had been occasionally playing near the same pool in the basement where Maury Travis tied up his victims. Considering how disturbing the whole situation was, McGaw understandably wanted to move out as soon as possible. Sadly, the victims found no closure. Moreover, several victims remain unidentified, adding to the heartbreak of this case. After witnessing these tragic events, one thing becomes evident. You never truly know who lives next door. This monstrous individual was carrying out these heinous acts right beneath everyone's noses, escaping notice even from those close to him. What's truly confounding is the mystery surrounding his actions. How could he commit 17 murders in his basement without anyone suspecting a thing? Not even the woman he dated? And then the ultimate enigma. Why did he choose to end his own life in that prison cell? Was the prison reality more horrific than the agony these women faced? Or was he such a narcissist that he couldn't bear anyone else deciding when his life would end? Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Early on September 16, 1973, an elderly man took his dog for a Sunday morning walk near Landersea, a village in South Wales recognized as the site of the UK's first oil refinery. While walking through a small wooded area, he initially thought he had found a mannequin. As he approached, he realized he was mistaken. He had actually come upon the lifeless body of a young woman. Police were notified and soon discovered another young woman's body about 50 yards away from the first. Both teenagers were found with a long length of rope wrapped around their neck. It would later be confirmed that they had been strangled to death with the rope. It would also be determined that they had both been raped. They had been allowed to redress before being killed. The second young woman found also had a serious head injury. It appeared she had briefly escaped her attacker and ran a short distance before he caught her and hit her over the head. Based on where her body was found, it appeared she had nearly made it to a busy nearby road before she was caught. Two local families had been out looking for their teenage daughters who had failed to come home after going out together to a club the night before. When they saw the large police presence at the crime scene, they approached a police officer and asked for assistance. Family members were asked to view the two bodies to determine if they could identify them. The families confirmed that the bodies were those of Geraldine Hughes and Pauline Floyd. Both Geraldine and Pauline came from working-class and family-oriented backgrounds. Geraldine grew up as somewhat of a tomboy in part because she and her cousin Julie were the only two girls in their extended family. She was just as tough as her male cousins and able to keep up with all of their roughhousing. Geraldine had a fun and bubbly personality. Pauline was not as outgoing as Geraldine, but the two were still best friends. In 1973, they were both 16 years old. Both girls had recently finished school and worked together in a local clothing factory. They paid a portion of their income to their parents because they still lived at home, but what little disposable income they had went to their Saturday nights out and the clothes and makeup they wore to the nightclubs. On the evening of September 15, 1973, Pauline and Geraldine were out together at the Top Rank nightclub in Swansea. Geraldine's cousin Phil saw Geraldine and Pauline as they were leaving the nightclub as it was closing down. They were happy and having a good time. He told Geraldine to get home safely before they parted ways. He would never see his cousin alive again. Pauline and Geraldine had arrived in Swansea by bus. However, buses were not running at 1 a.m. when the club shut down for the night and there were few taxis available. Even if Geraldine and Pauline could have found a taxi, it would have cost them at least £4 to get home, an unreasonable expense considering they each only made £16 a week working at the factory. They decided to hitchhike, as was common practice for young people in the area at the time. Pauline and Geraldine lived in the neighboring villages of Landersea and Skewen, respectively. On this night, they were traveling approximately 7 miles to Landersea as Geraldine was meant to spend the night at Pauline's family home. The last witness to see the girls alive was a passing motorist who reported seeing them getting into a white car. A man named Philip O'Connor saw the girls standing near a bus stop down the road from the nightclub they had visited that night. He then saw a white car pull over and let them in. While Philip was waiting at the next traffic light, the white car pulled up next to him. He glanced over to see Pauline and Geraldine, both sitting in the front seat of the car talking and laughing with the driver. The driver was a man in his early 30s with a mustache and bushy hair, but Philip did not get a very good look at his face. The road along the wooded area where Geraldine and Pauline's bodies were found was a busy one, even in the middle of the night. Drivers reported seeing a white car, identified as an Austin 1100, parked near the entrance to the wooded area between 1:45 and 2:15 a.m. the night of the murders. Unfortunately, no one saw the car's registration number. Such a vehicle had also been seen near another crime scene in the area 2 months earlier. That crime had numerous other similarities to the murders of Geraldine and Pauline. Sandra Newton was beautiful with long dark hair. She had a reserved personality but a sweet laugh. Like Geraldine and Pauline, she was 16 years old in 1973. Also like Geraldine and Pauline, she was last seen while out on a Saturday night in South Wales. Sandra was out in the village of Britton Ferry on the night of July 14, 1973. She went to the Traveller's Rest pub and, later, the Baron nightclub. She left the club at 1 a.m. with her boyfriend. The couple found an abandoned van on a side street and had sex. They parted ways on the street near the local working man's club, and Sandra began the 5-mile walk back home. However, it is believed she may have tried to hitchhike to get a ride like many young people routinely did. Sandra's body was found 2 days later at the entrance of a culvert near an abandoned coal mine in the village of Tonmower. No effort had been made to conceal her body, and police believed her killer must have been a local in order to be familiar with the remote area. Sandra had been beaten about the head and strangled with the hem of her skirt. Police initially reported that she had not been raped, assuming all the evidence of sexual activity found during her autopsy was the result of the consensual sex she had shortly before her death. It would be decades before forensic science showed that this assumption was incorrect. While there were similarities between Sandra's murder and the murders of Pauline and Geraldine, there was some debate amongst investigators over whether or not the same man killed all three girls. There were some investigators who suspected Sandra's boyfriend was responsible for her murder both because he was the last person to see her and because he was a married man. However, he did not have a driver's license or a car, raising the question of how Sandra's body ended up several miles away from Britain Ferry if he had been her killer. Regardless of whether or not all three girls had been killed by the same man, their murders sent the surrounding communities into a panic. Police officers were everywhere, parents wouldn't let their teenage daughters out of their sight, and posters were displayed discouraging young people from hitchhiking. Everyone feared the killer could be someone they knew and looked on their neighbors with suspicion. The killer was called the Saturday Night Strangler in the press. Over the years, the murders have also been called the Clandars murders because of where Geraldine and Pauline's bodies were found, or the Port Talbot or Steeltown murders because of their proximity to the city of Port Talbot and the massive steelworks located there. The steelworks employed 13,000 men who lived throughout the surrounding area, so it was conceivable that the killer was connected to it. However, while the community was concerned that the killer was one of their own, a large number of men from across the UK and around the world had reason to be in the area at the time. The annual Neath Fair was on, attracting large crowds and bringing people in from outside the immediate area. Saturday, September 15th, had been the fair's biggest night, and Geraldine and Pauline had actually attended it before going home to get ready for their final Saturday night out. In addition, the M4 motorway was being constructed at the time, with laborers traveling into the area looking for work on the project. Some of them were not residents of the UK and had to be tracked down in other countries if police wanted to speak with them, but did not do so before their work on the motorway was over and they returned home. The Saturday Night Strangler was believed to be the first serial killer in Wales, and the hunt for him was the largest police investigation in Welsh history. More than 150 detectives were brought in to work the case. More than 35,000 people throughout the region were spoken to. 11,000 of them were the owners of white or light-colored vehicles. Even though witnesses identified the suspect vehicle as an Austin 1100 specifically, this was a very common car at the time. Examining all such vehicles and speaking to their owners, even in a relatively small region, was a laborious and time-consuming process. Without computers, police relied on a system of index cards filed and cross-referenced in 100 of boxes to organize the information from these efforts. Despite the enormity of the investigation, by the spring of 1974, less than a year after Sandra, Pauline, and Geraldine were killed, police were out of leads and the investigation wound down. On the third anniversary of Geraldine and Pauline's murders, Geraldine's mother, Jean, led a protest outside of 10 Downing Street, the official residence and offices of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. 50 of her co-workers from the clothing factory where Geraldine had also worked carried handmade signs with sayings like "Bring back hanging." She brought with her to London a petition she had organized, which received more than 9,000 signatures. She told the press, "I can't accept what happened to Geraldine. It has left me very bitter. If they ever catch the person responsible, they should hang him. I want him to feel a rope around his neck like the girls felt." The case was revisited periodically as a matter of formality over the following decades, but little progress was made. When DNA analysis came into use by law enforcement, there was little hope it would help solve this case, even though the girls' underwear was preserved as evidence. In the early days of DNA analysis, quite a large sample was required for testing, which was not available in the Saturday Night Strangler investigation. However, by the late 1990s, technology advanced to the point where even a minute sample could be tested for DNA. The Saturday Night Strangler might be identified by his DNA after all. After 2 years of work, only a partial DNA profile of the killer could be extracted from the evidence preserved from Geraldine, but a full DNA profile was developed from Pauline's evidence. However, there was no match to the profile amongst the 1,700,000 DNA profiles in the UK's Criminal National DNA Database, so police would have to identify suspects and then take samples of their DNA for testing. In January of 2000, the investigation was formally reopened in hopes of using this DNA profile to finally identify the killer. The renewed effort was named Operation Magnum. The murders had occurred nearly 27 years earlier, and at the time, no crime in the United Kingdom had ever been solved after such a long time had passed. Operation Magnum had only been given enough funding to test 500 DNA samples. Given the fact that the original case files contained tens of thousands of names of potential suspects based on their location, criminal history, or ownership of an Austin 1100. Narrowing down the suspect pool to the 500 most likely suspects was a massive undertaking. Rupert Heritage, former chief of the Behavioral Science Unit of Surrey Police, created a 14-point criminal profile to help identify the killer, which stated that the Saturday Night Strangler would have a history of minor property crimes, live in the region where the murders occurred, and would have started his criminal career at an early age. Because so much time had passed and many men from outside the area had been there at the time of the murders, investigators had to go as far away as New Zealand to get DNA samples from the men they ultimately placed on their relatively short list of suspects. All 353 men asked to provide a DNA sample did so willingly, although some took more convincing than others. None of these samples matched the crime scene DNA. A major breakthrough in the case occurred in October of 2001 when Dr. Jonathan Whitaker, a DNA specialist, managed to identify an unknown male DNA profile from swabs taken from Sandra Newton's body. Initial testing of the swabs from her body had revealed a mix of DNA from 3 people: Sandra, her boyfriend, and another individual. Dr. Whitaker was finally able to isolate the third profile and found it to be a match to the DNA from the other murder scene. While it had long been suspected that Sandra had been killed by the same man who killed Pauline and Geraldine, this evidence finally confirmed that the same man killed all 3 girls. This news was beneficial for police because it confirmed that there had been a serial killer in South Wales in 1973 and that they were looking for only one man for all 3 murders. However, for Sandra's loved ones, the news had varying effects. Sandra's boyfriend at the time of her death had spent nearly 30 years facing suspicion over and harassment for his perceived potential involvement in Sandra's murder from members of his community. When police told him that the DNA evidence had proven his innocence, he became emotional and told them he could now finally walk down the street with his head held high. For Sandra's mother, Pat, however, the news was devastating. Again, police had initially believed that Sandra had not been sexually assaulted because they knew she had consensual sex shortly before her death and therefore viewed all the evidence of sexual activity found at her autopsy as the result of her earlier encounter with her boyfriend. However, the presence of semen from the same man who had raped and murdered Pauline and Geraldine on her body proved that Sandra had been raped by her killer. Pat had said ever since Sandra was murdered that the only consolation she had was that her daughter had not been raped before she was killed. Police now had to take away the one small comfort she had in coping with the nightmare that was her daughter's murder. The same month, Dr. Whitaker proposed a novel approach to using the DNA profile to identify the killer. The killer's DNA was not in the criminal database, but what if he had children? Enough time had passed since the murders that even if the killer did not have children until after he killed all 3 girls, his children would now be adults and subject to having their DNA entered into the database should they commit a serious enough crime. Searching for an exact match in the criminal database had not revealed the killer, but what if they looked for partial matches? Dr. Whitaker did ultimately find a DNA profile in the database that could have been from the son of the killer. It belonged to Paul Capin, a local car thief. Capin was a name known to investigators. Joseph Capin, Paul Capin's father, had been suspect number 200 on their list of the 500 most probable suspects based on information from the original investigation. However, when they had tried to collect a sample of his DNA, they had learned that he was dead. Capin was a native of Port Talbot and lived in the sand fields that stayed there at the time of the murders. He was sometimes employed as a bouncer or a bus driver and was in and out of jail. His criminal career began when he was just 12 years old, and he racked up more than 30 documented minor offenses, ranging from stealing from gas meters to burglary to assault. Capin was a violent man who severely abused and terrorized his wife and 2 children. He also was known to pursue young girls, using his various jobs as a bouncer to meet and try to get close to them. Capin had been interviewed on October 13, 1973 because he owned a white Austin 1100 and his name had been given to investigators by a police officer who routinely had to deal with him. Capan told police he had gotten home from the Neath Fair around 9:30 on the night of Pauline and Geraldine's murders and had been home with his wife the rest of the night. She corroborated his story, as she had long since been conditioned to do whenever police came asking questions to avoid violence from her husband. Capan's white Austin had been up on blocks in the yard with the wheels removed when police came for the interview. He told them that the car had been there since the day after the murders. This was a lie. In the week after the murders, police were stopping any and all white Austin 1100s in the area to question their drivers. Capan had been stopped while driving the vehicle during this effort, meaning the car was still in use long after he said it was out of operation. The lie was not noticed until DNA made Capan the prime suspect in 2001. Police hypothesized that he took the wheels off the car after it was reported in newspapers that police had found tire tracks at the crime scene. Capan and his wife had eventually divorced. His ex-wife and daughter cooperated with police and provided samples of their DNA. Comparing the DNA of Capan's 2 children and their mother to the crime scene DNA, scientists were able to say that Capan was still a likely suspect. However, they still did not have a direct DNA sample from him. While it appeared that Capan was a Saturday night strangler, investigators wanted to be able to say with certainty that his DNA was a match to that from the crime scenes. On Christmas Eve of 2001, investigators submitted an application to the Home Secretary of the United Kingdom requesting permission to exhume the body of Joseph Capan. They used all of the familial DNA testing as evidence supporting the exhumation. The application was approved and the exhumation was scheduled for May of 2002. Investigators and a forensics team set up a tent over Capan's grave on May 15, 2002, so that they were prepared to begin the exhumation rite at midnight. There had been good weather for most of the day, but as the exhumation grew closer, a storm rolled in. Capan had been buried in a family plot when he died in 1990 at the age of 49, and his coffin was between those of his grandfather and stepfather. Right when the team reached Capan's coffin, a huge clap of thunder sounded. Multiple members of the team reported feeling uneasy, as if something evil was being brought up to the surface. Capan's remains were taken to Morrison Hospital in Swansea for examination. A tooth and one of his femurs were taken into evidence so that scientists could attempt to extract DNA from them before the remains were re-entered. DNA was successfully extracted from the remains and the profile was a match to that from the crime scenes. Nearly 30 years after Sandra Newton, Geraldine Hughes, and Pauline Floyd were murdered, Joseph Capan was identified as their killer and their cases were closed. Familial DNA and the related technique of investigative genetic genealogy developed later in the age of commercial DNA sites have become common investigative techniques. In 2002, such techniques were groundbreaking. The Saturday Night Strangler case is believed to be the first case in which familial DNA was ever used, as well as the first case to be solved by it. Solving this case after so much time had passed was an extraordinary achievement, especially for the time period. However, investigators were somewhat disappointed in the outcome of the case. They had been working in hopes of arresting and prosecuting the killer so that he could be punished for what he had done. Capan had avoided conviction and incarceration. They had found answers in their investigation, but no justice for Sandra, Pauline, and Geraldine. Once Capan's name was made public, multiple women came forward saying they believed he was the man who had assaulted or attempted to abduct them back in the 1960s or 70s. He is the main suspect in 2 rapes that involved ropes and took place in the months before Sanders' murder. However, the evidence in those cases was destroyed, so it cannot be tested for DNA. He is also a suspect in the death of Maureen Mulcahy, a 23-year-old mother of 2 who was found strangled after a night out in a Burfin in February of 1976. DNA was not found when the evidence from her case was re-examined in 2002, but there has been a push for investigators to examine it again now that technology has advanced further. Capan developed lung cancer in 1988. Maybe it was karma catching up to him or just the somewhat expected outcome of his pack-a-day smoking habit. He wasted away over the next 2 years and needed a wheelchair in the end. There appear to be no public statements from his family about his actual death. We can only hope that it was painful and that he fought for his final breaths. He never felt the rope of a noose around his neck, as Geraldine's mother had once hoped, but hopefully he felt the fear caused by being unable to breathe that he had inflicted on his victims all those years earlier. Pauline, Geraldine, and Sandra's murderer was not identified for almost 30 years. Despite this, their parents all lived to learn the killer's name. Pauline's father, Trevor, was 89 years old at the time and relieved he was able to live long enough to see the identification made. Geraldine's parents, Denver and Jean, broke down in tears when they learned Capan had been confirmed to be the man who had taken their daughter from them. They went to Geraldine's grave after they received the news. Denver later told the press, "We took a few flowers to Geraldine's grave and had a few quiet words with her. We felt we had put her to rest properly at long last." Social butterfly Martha Elizabeth Moxley was known for her extroverted, fun-loving nature. Born to Dorothy and John David Moxley on August 16, 1960, Martha was the youngest in her family with her older brother John. After her father was transferred from his job in Piedmont, California, in 1974, the family moved to a spacious new home in Connecticut. Relocating 3,000 miles away to the affluent suburbs of Bellhaven was a significant change, but Martha was very adaptable. In a short time, she made many friends, and her vivacious personality and self-confidence drew classmates to her. Within just 9 months in town, she was voted the most popular girl at Western Junior High School. Her rapid rise in popularity also made her well known among the boys. Martha was someone who seemed to have everything going for her. She was friendly, athletic, and talented in the arts, with everything coming easily to her. Her brother John recalled in an interview that she was very easy to get along with, upbeat, and friendly, the kind of kid anyone would enjoy being around. Despite her popularity, Martha was also family-oriented. She often spent time at home making sketches or playing with her cat Tiger. Like any other teenager, she had a wilder side too. In the summer of 1975, Martha spent most of her days at the Bellhaven Club, playing tennis or swimming leisurely. She would often socialize around the pool with other children of exclusive clubs. The kids of these clubs were described to be of a different breed, unlike her other friends. They went to private academies and boarding schools and enjoyed a wealth that was daunting, even by Greenwich standards. Amongst these kids, one family especially stood out, and that was the Skakel family, cousins to the infamous Kennedys. Martha was known to share close connections with the Skakel boys, Thomas and Michael. The Skakels were neighbors to the Moxley family. Michael and Thomas Skakel were both nephews of Ethel Skakel and her husband, Robert F. Kennedy. The families related to and Robert happened to be the brother of the late President John F. Kennedy. Ethel Skakel's brother, Rushton, and his wife, and had 7 children. Amongst them were Thomas and Michael Skakel, who were 17 and 15-year-old respectively at the time of Martha's murder in 1975. The Skakels were far from a happy family. Michael Skakel would later cite chronic illness, alcoholism, and a repressive Catholic morale and sexual outlook as persistent causes for household turmoil. In 1973, and Skakels passed away from brain cancer, leaving her alcoholic husband, Rushton Skakel, to further delve into a worse state. He would often leave the children home alone with insufficient supervision and unlimited funds. Michael Skakel expressed that even a more intense level of chaos came to rule our household as a result of his mother's death. The Moxleys lived just about 150 yards away from them. The Skakels would often have a constant stream of teenagers at their place, thanks to the lack of parental supervision. Martha was experiencing her best summer days within the comfort of the gated community in Bellhaven. Her teenage years were filled with occasional sneaking out, added with smoking and a few beers. In her diary, Martha shared a few instances that happened over the course of these holidays. Many of them were in reference to the Skakel boys, as Martha was especially concerned with the advancements she was receiving from Thomas. On September 12, 1975, she wrote, "Dear Diary, me, Jackie, Michael, Thomas, Hope, Maureen, and Andrea when driving in Tom's car. I was practically sitting on Thomas's lap because I was only steering. He kept putting his hands on my knee. Then I was driving again and Tom put his arm around me. He kept doing stuff like that." Martha also wrote a note about Michael on September 19, 1975, which said, "Michael was so totally out of it that he was being a real asshole in his actions and words. He kept telling me that I was leading Tom on when I don't like him except as a friend. I said, well, how about you and Jackie? You keep telling me that you don't like her and you're all over her. He doesn't understand that he can be nice to her without hanging all over her. It was quite evident that Martha had mixed feelings about the Skakel brothers and often reconsidered if she should stop hanging around their place. The doubt of her own safety and comfort kept looming over her mind, but no one could have expected what was coming next. On October 30th, 1975, mischief hour arrived. Martha did her best to convince her mother to let her out with her friends. John, Martha's dad, was out on a business trip, so she tried every trick in the book to get her mother's approval. After some consistent nagging, Dorothy fell short to her daughter's pleas and gave her permission to go out for the night. Belle Haven was a well-secured community. Everyone coming in and going out was well inspected, and crimes within such a safe locality were highly unlikely. Martha went out with her friends, Jackie, Jeffrey, and Helen. The three of them went over to Skako's place where they were supposed to meet with Kennedy cousins. The night went on and soon enough midnight struck. Dorothy was used to her daughter occasionally missing her curfew, so her panic didn't settle until 2 a.m. At first, she thought Martha might have just slept over at her friend's place. She called Martha's best friend, Sheila, in search of her whereabouts only to find out that she hadn't seen her since 9:30 p.m., about the same time when all the kids went back home. After 3:30 a.m. rolled around, Dorothy was worried sick and decided to call their neighbor, Thomas Skakel, who also replied the same thing as Sheila. After 3:35 a.m., she finally gave up and ended up calling the police for help. The local Greenwich officers were sent to the Moxley household almost immediately. After a quick check around the neighborhood with Dorothy, they couldn't find anything out of sorts. The officers ended up giving assurance to Dorothy and asked her to wait till the morning. Although right before the officers headed back, they sent out Martha's information to all the nearby stations to stay alert for any sightings of Martha. Dorothy soon fell asleep beside the window waiting for her daughter to show up. The following morning of October 31st, 1975, Dorothy rushed over to Martha's room only to find her bed empty. The police were called in yet again, and a deep, unsettling feeling had started to creep over her. She knew something wasn't right. Dorothy couldn't just sit back and wait, so she decided to go around the neighborhood with her son, John, and the first place she went to look was the Skakel household. Over the course of 15 months of them living here, Dorothy had never been over to her neighbor's house, and the first thing she was greeted with was their aggressive dog. Pretty shaken up from the frightening encounter, she knocked on the door and the younger Skakel brother, Michael, opened it soon after. In spite of that, Dorothy was adamant to find something, so she asked to take a look over at the camper parked outside. She assumed that Martha might have just fallen asleep in the back of the camper, but after checking inside, her hopes were crushed as it was empty as well. The word of Martha's disappearance had gone around the locality by this time, and friends and neighbors had come along with the police to inspect the grounds of Belle Haven. Not long after noon, Martha's friend Sheila rushed over to the Moxley household. Shivering in fear, she fumbled to come up with the words to describe what she just witnessed. Through her tears, Sheila pleaded with Martha's mom to call 911 for help. She said something terrible had happened and Martha's not moving. Someone had attacked her and they needed to get help. Dorothy's friend, Jean, who was with her at the time, asked her to stay put as he went back to check on what had happened. As soon as Jean reached the site, he made a gruesome discovery. 200 feet away from her house, lying face down under a large pine tree at the edge of the Moxley property, was the missing teen. The back of her head was bludgeoned and the broken golf club was sticking right out through the back of her neck. Martha's clothes were blood-stained and her jeans and underwear were pulled down to her ankles. Near the teenager was a broken 6-iron golf club, which was used to strike Martha repeatedly in the head. The impact was so forceful, the club was found broken into 3 pieces. The broken golf club pieces were laying all over the ground near her body, everything except the grip of the handle. The law enforcement officers were stunned at the discovery of the body. Greenwich hadn't experienced a violent crime case in the last 30 years, let alone something as heinous as this. The local police were highly unprepared to handle the severity of the given situation. For further thorough investigation, A team from Connecticut County Station was assigned. Forensics at the scene did their best to gather as much evidence as possible, and Martha's body was sent out for autopsy. There was no evidence of sexual assault traced during the autopsy, and the blunt force of her head was found as the initial cause of death. It was later discovered that young Martha Moxley remained a virgin till the end of her life. Whilst the investigation was ongoing, Greenwich local police officers started gathering alibis from every witness they knew to figure out the exact timeline of the homicide. The first person on the list were the Skakel brothers. The police interrogated both the boys on the same day, and they presented their respective alibis for the time of the murder. When questioned, Thomas Skakel told detectives that he last saw Martha around 9:30 p.m. outside his house. He said after he bid goodbye to her, he went straight inside where he joined the family's new live-in tutor, Kenneth Littleton, to watch The French Connection. Thomas soon after went back to his room, later to work on a school report on Abraham Lincoln. His teachers, however, denied they had ever given such an assignment. Thomas was eventually given 2 polygraph tests. The results to the first one remained inconclusive, but Thomas passed the second one. Michael Skakel told detectives that he had left his house around 9:15 p.m. and drove to his cousin Jimmy Turin's house, returning around 11 p.m. The police immediately felt a bit doubtful towards Michael's statement, but didn't have any hard proof to pin him as a suspect to the case. 24-year-old Kenneth Littleton was also investigated in the fall of 1976. He told police he heard noises outside the house sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Before he stepped out, Littleton said he checked up on all the 7 Skakel children, and Michael, along with his older brother Thomas and 2 other Skakel boys, were not at home during that time. According to reports by Detective Solomon, his story was that he heard some noises coming from the bushes on the property, leaves rustling, but he claimed he did not see anything at the time he was out. Littleton further added that he didn't see Thomas until 10:25, when Thomas joined him in front of the TV. The other Skakel boys came home within a half hour. Littleton reportedly had no idea who Martha Moxley was. The night of her murder was actually his first night at the Skakels. Although he failed several lie detector tests, Littleton was never charged with any connection to the case. Amidst the active investigation, police came across 2 startling pieces of evidence. Martha Moxley had been beaten and stabbed with a Tony Pena golf club. These golf clubs were engraved with the initials of an Skakel, and upon further inspection, the same golf clubs were found at the Skakel household, but one was missing. Their father, Rushton Skakel, who previously was out for a hunting trip, rushed back home upon hearing the news of Martha's murder. Although during the beginning of the investigation, he was quite cooperative with inspections and statements, he soon halted his relations with the police. On January 22, 1976, the Skakels, on the advice of their attorneys, refused to answer any more questions and ended their family's cooperation with investigators. The second thing which raised quite a few questions were the alibis given by Martha's friends. On the evening of October 30, 1975, Martha Moxley left with her friends to participate in mischief night, in which the neighborhood youths would ring bells and pull pranks such as toilet papering houses. According to her friends, Martha was seen flirting with the oldest Skakel brother, Thomas, and was eventually found kissing him moments later. One of her friends later mentioned that they had last seen Martha falling behind the fence with Thomas near the pool in Skakel's backyard at around 9:30 p.m. There were more than 200 scheduled interviews held by detectives within the next several months. All of them were given several polygraph exams to complete the process. Donald Brown, who was the state's attorney for Fairfield County at the time of Martha's murder, said, "No one has an obligation to cooperate with the police, but in most instances, individuals who have some knowledge that may lead to the identification of an individual who has committed a violent crime are more than pleased to contribute that information to the police. So it's most unusual when an individual possessing information decides that he does not want to give that information to investigators." Initially, the case turned cold for almost 2 decades due to lack of information. In 1991, Martha Moxley's case was reopened after a rumor that another Kennedy family member, William Smith Kennedy, may have been involved in the murder. William was on trial for assault charges, and though his connections to the Martha Moxley case were later closed off, This whole ordeal ended up getting the case restarted with new leads. Within the same year, the police brought in the well-known forensic pathologist, Dr. Henry Lee. Dr. Lee was able to utilize technology that was unavailable in 1975. Among the items examined by Dr. Lee were clothes found discarded in the Skakel's garbage shortly after the murder. We found some hairs and fibers. Some of the hair is microscopically similar to hers. Other hair is dissimilar to hers. Dr. Lee determined that the hair belonged to a Caucasian male. The problem was he didn't have any hair sample from any of the possible suspects and was unable to make a match. However, after studying the crime scene photographs, Dr. Lee was able to provide a possible motive for Martha's murder. The blood smear on her body indicates somebody tried to use force. It suggests a sexually motivated homicide. Michael quickly became the prime suspect in the case. Soon after, Rushton Skakel allegedly hired a private investigator to clear his family name. Privately, he hoped information would come out, which would cast suspicion on other suspects, namely former suspect Kenneth Littleton. However, his plan completely backfired. Private investigators Jim Murphy, a former FBI agent, and his assistant Willis Billy Krebs, a former NYPD lieutenant, were both now involved in the Martha Moxley case. When the two men interviewed Tom and Michael Skakel about their activities on the night of Moxley's murder, it turned out both boys had lied to the police. Thomas Skakel had disclosed that it was not 9:30 p.m. when he last saw Martha outside his house, but actually closer to 10 p.m. Also, before Thomas went back inside, he and Martha engaged in some inappropriate activity outside his home. According to Krebs, Thomas began to cry as he admitted this, but his lawyer cut him off before any more could be said. Meanwhile, Michael Skakel told the investigator that he did not go to bed when he arrived home from his cousin's house around 11 p.m. He'd actually climbed a tree outside Martha Moxley's bedroom window and engaged in some inappropriate activity. Author and journalist Dominic Dune got a hold of the investigator's report and passed it on to state inspectors Frank Garr, who had previously been a detective on the case. Though he shared his suspicion about Michael Skakel previously, due to lack of information, it was dismissed. This report would give his theory new momentum. Leonard Levitt, an investigative reporter for the Long Island-based Newsday, covered the Moxley case in 1982. He also shared a similar theory about Michael. He shared that there were no defense wounds, which indicates she knew her attacker. Merely the fact that she was hit repeatedly with a golf club indicates some kind of rage, which personalized this thing, which indicates that there was such anger that the two had to have known each other, that it was a crime of passion. Levitt waited for 20 years to report on Martha Moxley. The report said Thomas and Michael Skakel had made startling admissions to the detectives. Both Thomas and Michael told the investigators that they had lied to the police about their accounts the night of the murder. Thomas said to them that after 9:30, he went inside his house, and then he went back out and spent another 20 minutes with Martha. He claims now that he and Martha engaged in a sexual act, and then he left her at about 10 to 10. If you go back now and you look at the story that he told, it just doesn't add up. In 1998, a one-man grand jury and an investigator were assigned to review the case of Martha Moxley. Upon examining the evidence, Judge George Entham ruled that there was enough to charge Michael Skakel with her murder. Michael was prosecuted with the charges of Martha's murder in his late 30s. It took the court almost 2 long decades to give justice at last. He was convicted after a 3-week trial that relied largely on circumstantial evidence. Investigators had recovered part of the golf club, a 6-iron from a set that had belonged to Michael's mother. But unfortunately, prosecutors had no direct physical evidence to tie Michael with the murder investigation. He claimed he was miles away from the murder scene at a cousin's place where they watched Monty Python's Flying Circus. Even so, jurors later said they were convinced by the incriminating statements he had made as well as his erratic behavior. Several former classmates of Skakel's later testified for the trial. Apparently, when Michael was in Elon School, a specialty school aimed at rehabilitating troubled youth, he had even confessed to them about Martha's murder. One former schoolmate, Gregory Coleman, testified in the pretrial hearing in June 2000 that Skakel told him that "I'm going to get away with murder. I am a Kennedy." Coleman went on to say that he, Michael, had made a comment that he was trying to make advances towards this girl, and that this girl was not complying with those advances, and thus he drove her skull in. However, Coleman did not return to testify in Michael's murder trial in 2002, as he died in August 2001 of a heroin overdose. Michael, in particular, was known to have a troubling past. Though the Skakel's secrets were well hidden, rumors of Michael's stay within the walls of Elon's school caused quite an uproar. During a group session at his reform school, Michael let out a confession that he was the one who murdered Martha during the night of October 30th. However, the school's owner, Joe Reese, denied any such statements ever being made. Despite this, there were countless witness accounts who confirmed the story. During the Skakel trial, 2 of Michael's former classmates from Elon School came forward as witnesses. One of them was John D. Higgins. Higgins described the ordeal to be a tearful, dazed, and confused confession where Michael said he only remembers fragments of his memories of the crime. Whereas Gregory Coleman, the other witness, said Michael quite brazenly stated that he was sure he would get away with Martha's murder due to his family name. After Michael Skakel was sent off to prison in August 2002, his cousin Robert Kennedy Jr. became a staunchest supporter. He solely believed that his cousin never committed the murder and was entirely getting framed due to political propaganda. "I know Michael Skakel, and I know he didn't commit this crime," Kennedy said in his interview with CBS 48 Hours. In 1997, Michael Skakel made recordings with the ghostwriter Richard Hoffman for his autobiography Dead Man Talking, A Kennedy Cousin Comes Clean. One specific recording played during the trial was particularly damning. Michael said that the night of Martha's murder, he was drunk, had been smoking marijuana, and was having inappropriate urges. When Dorothy Moxley came to his door that morning, Skakel panicked. He said on the recording, "I was still high from the night before, a little drunk." He reported having thought to himself, "Did they see me last night?" Michael claimed he was worried that anyone from the Moxley household might catch him in the act. He said that he engaged in some inappropriate acts while he was on their tree, but prosecutors argued that Michael was actually referring to being seen beating Martha with the golf club. The counterargument from Michael's defense was that there was no physical evidence to convict him and that he had an alibi for the time frame in which Martha was murdered. Nonetheless, the prosecution used the trial to paint Michael as a jealous teen. They claimed Michael was infuriated by being rejected by his crush. While he was under the influence of drugs and alcohol and with access to the murder weapon, he ended up acting on his thoughts. On June 7, 2002, the jury came back with a guilty verdict. Skakel was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. The jury in State Superior Court announced their verdict just after 10:30 a.m., shortly after starting its 4th day of deliberations. Rushton Skakel appeared almost stunned as the foreman pronounced the verdict in the packed silent courtroom. The public rejoiced at the justice given. It was one of the most complicated and tragic cases in the Northeast, surrounded by a swirl of wealth and celebrity. The 27 years of hell finally ended for the Moxley family. Outside the courthouse, Mrs. Moxley faced a huge mass of reporters and television crews. Through tears, Mrs. Moxley said she had prayed before court. "My prayer started out, 'Dear Lord, again today like I have been doing for 27 years. I'm praying that I can find justice for Martha. You know, this whole thing was about Martha.'" She added, "This is Martha's day. This is truly Martha's day." While Michael was in prison, his lawyers and supporters fought for his conviction to be overturned. For appeals were filed, all of which were denied. Then on October 23, 2013, Michael was granted a new trial on the basis that his defense attorney, Mickey Sherman, provided him with constitutionally deficient representation. As a result, Skakel was released on $1,200,000 bail on November 21, 2013. Prosecutors fought their best to get Skakel's conviction reinstated. They succeeded years later in December 2016. Connecticut Supreme Court finally ruled over a 4-3 decision, which said his representation was, in fact, valid. But the case didn't close there. In May 2018, the court reversed its ruling with yet another 4-3 decision, concluding that Michael's representative, Mickey Sherman, failed to provide evidence of Michael's alibi during the original trial. Prosecutors still have the option to retry Michael, but will certainly have difficulty doing so due to deceased witnesses and other problems. Michael's legal team in an issued statement praised the court's decision, saying that it had done the right thing. The lawyers also said that Michael, who maintains that he is innocent, has been unjustly imprisoned. The Moxleys, however, remain certain of Michael's guilt. "There's no doubt in my mind that he did it," Dorothy said. John Moxley, her 59-year-old son, said that the jury's verdict in the 2002 trial, which they reached after hearing the evidence against Michael Skakel, continued to give him reassurance. "There's a comfort level on our part that we know what happened," he said. Michael Skakel is now 55 and lives with his aunt in Westchester County, New York. He spends his day taking care of his 15-year-old son, George, and doing his best to move on from the trauma of his past conviction and imprisonment. He's legally bound to ask for court's permission to travel outside Connecticut or New York. "I'd like to put this nightmare behind me so I can begin to have some semblance of a life with George without all of this hanging over my head," he said in the email. "I lost 11 and a half years of my life. I miss George's childhood altogether. I know I will never get those years back, but I feel lucky to spend time with George now." The death of Martha Moxley was a recurring nightmare for the Greenwich community and her family and friends, which lasted over 40 long years. While many still believe in favor of the court's justice that the verdict against Michael was fabricated, but in the end, a mother lost her daughter and the state of Connecticut failed to get proper justice for Martha's death. Many believe Michael walked away as a free man due to his connections and wealth. Martha's father, John David Moxley, died in 1988 fighting for his daughter's justice. The Kennedy family continues to gain fame from the Martha Moxley case even now. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who wrote a book entitled Frame, Why Michael Skakel Spent Over a Decade in Prison for a Murder He Didn't Commit in 2016. Dorothy Moxley, Martha's 84-year-old mother, said the book had left her at a loss for words. She added that truth never looked so twisted and manipulated in her entire life. She still believed that Michael was the murderer of her child. Kennedy's book devoted an entire chapter to skewing the character of John, Martha's dad. He questioned his whereabouts on the night of the murder and raised numerous allegations on the Moxley family. Michael Skakel remains free as of December 2019. The name of Martha Moxley is etched into the hearts of Greenwich forever. A young, beautiful girl was stripped of her childhood before she could even bloom out of her teenage years. This isn't the first tragedy that has been buried by the Kennedy men. The trial between Michael and the Moxley family was a war waged by the entire United States. And while there is still much speculation on this case, we give our deepest condolences to the family of the deceased. Family mattered greatly to Byron Carr. He and his brother John were close in age, which fostered a strong bond, and he maintained a close relationship with his parents, especially his mother, throughout adulthood. He also had many friends and loved to travel. Aaron was a beloved English teacher at Montague Regional High School. Some former students noted that he had a heart of gold and continued to care about their lives long after they finished his class. In 1988, 36-year-old Byron was living in a house on Lapthorne Avenue in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, which he took great pride in and kept very neat. It would be in this house where Byron was killed on November 11, 1988. He was strangled with a towel, and his body had later been stabbed several times. The killer had written "I will kill again" on Byron's wall, which obviously raised concerns that more victims would follow. Byron's wallet was also missing. There were no signs of forced entry into the house, and police believe Byron and the killer had consensual sex prior to his murder. Byron was gay but kept his sexuality private to avoid the discrimination so many others dealt with at the time. He had not even come out to his parents, despite how close they were. His murder led to him being publicly outed. Decades later, investigators would say that Byron's sexuality led to a lack of public interest and cooperation in the case. Byron's family felt this was the case as well. In 2024, Byron's brother John would say, people were afraid for their jobs just because they were gay at the time. Being gay wasn't a great thing back in 1988 in the public eye. I can remember public officials that were very lukewarm to taking part in the investigation. Other members of the LGBTQ community in the area feared that they may be targeted by the killer as well, and the wider community's cold response to the murder of a gay man only added to their fears that they were not safe on Prince Edward Island. Jeffrey Haight is one of Byron's former students and a gay man who left Prince Edward Island for many years because he felt safer living in a big city. In 2024, he spoke to the CBC about Byron and his murder, saying, "Why was this situation created? Well, it was because society didn't let us be us and we had to live in the shadows. And when you live in the shadows, you meet certain people you should not be around." Police believed the killer was bisexual, a conclusion they came to following the examination of the most important piece of evidence they had, the killer's underwear, which had been left behind at the scene. Police cut out a section from the front of the underwear to test it for DNA and found both male and female DNA, believed to be from the owner of the underwear and a woman he had sex with. The size of the underwear indicated that the killer had a small build, as it fit very tightly when displayed on a mannequin with a 29.5 inches waist. Despite the societal unease around Byron's sexuality and murder, police did preserve evidence and investigate the crime. Hundreds of interviews were conducted over the ensuing decades. Police went to see Byron's parents every few years about the investigation, even though they rarely had substantial progress to report. Byron's case was formally reopened in October of 2007. Investigators hoped that since the LGBTQ community was becoming more accepted, witnesses who may have been scared to come forward in 1988 because it would involve disclosing their own sexuality would now be willing to speak with them. The Charlottetown Police Service also released a composite image of a suspect who attacked a gay man in Charlottetown just 2 months after Byron was killed and was considered a person of interest in the murder. The case would remain unsolved until 2024. That January 26th, Chief Brad McConnell announced that the day before, 56-year-old Todd Joseph Gallant, also known as Todd Joseph Irving, had been arrested and charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 1 count of interfering with human remains in connection with Byron's murder. A second person had also been arrested but then released, although their potential involvement in the case is still being investigated. Police had long believed that at least one other man had come back with the killer to try to remove incriminating evidence from Byron's house after he was killed. In 2013, they revealed that 2 unconnected witnesses had come forward saying that a man had confessed to them that the killer had taken him back to Byron's house after the murder to get rid of evidence. The 2 witnesses came forward in 2008 and 2012 and knew details that had not been made public. The individual they reported, whose name has not been released, had been released on parole shortly before Byron was killed, had a violent criminal history, and had been a potential suspect in the murder early on in the investigation. However, he had passed away in the early 2000s and, as such, could not be interviewed about who brought him to Byron's house that night. Police believed that it was when the killer brought his accomplice to the scene hours after Byron was strangled with the towel, that Byron was stabbed, the note was written on the wall, and Byron's wallet was stolen. These actions were taken to confuse police. Socks had been found in Byron's kitchen trash can. Police believed that someone had worn them on their hands in the house so that they would not leave behind any fingerprints. DNA was extracted from the inside of one of the socks, but it did not match the DNA on the underwear where the deceased reported accomplice. As such, a third individual may have been involved in the attempted cleanup and tampering with the crime scene after the murder occurred. Gallant had only been 21 years old at the time of Byron's murder. He had been living in Charlottetown in 1988 but moved to the United States after Byron was killed. He lived in Texas and Arkansas before moving back to Prince Edward Island in 2022. He was convicted of breaking and entering in Canada in 1987 and had a criminal record in the United States as well. He had been identified using genetic genealogy. Charlottetown police worked with Wyndham Forensics Group and Convergence Investigative Genetic Genealogy to identify him as the contributor of the DNA at the crime scene after familial matches to it were found in the family tree DNA and GED match databases. Gallant's lawyer, Chris Montigny, appeared in court on Gallant's behalf on February 1st. The case was adjourned until the following month to give Montigny time to review the large amount of evidence and documents in the case. He does not yet know how his client will plead to the charges he is facing. On the day Byron was buried, his mother turned to her son John and told him, "It's not really over until we know what happened and why." It was never over for her or for Byron's father, as they both passed away a few years before charges were brought in their son's case. Byron's brother John was still alive to see Gallant's arrest and was present at the press conference announcing it. He thanked police for all of their hard work and said of the arrest finally being made, "It's like a weight being lifted off you. It's hard to describe. It's just kind of a release." Carol Barrett was one of 6 children raised on McIntyre Street in Zanesville, Ohio. She had a cheerful and spirited personality. Independent in her thinking, she was never shy about expressing her opinions. A bit of a tomboy, she often wrestled with her 3 brothers on the living room floor. During high school, she participated in the concert band, the marching band, and was part of the school radio station staff. Carol was very brave. In the summer of 1978, she jumped into the water to save her 2-year-old niece from drowning. That same year, Carol and her family went on vacation to Florida. Carol loved her time there and heard a lot about how much fun spring break was in the area. She begged her parents to let her go back to Florida for spring break the following spring when she would be a senior in high school, but they did not allow it. Carol graduated in 1979 and went to work at a Wendy's restaurant with the goal of saving enough money to go to Florida the following spring. Not all of her money went to her trip savings, however. She used some of it to buy sheets and glassware and towels when she had the chance. She put the various home goods she was able to acquire in her hope chest, saving them for when she married her high school sweetheart, Tom, who had joined the Navy. When Carol wanted to go to Florida with her friends from high school in the spring of 1980, her parents finally allowed her to go. Carol began the drive to Daytona Beach shores on March 20th with her large group of friends split between 2 vehicles. They drove throughout the night, taking turns driving. When they arrived in Daytona Beach shores, they checked into their rooms at the Treasure Island Motel. The girls were staying in room 617, and the boys were a floor below them in room 521. The group was hanging out in the girls' room that Saturday night. Shortly after 1 a.m. on Sunday morning, March 23rd, Carol and her friend Steve left the room to go walk around. On their way to the elevator, a man blocked their path. He pointed a pistol at them and told them that they were going to turn around and go back to their room. Steve told him that they did not have a key, but the man pointed the gun at Steve's face, and the 3 of them walked back to room 617. They knocked on the door and were led inside. The assailant followed Steve and Carol into the room and told all 8 people there at the time that he wanted their money. He made everyone undress and line up against the sliding glass door to the balcony. He spent about 45 minutes going through everyone's belongings and eventually pocketed approximately $200 throughout that time. He periodically clicked his gun. According to one of Carol's friends, he seemed nervous over the fact that there was such a large group of people in the room. He touched them all with the barrel of his pistol to intimidate them. The assailant told the group that he would be taking one of them with him to ensure that no one called the police. He originally grabbed Carol's friend, Pam, but grew frustrated when she panicked and began to sob. Carol volunteered to go in her place. She calmly did as he told her and collected her clothes. He forced the others in the room out onto the balcony and told them to stay there until 4 a.m. He would let Carol go if they did not call the police. He locked the sliding glass door and forced Carol out of the hotel room in front of him. Carol's friends did not listen to the instructions and quickly tried to get her help. Carol's friend, Chris, was able to climb around the block wall separating their balcony from the neighboring one and wake up the people sleeping inside that room. They called the police, but the assailant had a 20-minute head start before they arrived. On Monday morning, a passerby discovered Carol's body in a ditch line along I-95 near Jacksonville International Airport. Her white sweater had been pulled up over her head. She had been shot execution style, according to police. There were no other marks indicating that there had been any kind of struggle. 2 of Carol's friends identified her body, which was returned to Ohio and buried in the Mount Olive. Carol's friends helped develop a sketch of what the killer looked like. He had reddish-brown hair, which was parted down the middle, a beard and mustache, a mole on his left cheek, and a long straight nose. He wore tinted wire rim glasses. Unfortunately, despite the numerous eyewitnesses to Carol's abduction, her killer was not identified and the case went cold. In August of 2017, The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit reviewed the evidence in Carol's case and determined that there was enough to reopen the case. A palm print they had not been able to account for had been preserved in evidence and seemed like a clue that could tie a suspect to the murder. The case would not be closed until January of 2024. On January 25th, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office announced that the investigation had come to an end after more than 40 years. As with many other cold cases solved after decades, the identification of Carol's killer would not result in a trial. However, while most of these cases never go to court because a suspect died before their identification, in Carol's case, the man who confessed to her murder was still alive but already serving life in prison. That man was serial killer Billy Mansfield Jr. Mansfield had an extensive history of sexual crimes. His crimes eventually progressed to murder, with him killing 3 young women and 2 teenage girls. He killed 4 of his victims in Florida and buried their bodies in his backyard. He then went to California, where he killed a 5th woman. He pled guilty to the California murder and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. He also pled guilty to the 4 murders he committed in Florida to avoid being extradited there and facing the death penalty. He remains incarcerated in California and is speaking with investigators in various jurisdictions about additional cold cases. Mansfield was identified as a potential suspect in Carol's murder in 2020. He was interviewed by investigators multiple times over the following 2 years. In September of 2022, he acknowledged that he was the man depicted in the composite sketch. He later confessed to abducting Carol and to killing her. Investigators continued working on the case and consulted with the state attorney's office in the 4th Judicial Circuit about how to proceed. In January of 2024, it was decided to close Carol's case but not pursue prosecuting Mansfield for her murder, since he is incarcerated and has no chance of ever being released, as he would have to serve 4 concurrent life sentences in Florida even if he were somehow released from his life sentence in California. Carol's parents, one of her sisters, and 2 of her brothers passed away before her case was closed. Her surviving family is grateful for the answers they have received. Carol's niece, Claire Gilligan, is ecstatic that the case is solved and relieved that her aunt's killer has been incarcerated since 1982, which prevented him from killing. Burt Allen Mann loved history from an early age, with a particular focus on the history of the American Civil War. He also loved classical music and opera. He grew up in Graham, Texas, and attended the University of Texas in Austin, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in zoology. He also served with the U.S. Marines as a Navy corpsman in Vietnam. In 1994, 46-year-old Burt and his wife Dawn lived in the 2,500 block of Stargrass Circle in South Austin, Texas. On May 12th that year, Dawn came home to discover her husband's body lying on their floor. It appeared that a burglar had forced his way into their home through a back door, and Burt had arrived home from work while he was still inside. A struggle began near the front door, and Burt was ultimately stabbed several times. Police found the crime unusual because individuals who commit property crimes like burglary typically flee when discovered rather than attack. The break-in and murder also occurred in the middle of the afternoon, when children would be coming home from school and adults would be arriving home from work. More than 20 detectives worked on the case over the ensuing years. Following the establishment of the Austin Police Department's Cold Case Unit in 2005, a bloodstain that had been preserved from the crime scene was sent to the lab to test for DNA. The killer had apparently been injured as Burt tried to fight him off, and his blood had been left inside the house after he fled. A DNA profile was successfully developed from the bloodstain, but no match to it was found in the combined DNA index system. In March of 2023, the unknown profile was sent to Bode Technology in hopes that they could use genetic genealogy to identify a suspect. In June of that year, they did just that. The man they believed could have been Burt's killer had never been a suspect in the case. The potential suspect was a man named Kenneth Wayne Robbins, who was living in Lubbock, Texas, and working as a long-haul truck driver. Investigators made attempts to surreptitiously collect items thrown away by Robbins to test them for DNA, but they were unsuccessful. Therefore, on September 8, 2023, detectives from Austin traveled to Lubbock with a search warrant to collect a DNA sample from Robbins. They served him with it at his work and collected the sample. He refused to speak with them. 5 days later, the Austin Police Department was contacted by Robin's employer, who was obviously aware that the department had an interest in him. They reported that the GPS tracker in their truck that Robbins was driving at the time showed that it had been parked at a truck stop in Weatherford, Texas, and had not moved in what they considered to be a suspiciously long amount of time. Police in Austin contacted their counterparts in Weatherford and asked them to perform a welfare check. When they arrived at the truck, they found Robbins dead inside of it. His autopsy would find that he had committed suicide. On February 8, 2024, the Austin Police Department announced that they had identified Robbins as the sole person responsible for Burt's murder. The DNA sample taken from him was a match to the DNA from the crime scene, and had he not taken his own life, he would have been charged with capital murder. Not everyone in Burt's family lived to see his alleged killer identified. His father passed away in 2019, and his mother, Virginia, died just a year before the case was closed. Burt's widow and younger sister did finally learn who took Burt from them. We don't have that big question hanging over our hearts. I had really kind of given up hope that it would happen, and I'm so grateful, his sister, Kathy May, told KVUE News. She is relieved that she does not have to go through the stress of a trial, but is upset over what Robbins's family members must be going through in light of the news of his crime and his death. Everett Delano enlisted in the Navy in 1941, with most of his service during World War II occurring in the Pacific Theater. He received training in radio and radio operations and was stationed at various bases across the United States after the war ended. He married his wife, Blanche, in 1951, and they had a son and 2 daughters. During Everett's post-war service, he was often away for months at a time on assignments to ships in the Mediterranean, and his family frequently relocated as he was transferred from base to base. By 1964, Everett and Blanche sought more stability in their lives, leading Everett to decide to retire from the Navy. Everett's extended family mostly lived in and around Orange, Massachusetts, and Blanche's family was in New Hampshire. The Delanos decided to move to Wilmot Flat, New Hampshire, to be close to Blanche's family. Everett's transition to civilian life did not go quite as he had hoped. He had a lot of specialized skills thanks to his years in the Navy, and he thought that perhaps he would be able to find a job repairing radios or even television sets. He could not find such a job in his relatively small town. Since he had left the service to spend more time with his family, he did not want to commute over an hour each way to the nearest larger towns where there may have been more opportunities for him. While he weighed his options for his civilian career, Everett took a job working security overnight at Colby Sawyer College in New London, New Hampshire, and picked up shifts as he could at Sanborn's Garage, a mechanic shop and gas station in Andover, New Hampshire, where he worked in the office and as an attendant, filling customers' cars with gas and accepting their payments. Everett was at Sanborn's Garage on September 1, 1966. The shop's owner, Kenneth Sanborn, left Everett alone there that day because he had errands to run. Kenneth left at 8:50 that morning, and the register would show that Everett processed 3 payments between that time and 9:25 a.m. At that time, a local woman who knew Everett saw him at the shop and waved to him as she drove by. Everett smiled and waved back to her. A white car pulled up to get gas a short time later, but no attendant came out to fill the tank, so the driver pulled out of the station at 9:45. She shrugged to 2 men who were arriving at the station at that time, indicating she was confused as to why no employees were there. The 2 men looked into the office. They saw a man lying on the floor and heard a sound they thought was snoring, so they believed he had passed out on the floor drunk. 3 more men arrived at 10 o'clock. When one of them looked inside the office, they saw that blood had begun to pool under the man on the floor's head. One of the men went to the Sanborn home, while the others called the state police and the nearest hospital. Whenever it was taken to New London Hospital, it was at first believed that he had been badly beaten. However, it was soon realized that he had instead been shot 3 times in the head. His autopsy would find that he had been standing when he was shot the first 2 times, but the 3rd shot had been fired at very close range once he had fallen to the floor. Everett was stabilized, but he remained in critical condition. He was transferred to a larger hospital but died there of his injuries the following day. He was 49 years old. It appeared that Everett had been killed during a robbery. The money in the cash register, approximately $100, was missing. Everett's killer had not noticed a cash box containing around $500 that was hidden nearby. The water in the sink in the men's restroom had been left running. When Kenneth Sanborn's wife arrived at the station, she luckily realized that whoever shot Everett may have been the person who last turned on the faucet. She therefore went outside to turn off the water to the building at the water pump, leaving the faucet handles undisturbed. A crime scene technician from the state police was able to pull a usable fingerprint from the chrome surface. Everett had been killed with a .22 caliber handgun. State police officers therefore looked into anyone who had registered such a firearm in the area and checked on recent sales of handguns of that caliber. Numerous firearms were collected from members of the community and subjected to ballistics testing, but none of the bullets fired during these tests were a match to the bullets from the crime scene. A nearby river was searched in case the killer had thrown the murder weapon into it, but nothing was found. 6 days after the murder, the clue that would eventually solve the case, the fingerprint lifted from the faucet at the crime scene, was submitted to the FBI to be included in their national database. However, it will be more than 50 years before the case will be closed. The New Hampshire State Police formed a cold case unit in 2009, but Everett's case was not included when they compiled a list of all the unsolved homicides in the state. In 2013, Everett's daughter, Darlene, was able to get in contact with the unit and ask why her father's case was not being investigated. When the evidence in the case was finally examined, a suspect was identified almost immediately. When the fingerprint from the crime scene had been submitted to the FBI in 1966, fingerprints had to be compared manually. By 2013, the Bureau had long since moved over to using a digital database known as AFIS. The New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory had begun using AFIS in 1998, but did not run any prints from cases from before that year unless an agency specifically requested it. When the fingerprint from Everett's case was finally run through AFIS, a match was found. It belonged to a man named Thomas Cass, who'd been 20 years old in 1966. Cass had an extensive criminal record. The first of his 13 convictions was in 1966 for larceny, and the last was for manufacturing drugs inside of a federal prison in 2000. The crimes in between ranged from marijuana possession to assault to robbery. He grew up in an abusive home and recreated that environment in his own home once he grew up and got married multiple times. He has been described by multiple people who knew him as a violent person, and he was known to brag about his criminal activities. He had moved to Springfield, Massachusetts in 1966 with his wife and lived there until he went to prison for robbing a gas station in 1967. Investigators met with Cass in October of 2013. They discussed Everett Delano's murder but did not inform him that his fingerprint had tied him to the crime. Cass claimed to have no knowledge of the crime or even where the town of Andover was. He claimed to have only been to New Hampshire once when he visited Hampton. However, he also acknowledged during that same meeting that in 1971, he had stolen a car in Vermont and driven it into New Hampshire. He had been convicted of 2 counts of robbery in Grafton County, New Hampshire Superior Court in 1972 in connection to this incident. At another meeting in November of 2013, Cass willingly provided a sample of his DNA but did not agree to take a polygraph examination. On February 20, 2014, investigators arrived at Cass's home in Orleans, Vermont unannounced. It was during this interaction that they informed him that forensic evidence had tied him to the 1966 murder of Everett Delano. Cass continued to deny having ever been to Andover, New Hampshire, or Sanborn's garage. The investigators then executed a search warrant for the property in hopes of finding the murder weapon, but no weapons were found inside the home. 4 days later, the cold case unit was notified by the Vermont State Police that they had been sent to Cass's residence following a 911 call made by Cass's live-in girlfriend. He had committed suicide, shooting himself in the head with a .45 caliber handgun. According to his girlfriend, he had not acted out of character after his last meeting with investigators, but she did see him with a large amount of cash, which he may have used to purchase the gun. He never made any admissions to her about his involvement in the murder. During later meetings with investigators, she said that Cass had believed he was going to be arrested for a cold case on the day that he killed himself. He had also told her that he would not talk about something that did not have a statute of limitations and that he did not want to go back to prison. While Everett's family was then notified about the fingerprint match and the suicide, the case would remain formally open for another 5 years. It was not until February 20th, 2019 that the Attorney General's office released a report identifying Cass as Everett's killer and formally declaring the case solved and closed. According to Assistant Attorney General Susan Morrill, the case had not been closed in 2014 because of the extensive verification process needed to confirm Cass's involvement and the Colgate unit's lack of resources to undertake it. The Delano family then released a statement reading, "Our family would like to take the opportunity to not only thank the initial investigators of our father's homicide, but also the New Hampshire Cold Case Unit. Without their diligent efforts, we would not be here today. We are happy this day has come where our family has been given a small measure of justice. For almost 53 years, our family has wondered what happened on September 1st, 1966. There was a very long time our family didn't know if we would ever receive the answers about what happened that day. Today, our family has the long overdue answers we have been waiting for." 2011 was a great year for Kevin Drinks, a 50-year-old father and grandfather from Philadelphia. He and his wife Kenya had just bought their dream home, a twin house with hardwood floors in the Ronhurst neighborhood. Kevin and Kenya were high school sweethearts, meeting in 1978 when they were 16 and 15, respectively. Kevin took Kenya to her senior prom at Germantown High School, but they broke up shortly after her graduation. Kevin later got married, had 3 daughters, and experienced a divorce. When he heard Kenya's mother passed away in 2000, he went to pay his respects and reconnected with Kenya. The couple married the following year. Kevin came from a long line of vocalists and sang gospel songs at his church. He sang Lionel Richie's song Lady as Kenya walked down the aisle at their wedding, inserting her name into the lyrics. Kevin had also gotten a new job. December 10th, 2011 was his 4th day working as a delivery driver for Underground Market Furniture. Just before 6:30 that evening, he was sitting in his delivery vehicle parked in North Philadelphia. Someone fired multiple shots into the vehicle, with 3 of them striking Kevin. He was rushed to Hahnemann Hospital but died shortly after he arrived. Kevin's family could not imagine anyone having a motive to kill Kevin. He was a faithful member of his church and loved his family, especially his 5 grandchildren. He had no enemies. His loved ones were upset by whispers that he must have been involved in unsavory or illegal activities for someone to kill him so violently. Kevin's widow Kenya took a very active role in advocating for her husband's case. She almost immediately created buttons that read justice for Kevin and distributed them to her family members. She spent a lot of time in the neighborhood where the murder occurred, passing out flyers and hoping to find witnesses. She organized a vigil and created a reward fund a month after her husband was killed. She spoke to the media about the case even as it grew colder. Kenya sold the home she and Kevin had just bought, no longer feeling safe there. She continued contacting police about her husband's case over the years and grew frustrated as they continued to tell her that they had no new information. Kevin's family continued to wear the justice for Kevin buttons Kenya had made for more than a decade. Finally, on April 4th, 2022, Kenya spoke at a press conference. She instructed the family members who surrounded her to finally take off the buttons because justice for Kevin had finally been served. That day, for men, Chad Reynolds, Michael Blackston, Samaj Armstead, and Rayshawn Combs had been convicted of various murder and conspiracy charges in connection to Kevin's murder. A jury in Philadelphia found Reynolds, Blackston, and Armstead guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and several related charges. Combs had been found guilty of third-degree murder and conspiracy. Reynolds, Blackston, and Armstead were sentenced to life in prison, while Combs received 2 consecutive 15 to 40-year sentences. Kevin had been killed in a case of mistaken identity. When his family was shown a picture of the man the killers had actually been targeting, they were shocked to see how closely he physically resembled Kevin. The conspiracy that ultimately culminated in Kevin's murder had initially been discovered in 2017 when Philadelphia police detective John Verrecchio listened to recorded jailhouse phone calls from late 2011. Ronalds had made one of these phone calls. He was incarcerated at the time because he had been accused of committing a murder 2 months before Kevin was killed. The phone conversation was done in code, but Detective Verrecchio was able to tell that Ronels and his associates were trying to orchestrate the murder of the key witness against Ronels. Based on their description of the witness, the area where he worked, and his vehicle, investigators realized that when the men working with Ronels had gone out looking for their target, they had misidentified Kevin as the witness in the other case. The attorney's office was able to obtain cell phone data that showed that the killers had followed Kevin around the city for the entire day before he was killed. They also located a cooperating witness to further build a case against all 4 men. They were all arrested for Kevin's murder in 2018. Blackston is also suspected to be involved in at least 5 murders. Following the convictions, Kenya Drinks urged other families with loved ones whose cases had gone cold to continue advocating for them because their cases could be solved. As for the men convicted of killing her husband, she said, "We know what the Bible says. We know we have to forgive them, but we're working on it. We're working on it and we'll never forget it." Carla Lowe was kind, generous, and dedicated to her family. She took care of her nieces and nephews while her sister was at work. She was very maternal towards them, putting on magic shows to entertain them, but also making them stand holding volumes of the encyclopedia as punishment for when they misbehaved. On the morning of November 13, 1983, Carla's body was discovered in the 1700 block of Depot Avenue in Delray Beach, Florida. Police believe she had been killed while waiting for an Amtrak train at the nearby station. Her younger sister, Jackie, was supposed to take the train with her, but had changed her mind at the last minute. Carla had been severely beaten and then run over with a truck. Her injuries were so severe that her family was unable to have her casket open at her funeral. It would be 38 years before an arrest was finally made in Carla's case. New technology from British forensic science company Foster and Freeman allowed police to extract and identify a fingerprint on a butter knife found with Carla's body. A match to that fingerprint was on file with police. In November of 2021, a grand jury found that there was sufficient evidence to charge the person whose fingerprint was found at the scene with murder. On November 29, 2021, 59-year-old Ralph Williams was arrested and charged with first-degree murder with a weapon in connection with Carla's murder. His arrest was the first made by the Delray Police Department's cold case unit following its formation in January of that year. Williams had been born just 1 day after Carla in December of 1961. He had been a suspect in her case from the very beginning. The day Carla's body was discovered, Williams had been arrested for unrelated grand theft auto and burglary charges. Other individuals in police custody with him told authorities that he had confessed to Carla's murder to them. When police searched his apartment, they did find a chunk of bloody, reddish hair. They appear to have not viewed this as conclusive evidence, and they did not charge him with Carla's murder at the time. Carla's murder had been reopened in 2005 with the hope that DNA could be found on the evidence from her case. But the effort had been unsuccessful and the case was closed again. It was opened by the new cold case unit in February of 2021 when the new technology allowed for the fingerprint to be identified and for charges to be filed. While Carla's killer was finally identified and arrested, it is hard to say that Carla and her family got justice in light of how the criminal case against Williams concluded. Williams and his lawyer negotiated a plea deal, and Carla's family came to the courthouse with some of them traveling from out of state to hear him plead guilty and receive his reduced sentence. However, once he got in front of the judge, Williams rejected the plea deal and claimed that he had not received adequate legal counsel from his public defender. He said he planned to pay for a new attorney on his own. Carla's younger sister, Jackie, said later that she was so angry at seeing the smug look on his face that she thought she was going to pass out in the courtroom. The following day, Williams changed his mind and accepted the plea deal. Instead of first-degree murder, he pled to manslaughter. He was sentenced to 365 days in jail and 10 years of probation. He was given credit for time served since his arrest and left court as a free man that same day. Carla's family is trying to move on, but they do so with a lot of anger over her killer receiving only a slap on the wrist for her murder. In a perfect world, I would have liked him to be brought to trial in 1983 and put to death for what he did to her. But no, he lived 39 years while she didn't. Carla's sister, Jackie, told the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. In 1999, cosmetology student Susan Cox met Joshua Powell at a dinner party in Tacoma, Washington. Both were devoted followers of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and the chemistry between them was unmistakable. Friends close to the couple noted that just days after they met, Joshua had proposed, and they had begun making plans for their future together. Susan was completely enchanted by Josh, and in 2001, the couple wed in a traditional LDS ceremony. Following their marriage, the two moved in with Josh's father, Stephen Powell, in South Hill, Puyallup, Utah. Stephen welcomed his daughter-in-law with open arms, but his behavior soon took a turn for the worse. Susan had gotten a job as a broker at Wells Fargo, and to the outside world all seemed well. Josh and Susan were thriving, but behind closed doors evil was lurking. Stephen had taken a particular liking to Susan. In the 3 years the couple lived with him, his behavior escalated to stealing her underwear to filming her without her consent. Susan was disgusted by Stephen's behavior and attitude towards her, and things came to a head when she discovered he'd been writing love songs dedicated to her. He would later tell the Today Show, "I wasn't going to turn down an opportunity with this beautiful woman, even though she's my son's wife." One of the songs, titled "Waiting for You," included lyrics such as, "I could be getting a mistaken impression. Each time you seem to gaze at me, you let me touch you softly. Why is the question, and the effect amazes me." In 2004, the Powells were relieved when they moved to West Valley City and finally got away from Stephen. Little did Susan know that Stephen's bizarre behavior was just the tip of the iceberg. She had jumped out of the frying pan into the fire being Josh's controlling and abusive behavior. Now that the two were alone, Josh exerted complete control over his wife, making her life miserable. He began to withdraw from the LDS Church, something that Susan was passionate about, and he remained in close contact with his father, Stephen, despite his inappropriate behavior towards Susan. By 2007, Susan and Josh had welcomed 2 sons, Charles, born 2005, and Braden, born 2007. Susan dove headfirst into motherhood and was known to be a loving and devoted mother. She juggled her job as a broker with her job as a parent, whilst Josh was in between jobs. It was apparent to those outside the marriage that cracks were beginning to show. Susan was the primary breadwinner and Josh was living a lifestyle well beyond their means. Josh's spending habits and withdrawal from the LDS Church began to grate on Susan, and the pair became distant. Susan recorded a disturbing video in which she said, "This is me July 29, 2008, covering all my bases, making sure that if anything happens to me or my family or all of us that our assets are documented." She banned the camera around the home, but it was clear that Susan's message had a double meaning. KOMO News reported that in June 2008, Susan had written a new will in secret. The will in part read, quote, "I want it to be documented somewhere that there is extreme turmoil in our marriage. Josh threatened that if we get a divorce, there will be no lawyers, only a church mediator, and I will ruin you." She also stated that Josh had told her, quote, "You, Susan, will be destroyed and your life would be over and the boys will not grow up with a mom and dad." Final paragraph chillingly read, quote, "If I die, it was not an accident, even if it looks like one." Just over a year later, Susan Powell disappeared under mysterious circumstances. December 6, 2009 started like any other day for the Powells. Susan took her children to a church service before returning home. News outlet The Deserter provided an in-depth timeline of Susan's last known movements. The last person to see Susan was a neighbor who saw her around 5 p.m. Susan had made dinner for the family before taking a nap as she felt unwell. After this, what happened to Susan remains a complete mystery. The next day, on December 7, 2009, the West Valley City Police Department received a call from a babysitter of Charles and Braden. The pair failed to attend daycare that morning, and Josh and Susan were both unreachable. Their families had also tried to contact them to no avail. The West Valley City Police Department quickly began the search for the Powell family, fearing that the worst may have occurred. Hours later, at 5 p.m., Joshua and the boys returned to the West Valley family home without Susan. Josh's behavior was noted as very strange and erratic, and when officers entered the house earlier that day, they found that 2 fans had been blowing on a wet spot on the carpet. Susan's purse, wallet, and ID, bank cards were found inside the home, but her cell phone was missing. Upon his return, Josh told the investigators a bizarre story of how he had whisked his kids away on a late-night camping trip to Simpson Springs in Utah. He claimed that Susan had been asleep when he left because she felt unwell. Investigators found that hard to believe that Josh had taken 2 small children into the woods in the freezing December weather. Data indicated that on December 7th, Utah experienced highs of 7 degrees Celsius or 44 Fahrenheit and lows of -17 Celsius and 1 degree Fahrenheit with blizzard-like condition. Investigators ordered a further examination of the Powell home, and at this time they found 2 crucial clues. Firstly was Susan's phone, which was found in the car Joshua had used on December 7th to take his kids camping. When questioned, Charles and Braden agreed that they'd been camping, but only after encouragement from their father. Second, forensic investigators found a blood stain on the carpet, and a DNA test proved that it belonged to Susan. There was still insufficient evidence for investigators to press charges, and the search continued. They also found life insurance policies for Susan worth over $1 million and Susan's privately stashed will, letter, and video. Josh tried to return to normal following Susan's disappearance, despite the circumstances and the media circus that followed. News outlets quickly discovered Stephen's bizarre obsession with his daughter-in-law, Susan, and soon the blame began to fall on Josh. Charles and Braden gave chilling accounts of what happened that cold December evening once they were away from the influence of their father. Charles told a teacher that Susan had been with them on their camping trip, but that she hadn't been alive. Braden also drew a picture of the van, similar to the Chrysler minivan the Powells owned, with the picture depicting his mother sleeping in the trunk of the car. Things would take a sickening turn in 2011 when the full scope of Stephen's obsession was revealed after he was arrested for voyeurism, inappropriate child materials. It was also around this time that Josh lost custody of his 2 sons, and they were placed in the care of their maternal grandparents. Investigators slowly began piecing together the puzzle and getting closer to arresting Josh. It became evident to investigators that Josh was a narcissist who emotionally abused his wife and controlled her life, but the unthinkable would happen before action could be taken. February 5, 2012 is a date that Susan's parents will never forget. That afternoon, Elizabeth Griffin Hall arrived at Josh's home with Charles and Braden for a supervised visit. Psychologist Dr. James Manley, who had undertaken Josh's psychological evaluation, noted that he suffered with adjustment disorder and narcissistic personality disorder. Before Elizabeth could enter the door, Josh slammed it in her face. She heard the locks clicking from inside and immediately began to bang on the door. She told Josh to let her inside and desperately called 911 to get some backup. Elizabeth stood on the side of the road outside of the home, waiting for the police to arrive to retrieve the children. Just minutes later, the Powell home exploded and erupted in flames. Charles Joshua Powell was 7 years old. Braden Timothy Powell was just 5 years old. Emergency responders arrived, but it was too late. Investigators found that Josh had taken an axe to his sons before dousing them in gasoline and setting the home on fire. He had sent an email to his lawyer stating that he was sorry, and he also sent goodbye messages to his family. Investigators were heartbroken by the conclusion of this bizarre situation. In 2013, Michael Powell, Josh's brother, who was also believed to have some involvement, also took his own life. Almost all possible suspects and witnesses in Susan's disappearance are now gone. Stephen didn't provide the police with any valuable information, and following his release in 2017, he too would pass away due to natural causes. This investigation had led the police on a wild goose chase, and despite $1,000 in cutting-edge techniques, the West Valley City Police Department were no closer to solving this case than they were in 2009. Investigators believe Susan's body may be buried somewhere in Simpson Springs or the surrounding Utah wilderness. With all potential witnesses and suspects now deceased, investigators are holding out for new information or evidence to surface. Susan's disappearance encompasses so many bizarre tales and stories. It's hard to discern what is the truth and what is a red herring. Susan Marie Powell is described as a white female with brown highlighted hair, blue eyes, 5'4", and 130 pounds. She was last seen wearing a long-sleeve black shirt and black dress pants. Anyone with information is asked to contact Detective David Greco of the West Valley City Police Department. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.